I think Tahiti Pro is probably the 8th wonder of the world.
It's a wave that's kind of sacred, it's big, it's scary. There's no wave in the world that's that intense and that perfect for that small amount of time. And I mean, it is the most perfect barrels on earth.
I don't really have any expectations coming into this event. You know, surf my best, show what I can do out there. And
yeah, I think they're going to run the final day tomorrow. It's going to be pumping.
I was looking on Expedia the other day and I seen you can book a boat, so maybe I'll do that.
Go, go. That's better. He's back in the heat.
In the barrel, threading through here, and Slater comes out yet again.
Connor's got 2 scores, but he's going to need a bit more to beat the go. Go, Connor! Go! Go, Connor!
Here we go. Connor O'Leary pumps into this one, drawing down the reef, and Connor O'Leary answers back.
Great answer.
Holy,
this is going to be a big number here. This is going to match the 9. 8.58 is what is needed here. Now asking the question to the judges. Was it the best wave for Connor O'Leary?
I'm saying yes. Yeah. But I'm biased. We're in the channel, live action. Waves are absolutely pumping. Boys are out there. Connor's in the jersey right now.
Connor O'Leary against the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater.
Late drop, such an intense wave. What a ride for Kelly Slater.
So we got the GOAT versus Connor. Connor's got 2 scores, but he's going to need a bit more to be the GOAT. Go!
Here we go. Connor O'Leary pumps into this one, drawing down the reef, and Connor O'Leary answers back.
Great answer. This is going to be a big number here. This is going to match the 9. 8.58 is what is needed here. Now asking the question of the judges. Was it the best wave for Connor O'Leary?
I'm saying yes, but I'm biased.
8.4, need an 8.58, not enough for Connor O'Leary. Heartbreak score. Kelly Slater moving on into the quarterfinals.
The last wave I got in the heat I had with Kelly was, yeah, the biggest wave I've caught in ages, maybe ever. That's probably the biggest wave I've caught in my life.
The opportunity to get like the wave of your life in the jersey, I think those days are so memorable.
We'll take it. At least I got some type of scores against the go, you know? I've never actually surfed codes like this in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
No better time
Sick.
or place to do it is in a jersey.
I know.
Couple guys out, beautiful conditions.
This morning I was just out there, I didn't get a thing, but I was like, oh, this is so exciting.
Another day at Chopes.
I didn't get to experience the channel, but I had like I got to see like 18 different angles of all the video cameras out there at like all time in the production tent, and it just looks like a proper party out there, and it was crazy to witness, and especially like commentate. Like you could hear like the screams from the locals, like when Vahine or Cowley were taking off on waves.
Finals day, baby, it's gonna be amazing.
It feels like the last day of the regular season. Happy finals day.
Vahine, let's go!
We got a great heat. 5-time world champ Carissa Moore out in the water versus the queen of Te Ahupo'o, Vahine Fierro. And here we go. Vahine stroking into this one, glides in effortlessly, high line, stalling for the barrel, gets behind the curtain for a little bit and easily makes it out. So nice read from Vahine Fierro. Carissa scratching into this one.
Just didn't quite barrel enough, but like the late drop.
Here she goes, Vahine Fierro in the barrel, traveling through, making the exit. Well done for Vahine Fierro. She's in the semifinals.
I'm just really trying to enjoy like every single thing I'm doing and not really think about it's all fun today.
Saddle cam. Let's go, Jacka. Saddle cam.
It's time for the men's final. Local boy Kaoli Vost reaches a final for a Tahitian wildcard for the first time since Mano Drolet. Kaoli's got a big draw, Miguel Pupo, who's actually appearing in his first championship tour final of his career. Kaoli Vost on his opener. He completely disappears. There's the spin. The wild card comes out.
We got a set on the horizon. Energy's alive. The waves are pumping. Here we go. Go! Miguel on a bomb.
Te Ahupo'o comes to life from the channel, but Pupo's on a bigger one. Over the foam ball, Miguel comes out into the channel.
Miggy's got him on the road with Cryo. Miggy's got Cryo. A couple minutes to go.
Miguel Pupo rolls in and steps on the gas incredibly deep. Comes out of the barrel like getting shoved out of a cannon. Miguel Pupo, your champ of the outer known Tahiti Pro.
Wow, boys, what a day. You guys charged. Connor, almost took out Kelly Slater.
Nearly got the goat. Maybe next year. I think
Nearly got the goat.
Yeah. If it was vice versa, he would have gotten the score for sure.
He would have had,
Can't wait to come back here and spend more time. And yeah, we've got our feet dirty, put them in the mud. Got some reef cuts, but that's all part of it. It's Tahiti, it's amazing.
With the schedule we had,
I've never seen is something that I definitely should do often. And
I found if you come here, smile on your face and show a lot of respect and leave the place learning a lot and respecting everything they've done for you, I feel like you feel really good after a trip like that. It's been a lifetime.
Last sunset, guys. Cheers to that. What an amazing trip.
trip of a lifetime. Salud, you guys. Couldn't finish the trip like this out here at Chopo, so time to get back, pack some bags. We booked our car in Expedia, our flights, our accommodations, our hikes, our boats, our jet skis, everything.
The 2022 World Surf League Challenger Series has reached its finale. This is the last opportunity for this year's competitors to reach the pinnacle of professional surfing. 6 months ago, the journey to find our 15 qualifiers began. 5 women and 10 men. Entering the 7th and final Challenger Series stop. 3 surfers on each side have already secured their spots on the 2023 Championship Tour. Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti, Indonesia's own Rio Wido, Australian Ryan Callanan, Tour veteran AC Callahan, Australia's Molly Picklum, and California phenom Caitlin Simmers. Only 2 women's spots remain for the 2023 WSL Championship Tour, while the 7 spots on the men's tour are still up for grabs. This is the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. As long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back.
Great surfers showing up nice and early here at Haleiwa. Joel Santeo's phone is ringing off the hook for advice on his local venue. Maud Lacar hanging out with Jean Duru, and also a legend of the sport, Sally Fitzgibbons, preparing for an appearance in the opening round. Big Island's Brody Sale. He's got a big heat in the second round as well. And Billy Kemper, four-time Jaws champ, ready for Haleiwa this morning as a wild card in the final stop of the Challenger Series. The Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. What a beautiful sight there. That's real. That's real life. It's not a movie set. This is a beautiful, pristine Hawaii conditions. Waves are firing, and it's all smiles up and down the beach. Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, and Ross Williams. Rosie, as a longtime competitor, how good does it feel when you show up at a venue and it's delivering exactly what you're hoping for?
This is special, Joe. I mean, looking at the conditions that we have on offer, I mean, it's every competitor's dream to finish off the year in firing waves at Haleiwa, one of the premier stops on the Challenger Series.
Ross, you going to be okay? I mean, this is kind of a day you'd be parked and surf for 8 hours at least.
Everyone's excited too, and forecasting is so good these days that everyone's been anticipating these next 4 or 5 days. The swell's lined up, the conditions are beautiful, so people are psyched across the board.
Well, we're frothing out in the booth. Let's get a more official call as we send it to the beach with AJ McCord and Travis Logie.
No one more official to give us the call than Travis Logie himself. So tell us, what do we have on tap for today?
Morning, AJ. Yep, easiest call of the year so far. The waves are firing, so we're off and running. Women's round 1, followed by men's round 1. 8 heats each, so we get to split these pumping waves between the men and the women today. And the swell's supposed to peak around midday, so it's going to be a great day.
And the guys in the booth were just talking about the rest of the week, how good forecasting has been. What are we looking at for the rest of the week?
Yeah, great week. Non-stop northwest swell. Thursday and Friday look amazing. Saturday looks really good too, and potentially even tomorrow as well. So we could have 5 days straight of really good waves. Obviously, we'll wake up every day and come and have a look at it and make sure the forecast's right. But fingers crossed, it's all going to pan out to be an amazing event.
Couldn't ask for more, you guys, for so much on the line for these surfers. We'll send it back to you.
We love it, AJ. Thanks so much. Thanks, Trav, and congrats on your easiest call this season. He was talking about what's coming in the next few days, but let's put some maps up there, courtesy of Surfline, to actually show what we're in store for in the next few days. Really fun to start off with this swell today, west-northwest to northwest direction. Ross, you were telling us the other day that's exactly what you'd hope for at a wave like this.
Yeah, exactly. Haleiwa is a little sensitive to direction. If you get swells from the north, it doesn't like it at all. You're sort of trapped between the harbor and a couple of large reefs, so the direction's perfect. You can see some sizable waves today. It's going to pick up you guys right around 1 o'clock. Consistency is going to be better then as well. But we got a lot of things going right. We got the direction of the swell. We have clean conditions, so the wind is right. And as you can see through the week, it's just going to get better, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean that color map just tells such a story. I mean the orange to the red, the excellence. You know, forecasted by Surfline. We've got so much to look forward to and a couple of days to really cherry pick to make sure we get the best conditions.
So exciting for all the competitors because we know that there's so much on the line. This is the final stop of the Challenger Series, and we still have 7 men to qualify, 2 spots left for the women to see who will be on the championship tour, kicking off a pipeline at the end of January. As we look at opening round, already getting started, Keala Tomoto Bannard on a solid right-hander to kick things off. Has so much speed to harness here and looking for one more section. She'll step off as she was hoping to control the heat. Eve Wong deep on the next one. She'll step off. The wild card from Oahu wearing the green jersey and joined by Irina Matsunaga in the white from Japan and Mafalda Lopez representing Portugal. As you can see, what we've been watching all morning, solid open face, a ton of speed, and Mafalda also got in the mix here, Rosie, working on the backhand attack.
Yeah, it's good to see, you know, the backhand attack, especially on a wave like Haleiwa. It gives you a lot of lip to stand up and work with. So first turn there, she just kind of lost a bit of rhythm, and then Keala on this wave, long stretched out wall. She's kind of going through the motions on this wave. It's almost that kind of warm-up first wave of the heat for her, a couple wobbles on the face. I'd really like to see her dig into some of those turns as we progress through the heat.
Great shot looking towards kind of point. As you'll see, beautiful wall that are going unridden. Interesting with positioning, Ross, when it goes from the warm-up free surf. Everyone in the draw just wants a taste of the contest venue, and then the whole lineup clears, your heat's on, and it can feel dramatically different.
Very much so. And we have this extreme west swell direction. Well, it's not extreme, it's about 310 degrees, but it is really nice in west. And that allows the surfers to go deeper into the lineup. When you have a straighter swell, everyone really plays it more conservative and they stay towards the channel, kind of towards the toilet bowl. But today, everyone's going to be lured to go really deep, which is a nice thing, but you still have to think about Haleiwa in the lineup and your routine on the wave, like you were saying, Rosie. You can kind of get in a trance out there where you just start chasing and you don't actually sit down and do a maneuver. So the conditions are great, the swell's right, but you still have to read this wall. It can be tricky here at Haleiwa.
As we check out our heat on paper, Kala Tomoda banner, number 18 on the Challenger Series. Mafalda Lopez down to 38th coming into the final stop. Rina Matsunaga just picked up a couple of fresh Eric Arakawas before the start of this event. And Eve Leua Wang is an amazing wild card young surfer who's got an incredibly bright future, taking advantage of the call up to the big stage.
Yeah, I'm excited for this young lady. I think she's such a bright talent. She's got such an insane rail game, very low center of gravity. So it's cool to see this teenager in the mix, getting that call up. I think she's going to definitely be one of those people that you highlight for future great performances and a good performance in this event.
So true. What a great opportunity to just challenge yourself, compare yourself to the best in the world.
Yeah, and she's on the beach. A little equipment failure, maybe?
So change there for Eve. Had the 0.5 before that. So we'll see if we'll get some details on the runaround for the young surfer from Oahu.
I mean, it's not normal to come in to just change boards for preference, so she must have had something fail there. Try and figure it out.
26.5 on the clock, kicking off with the first 8 heats for the women in the round of 48. And then the men will be on deck. And great to see young names getting their first start. And then the other side, Carissa Moore, always the biggest name in the draw when it comes to this event. Setting this one up off the bottom, little wrapping turn for Mafalda Lopez. S-turn again, back into the pocket. Driving hard off the bottom, and great timing for the finish until she goes down. And now Rina Matsunaga. Nice easy pace off the bottom. All setup work so far. Now it's starting to really bowl up. Straight up off the top, and Rina ends up going down on the finish. So we saw a couple of great attempts back to back to really throw down a heavy finishing move. What went wrong there, Rosie?
Yeah, it's interesting watching the tempo of this wave at the moment. I think we're seeing these surfers, they've elected to go maybe on a little bit longer equipment as that swell is filling in. And as they meet that inside section, Ross, it gets super shallow super quickly. You've got to meet that speed and get as critical as the wave allows to land it.
More live action. Keala, just a misread out of the gates on that one, and she goes straight down. Now 25 on the clock. You see non-stop action out there. Moments ago, we saw Eve on the beach. AJ, do you know what happened there?
Yeah, it's just a simple broken leash. So had to come on in, coach switched out her board, switched out her leash really quick. And as you can see, she's paddling back out into the lineup as we speak. But you guys talking about the conditions and how once the lineup clears, it just changes and it's a little heavy on the inside. So quick leash change, board change for Eva, but she's on her way back out.
Thanks, AJ. Back in action with Keala. Throws down a nice little wrap just for positioning. Nothing major yet. And the surfer that grew up surfing pine trees on Kauai will kick out of the inside section. And now head back into action. So a little equipment flunder there for Eve, but also has an opportunity to kind of hear her coach and wise words to kind of fill her up to make sure that she's still motivated to make it through this heat.
Oh, it's 100%. You know, she's coming into the beach, changing that leash. She's got Reynos Hayes, one of the best in the business, kind of giving her a little bit of a pep talk as she's on the sand. You see her kind of making an easy way out there. And at least it wasn't her surfboard, right? At least just a quick change. When you're on your favorite piece of equipment, having a crease or doing something to it, that can kind of almost knock your confidence when you're on your second choice surfboard. But cool to know it's just the leash and she's on her favorite board.
Looking at numbers flooding through the screen. Keala got the opener 3.17. Mafalda's start 4.17. Rina 2.17 start. So best so far, Mafalda Lopez on the backhand attack. Ross, I know you're a regular footer, but a lot of your friends out here are goofies, and it can be a great goofy foot wave.
Absolutely, because in some ways it's more a little bit of an easier equation. Like we were saying, Haleiwa can confuse you because it makes you feel like you need to race down the line, but at some point in the wave you have to commit to a turn. Whereas goofy footers, they just kind of set their bottom turn like a good old, like you could just picture Mark Akalupa out here or someone like that, where they're just not messing around. They're going to go for a big, deep bottom turn and crack it. So backside, sometimes they don't get as much in that trance as regular footers do. But just wanted to point out to you guys, you know, it is still high tide this morning a bit, so it's a little fuller than a typical Haleiwa morning. And some of the smaller waves, I wouldn't advise going on today because they're getting stuck in that channel that you were pointing out to, Rosie. You know, when it's really small here and we're forced to have a comp on a north day, you have those weird lefts. That's where those little rights that they're catching, the smaller ones, finish. And it's such a weird zone there because it's shallow but not. It kind of bends out to sea, but it doesn't. It just puts you in a really weird zone where you don't know exactly where to hit the lip. So best to catch a big set wave today.
Such an interesting point, because I think as we touch on transitioning from free surf mentality into surfing a heat, there's so many times out here where you get confused at Haleiwa. There are a couple great lineup spots, ablution blocks and the mountains of palm trees and whatnot, but I think on these different swell directions, you know, free surf, you're kind of paddling for everything and really wanting an opportunity, where now you get to kind of pace yourself, and sometimes you can get sucked into those smaller inside waves, and as soon as you come in, it goes so fat and burgery. So, you know, a good bit of advice is look for those set waves and really be picky out at Haleiwa, especially when you have the whole lineup of 4 other people.
It seems like this wave under 3 feet is pretty user-friendly when it's in that small, really fun size, really rippable. When do we really see that get challenging, especially with that current coming into play out here, Ross?
It really depends on the swell direction, but if it's a classic west swell, you know, it doesn't need much size for the current to get crazy. Right now, this is as slack as you'll see. I mean, there's actually people sitting on their boards. You guys know that. It just doesn't happen here. But this swell is new, and it is high tide. The high tide usually cuts it down a little bit. But as this swell matures, we'll see that current kick up. And especially, you know, with, like you said, Joe, once it gets to that 6 to 8 foot range, then it really starts firing up. And ironically, if it has more north in it, for some reason that fires up the current more as well.
Kala Tomoda Bannard, 317 2.2 to kick things off here, sitting in the 2nd spot at the moment. She remembers her mom pushing her into her first wave of her life. She said it was probably like a 6'9" shortboard over at Pine Trees, and she was hooked. That's all she wanted to do after that one day that she'll never forget. Started doing the Irons Brothers event over there on the north shore of Kauai, and decided to really make a serious move to be a professional surfer. And she said it was pretty wild when she went to Oahu for the first time. You know, it's, you know, just an easy flight over, but the attention was so much different from where she was used to surfing. There's more people in the water. There's cameras on the beach. There was so much going on. She said it was actually hard to surf. She wasn't used to the bright lights over here on the 7 Mile Miracle.
It is interesting. It's such a transition. I think you walk anywhere on the stretch on this 7 mile piece of beach, and there are so many cameras pointed in your direction. There's so many waves. It's a very competitive atmosphere. A lot of people make the journey over here to get that kind of attention, to get really good surf shots, to get filming parts. And back home on Kauai, I think there's some really great waves, but it's a lot more hush-hush.
As we look at 19:30 on the clock, fun way to kick off the morning here in the round of 48. And we got to catch up with our friend the Waz. Strider Wazaluski, good morning.
Good morning, Joey. Yeah, beautiful morning out here. Current pulling right out through the lineup. You can see the big sets coming way outside there by Avalanche, so you're definitely going to see some waves arriving here any second. It takes about 30 seconds for the waves, once they hit out there, to come right here onto the inside, and you can see the ladies getting ready for this one. Look at this beautiful wall coming in. It's going to be a great set.
Thank you, Waz. Rolling in with Keala. Hard off the bottom, setting up the opening hook. A 3.44 gives Keala the lead. Quick sweep. Right in the pocket. She'll get stuck on the finishing move. And now setting this one up after the equipment change. Eve Wong. Deep off the bottom, squares up. Little weightless on that one. Squirrely off the bottom, and she'll look to attack the lip again. Big drop as she goes down. This set continues with Rina Matsunaga. Nice patience there for Rena. Now the time to strike. Quickly under the lip with that hook. Getting really hollow. She's got to kick out right in front of Eve. But now 18:10 on the clock. Ross, earlier in this heat, you did reference toilet bowl. Do you mind explaining that for us, why you said that here at Haleiwa?
It's a funny name, but that is the very, very inside section at Haleiwa, and it gurgles. It's super shallow. I've heard of people scraping their knuckles while they're duck diving out there. It's bone dry. I'm sure both of you guys have experienced it. Not as much in play today because the swell is so west. It's sitting deep on the reef, so they won't be challenged as much. I really like the aggression and technique from Eve. You can see she is riding a short board, though. It even looked like a bump squash, something you'd ride maybe at lowers or something. So sort of an interesting board choice. Typically, you'd see a small step up with a round tail. And you can see it is a little squirrely for Eve, and it kind of got the best of her there.
Big over the falls at the end of that final section. She definitely is attacking. As we see the goofy foot, Mafalda Lopez times it well off the lip and will eject quickly. So previous of Keala got her in the lead, but Lopez just needed a 2.67 to get first back. Bit of a battle there as Rena glides in. Matsunaga has some white water right there, and she will spin her way out of that ride. So a flurry of action to start, still trying to work out a big finishing move in this heat as Keala leads and Mafalda right behind her. But always nice to see surfers that travel around the world talk to local shapers like Arakawa before preparing for events like this one, the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. 8 heats in the round of 48. And some big names to look forward to seeing today. Sally Fitzgibbons, also Coco Ho, will be back in the jersey at a wave she's surfed thousands of times.
Yeah, Sally's had a lot of reps over here at Haleiwa as Eve. Here's her score for her last wave. The best of the heat so far, I think really well deserved. You think about a finishing move and actually kind of making a neat package of that wave, she's going to look at a really, really healthy number.
5.67 for Eve Wong. Into the third position now, but doesn't need much, a 0.93, and she's into the top 2.
Yeah, everyone's waking up still in this heat. You know, no one's really has that killer instinct. They're not shutting waves down like you said, Joe. They're so this is up for grabs, and the time's going to force the issue for them. I think they'll all start getting a little fire under their feet here in the last 15 minutes.
They know how big this opportunity is. If you're out of contention to qualify for the championship tour, there's still a lot on the line because you can actually secure your spot on the Challenger Series for 2023.
Yeah, there's a lot of scenarios at play here in this last event of the season. You're definitely thinking about improving your rankings and improving your seeding going into 2023, and then qualification, Joe. I mean, we've got 2 seats left at the table for the women's. Betty Lou's looking really good to secure that spot. So there's a lot on the line.
Mafalda Lopez just took the lead. Keala down to second with still 14:45 in the water in this first heat of the morning. Recently, the WSL lost a member of our family, and we'd like to take a moment for our dear friend and colleague, Camille Herrera. It's with a heavy heart that the WSL mourns the loss of Camille Herrera, an invaluable member of our family who recently passed after a long, hard-fought battle with cancer. She was 42 years young. A member of the WSL broadcast team for the past 6 years, Camille was integral in bringing to life the stories of the world's best surfers through her work as a producer on the live broadcasts, as well as dozens of shows both on and off platform. Her decades-long career in sport proved a showcase of her unique and impactful storytelling abilities, and her brilliance, insight, and compassion left an indelible mark on the sport we love so much. Whether traveling to remote parts of the globe or overnighting from our satellite office in Los Angeles, she was beloved and respected inside and outside the truck. And her perseverance and spirit, even while battling illness, continues to inspire everyone whose lives she touched. While it's unfathomably sad to lose someone so important at such a young age, we know that she is at peace now, and the echoes of her intelligence, humor, passion, and presence will continue to reverberate across our lives in the sport of surfing for decades to come. Thank you, Camille. Safe journeys. You're watching the round of 48, heat number 1 of the entire event here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Exciting times in the water now. We've got Rina Matsunaga wearing the white, 2.17 and a 2.6 as she's looking for at least a 4.24 to move into advancing position. Ebe Wong is in the 3rd spot, just needs a 1.17. Keala and Mafalda holding down the top 2 spots at the moment with still plenty of time to go. A lot of anticipation in the next few days. I was actually talking to Mafalda yesterday. He's going, hey, are you surfing Haleiwa every single day and preparing for this event? She's like, gosh, there's so many good waves here. Been surfing it here and there, but also couldn't help herself driving down the coast. Here's Keala, live action. Clean carve to start. Tomoda Bannard in a nice flow state on this wave. She's been really solid with these fluid frontside cars, but the finish has been tough, especially when it has backwash right when you get to the lip to float it. Can actually be a very risky maneuver, landing that hard in the impact zone. Matsunaga rolls it. Nice snap to get this one started. Nice easy pace, not trying to force anything. That ton of whitewater is going to shut that one down and keep her in the 4th position. And here comes Mafalda, the heat leader from Portugal. Steady off the bottom, times the first backhand snap really well. A lot of whitewater and whips it with authority. Mafalda's got incredible timing off the bottom and drills that oncoming section, Rosie. That was impressive.
Very impressive, and that's what I was looking for from her. That 2-turn combo is going to be well rewarded in my mind. That second closeout maneuver was so whippy, so fast, and so impressive. Just handled it with a lot of speed.
Raw speed management off the bottom. Mafalda just nailed the timing for those big moves.
She really did, and we just spoke about that earlier, where when you're on your backside, you don't get in that trance and you don't get hypnotized by the wave. You just go to the bottom, set your rail, and crack it. Nice setup carb here, but this is a really big section just to tag. So I know it's just off the top, but that was a hefty section, a big lip, and she handled it nicely. She showed great technique in a wave right at the start of the heat where she didn't make that closeout turn, but she got upside down, and here we go, Ebe.
Ebe Wong, the young wild card, attacking frontside carve, deeper off the bottom, looking loose and radical on those big hooks. Hollow section for Ebe, she drills it again. And she will fly away after her best wave so far. Already had the 5.67, and she is heating up.
I love her approach. I love the fact that she's waiting at that white water line before she meets that lip line, really waiting for that wall to bowl up at her. Eve is on a heater right now. In my mind, Mafalda, Eve, they're looking like the standouts.
Looking nice and cruisy and comfortable. Having some snacks this morning. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, defending event champ, and also waiting to qualify officially for the championship tour. She's still on her comeback after falling off of the mid-season rotation, looking incredibly strong. But I'm sure all she wants to do is a surfer home break when it's looking this fun right now, Rosie.
I mean, that's the dream scenario, right? You've all but clinched your spot on the tour. This is an event that you won last year. You're defending champ, and the waves are absolutely firing. Seen Betty around the last couple of days surfing, and oh my gosh, to witness it in person is just, she's so impressive, and it's so fun to see her level up every time that we see her at an event.
Big numbers dropping in the lineup. We got to get a quick hit from Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, you know what? I mean, that whole set rolled through. There was like probably 6 waves, and Eve was out the back waiting the whole time, and she picked the right one. I mean, really attacking the waves. I've noticed that, you know, the second, third, fourth waves are all a lot cleaner after that big lull. There's so much rip going through the lineup that after the first or second wave comes through, it kind of pulls the sheets tight, makes it nice and smooth. Eve coming down with a great wave.
Thank you, Waz. That was incredible performance for Eve. Really getting loose on a couple of these hooks, Ross.
Yeah, she was sort of forced to paddle over the first 3 or 4 waves, like Strider said. She was just a touch too deep, and then this wave was just waiting for her. And lucky for her, it was the best one. It stayed open, and that's what happens on this westerly direction. When you get a big wave, it's going to reward you with 3 or 4 sections. And she went through a couple real nice slices. Big carves there. You can see that short board definitely a little loose off the bottom, but once she gets through the bottom turn, she's rewarded with a really loose snap. And like you were saying, Rosie, she's got a great technique. She reminds me a little bit of Coco Ho. Like she's got that real kind of knock-knee little snap going there. Eve is a force to be reckoned with. And, you know, Joe, I think she won the ISA World Junior a few months ago. So, yeah, she's kind of been flying under the radar, but she's definitely a threat.
8.5 for Eve Wong. Now the 5.67's a backup for the young wild card. Goes to a Hawaiian immersion school, so fluent, speaking her native language of Hawaiian. It's beautiful when you hear her talk about what she loves to do in the Hawaiian language. She's proud of her culture, wants to be the first surfer to go to a Hawaiian immersion school and win a world title someday. She's off to a great start to accomplish that dream. 8.5, 5.67. Mafalda Lopez goes to second. And Mafalda did a great job. Remember that 2-turn combination, a 7-point ride on the back end. So now Keala and Rena drop to 3rd and 4th, and the requirements building as we approach the 5-minute mark. Keala needs a 6.64, and Rena is looking for an 8.73. If you could talk to Rena right now, what would you want her to change if you were playing coach right now, Rosie?
For Rena, I think it's, you know, you can't afford to hold back at the moment. You've really got to attack this wave. And I think, thinking about Eve's wave and the way that she surfed it, if you've ever surfed Haleiwa, that was the dream run, the way that she positioned herself in that bowl. I think oftentimes you can kick out in Haleiwa and just be like, I absolutely blew that wave. I was out of rhythm with it, and I didn't really show its true potential. So for Rena, she's just got to really get in the guts of the wave and start to hammer home.
It's cool that Rena's got a lot of backing, just even from friends and family around the world. Did a bit of a GoFundMe to get herself here to Haleiwa to compete in the Challenger, to get those reps in, get more experience here on the North Shore of Oahu. And now she'll have a few minutes to try to pick a wave to break down the excellent range number required. Keala, the highest seed in this opening heat, has had some success in the last couple of years competing throughout the Challenger Series, but she's hoping that she can finish high enough to secure her spot on the Challenger Series next season.
Yeah, didn't she make the semis or even finals in Sydney this year?
That's right.
Yeah, so she's got a big result. She could really finish strong here in Hawaii. She could be near the end of the ratings there. So this is a big event for her, and she is deadly. She can definitely produce a big score, just like Eve. So look out for her in the last 3 minutes to get another crack at it. She's just a victim of wave choice. You know, she was going on smaller waves, and then she had that unfortunate dumpy section where she got blown off her surfboard. So if she can get on a set wave, she could definitely produce a big score.
322 in the round of 48. Heat number 1. Priority is with Eve Wong and the lead. Keala thinks about it. And now the one making a move is Rina Matsunaga. She's back of the order for priority, so why not go for it here? And just quickly up and out. Now down to 3 minutes.
The person that doesn't need priority has it right now. So Eve in complete control, cruising. I'm sure, you know, starting with a broken leash and can rattle you and throw you off, but it didn't happen for Eve. She's got good confidence, and you know, things are looking good for her.
The time ticking down, 2:30 on the clock. Exciting times with Alaska Airlines. Alaska having the most flights from the West Coast to Hawaii, more than any other airline, with routes to all the best surf hideouts. Alaska's your go-to airline for chasing waves. Get in the water even faster when you sign up for their award-winning loyalty program, mileage plan, and get $50 off your first flight. alaskaair.com/WSL for more information. As we see a nice vertical there for Keala. Nice sweep, smaller open face, but let her kind of dig in a bit more. Now with all that momentum, she'll hit it off the lip and step off. So choosing a smaller wave, but pushing a bit harder, chasing a 6.64 to take Mafalda's spot in second. Down to a minute 45 to go.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to digest because you think better surfing from Keala, smaller, frothier wave though, and you've really got to compare it to the 7.0 from Mafalda with the 2-hit combo on a backhand. I mean, how does this fit into that scoreline? Like I said, a sleepy kind of start, and then through this middle section, she gets a bit more work done.
Yeah, the judges can be harsh, and they have to be. You know, what's available out there today? There's 6-foot waves, double overhead, real critical, gnarly sections are available. Eve and Mafalda both proved that with their scores. So, you know, for Keala to get a big score in that small wave, she would have had to have done like a crazy air reverse or something.
Rolling into this one is the heat leader with priority, Eve Wong. Tries to really land that one. Amazing recovery. And she will just cruise through right through. Maybe her last wave of this matchup. What a big start. The spotlight right on this wild card with a real cool tailslide finish.
Sick.
Broken leash on the first wave. Didn't rattle Eve Wong. Got right back out there and down to business. 8-5, 5-6, 7. And anytime you get a wild card opportunity, it's huge. If you turn in big performances, sometimes you're in the top of everyone's mind in the executive office to get called up again. There's that goofy foot attack. Our surfer from Portugal, Mafalda Lopez. I'm loving that we got to enjoy her backhand in this one. I think her forehand air work has kind of taken the spotlight lately because she's got a great forehand air reverse that she's pulled down quite often, even to a 10-point ride in the Azores a couple years back. But her backhand might be her secret weapon. Mafalda Lopez, Eve Wong take the top 2 spots of the first heat of the round of 48 to move on into the next round. Action continues here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands right after this. Aloha kakahiaka, good morning to you. Second heat is getting started, taking off in the whitewater from Puerto Rico. Ivana Cabrero trying to get a quick start against all the competitors in her heat. Nice smooth style as she heads to this inside track. Throwing some water off the lip. And Ivana will step off there. 3.5 opener coming through as we have 4 surfers in the lineup. Top 2 move on into the next round. Exciting start of the day as we break down a brand new heat. Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge in the booth here. We've got some great representation globally here. Nadia Arostarbe representing Basque Country. Dimity Stoyle, a DJ, obviously a pro surfer, qualified for the Dream Tour and survived in 2014 and 2015. And also Ivana Cabrero from Puerto Rico, we just saw kick off out of her opening ride. And Leticia Canales Bilbao representing Spain. Well, we just saw one heat complete. Let's get another report in just a moment from the water. We'll stand by for those condition updates. Strider is all set to go out on the ski. What do you see, Waz?
Well, just, you know, the end of that last heat, they were all scrambling for waves on the inside, so the heat coming up thought that's what they should be, and they got into the lineup. Cabrera catching that wave underneath everybody, and the set was right behind it, and it just absolutely mopped up the other 3 ladies. I mean, they got ridiculed with waves right on the head. And as, you know, I say Ross would know, and anybody who's actually surfed out here, the waves are so powerful, and the pounding that you get, you pushed all the way back in, just takes away so much energy. So there's no jet ski assist out here at the moment, so unless you really need it for an emergency. So they, just getting pounded all the way back in, have to paddle all the way around through the toilet bowl. A lot of work out here, and then paddling in the current. It is an exercise day for everybody.
Thank you so much, Waz. Yeah, this event has been unbelievable over the years. Oftentimes, a last stop to qualify. Rosie, you remember that very well when you travel here to the North Shore and everything is on the line to come to compete at a wave like Haleiwa. That could be a lot to handle, especially for young surfers coming here to play.
Oh, totally. There's so many elements out here at Haleiwa. I've been on the receiving end of that. You know, you think you're in the right position, you're a little bit inside, you paddle over the one and you see the set looming and you get absolutely mopped, like Strider said, and you got to make that little run around again. It can really deplete your energy and really couple that with all the nerves. It's a lot.
What a big wild card performance. That was absolutely sensational. Eve Wong is hanging out with AJ.
Eve, a lot of firsts this morning for you. 17 years old, first time on the glass, first heat in a Challenger Series event. And then you have your leash break right at the beginning of the heat. How did you stay calm enough to come back and recover the way you did?
Yeah, I was a little nervous because I kind of went for a really bad wave and then my leash broke. And then I don't know, I just tried my best to stay calm and paddled back out, got another wave, and then a bunch of sets came and I got even more nervous because I was out of position again. But then finally, like, one of the last sets came through and it was a good one, and I ended up doing pretty well on it.
I would say an 8.5 on one of those waves, and Haleiwa is a wave that you're very familiar with, having grown up in Hawaii. How did that benefit you today as you realized, I'm out of position, got to get back into it?
Yeah, my local knowledge definitely helped me, I think. Definitely have the advantage because I live 20 minutes away and I surf here a lot. So yeah, yeah.
Now do you have that? You have the first heat under your belt. How do you feel about moving forward? Do you feel like you got some pre-game jitters out of the way?
Oh yes, definitely. I was really nervous for this heat, and I'm happy it ended up well.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, AJ. Eve Wong getting us on our feet this morning. 14.17 combined total. And managing her emotions incredibly well. She looks so calm, but on your local break, that's a good place for things to maybe take you by surprise, because the wave's not a surprise for her, and she really showed us how dangerous she is on this right-hander.
I'm so impressed. I think oftentimes I remember coming to this event and I was an absolute bundle of nerves and definitely not managing them as well as what Eve did. So well through her first heat on a Challenger Series. Just a natural reaction in that interview too, like showing us a lot of that emotion and what she's going through.
Did you mind nerves as a competitor, Rosie, or did you kind of welcome them? Did you somehow learn how to put it in the right place?
I think, you know, nerves, it's a lot. It can zap your energy quite a lot. I wish I had learned to manage my nerves a lot better and manage that and harness that nervous energy in a more positive way. I think once you master that and you can turn it around and create confidence from those nerves, I think that's a good place to be. But sometimes, you know, having that energy and having it redirect your focus in a not so good way, that can take you down. I think surfing's all about confidence and really backing yourself.
Did you find when you competed, or even now when you're having a great surf, do you know what you're focusing on when everything just comes together, or is there something at all in your mind that keeps you in the game and finds that beautiful rhythm that you always want to be in?
Yeah, my favorite place to be in when I'm surfing is not overthinking things. I think surfing is such an innate thing when you've been doing it for so long. You think about our ever-changing playing field, you've really got to be reacting to what the ocean is doing. And I think the less you think, the better it is, because then you're just going on that instinct and going on your ability.
Roger Federer, a tennis star, was asked once, what does he focus on when he's playing his best? And he said, the tennis ball. It sounded pretty obvious, but the idea there was he had an external focus. It was nothing inside. He wasn't thinking about fundamentals, technique, because that was all going to happen automatic. Yeah. And all he had to do was focus on the game and react to situations with that clear mind that you're speaking of.
I think once you've done all the legwork before you get to major moments, that's when it kind of just comes like second nature, because you know that you've put in the hard yards, your boards are right, you well in tune with the ocean, and you're also feeling really fit, and that's where you can exude that confidence.
Looking at 22 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Enjoying our chat with CT star Rosie Hodge as we look at a nice right-hander setting up for the backhand attack, Leticia Canales Bilbao. Great timing, great flow. Nice easy pace. She'll get caught up in that end section. Nice clean opener to start. Cabrera opens with a 3.5. And still priority yet to be established for the rest of the crew that hasn't caught a wave yet. For Dimity and Nadia taking some serious whitewater on the head at the beginning of this heat.
Yeah, let's see how they can kind of reposition and start this heat now as we wind down to 21 minutes. Leticia on the smaller wave, getting work done. You know, we saw in the previous heat how handy this backhand can be. Just looking over your shoulder and attacking that lip line can sometimes be really favorable here at Haleiwa.
Straight up vertical with a lot of power. You'll hear Travis Logie talk about this wave, how he loves it on his backhand as well. Now making the big calls for the Challenger Series, doing a great job this season. This is the 7th event this year. The keepers are 4 events to try to hope that you are qualifying for the championship tour. Cabrera from Puerto Rico. Hard off the bottom. There's a big vertical, but she'll let go of that big turn. Cabrera, a pretty famous name in the surfing world. Her father, Carlos Cabrera, one of the pioneers from Puerto Rico that traveled internationally and took out big wins. Actually, specifically took out a big win with an invite to the HIC Pro at Pipeline over 20 years ago. Nadia with some turbulence to get through. Snaps it off the lip and will end up having to eject on that section that's been taking everyone by surprise. You can see it bowl up really quickly. She didn't have enough time to really hit the lip there, Ro.
Yeah, it gets a bit fat through that basin section, but then once it starts to stand up, you've got to meet that speed, and you've really got to create that within your legs and the way that you weight and unweight your surfboard. So you've got to meet that with great timing and also flex with the same amount of speed that the wave's coming at you with. It's a very tricky section to negotiate.
As you can see our big playing field we have for the last Challenger event of the season. So beautiful being here in Paradise. Looking towards Kaina Point and Mount Ka'ala. And already getting really hot this morning. Ton of scenarios on the line. And it's great to catch up with all the different coaches here. One of the famous ones with the hat on there, Glenn Micro Hall. Always sets a solid game plan together with his athletes, but also balances it with a lot of fun. Speaking of fun, Strider, where are you?
Well, we're out here in the toilet bowl. They call that the inside here. It's just constantly moving. Water is just, sucking up off the dry reef. But just a hit on this heat. So there's nobody from Hawaii in this heat, and you can kind of tell because local knowledge is, you'd be out the back, kind of a little more in position, so to speak. Positioning is way off in this heat. You can see it right from the get-go when that big set came through, cleaned everybody up, and they have not found their feet out here, so to speak. There's a defined spot out the back and a lineup on the beach, and if you don't know that and you don't have the local knowledge, you're going to be out of position for every set. So that's pretty much what's happened throughout this heat so far.
Thank you so much, Strider. There's so much into mastering a lineup, and especially when it's tricky as Haleiwa, knowing where you have to sit or how you are not allowed to stop paddling to keep yourself in the position. You've got to be incredibly fit. But if you are traveling here and maybe for your first time, there's a lot to take on very quickly.
There is. I mean, you've really got to become a sponge when you're a traveling surfer coming to a new location like this and pick up little bits of info that are going to help you through your heat. And such a great point by Strider, because when you've been free surfing this place and you've been catching the scraps, what is a good wave at Haleiwa? Like, if you've never been on one, you don't really know. So you've really got to be in tune of watching the heats previous to yours and seeing what the judges are scoring. I mean, if anyone had paid attention to Eve's wave and seeing, those bigger set waves bowling up on the outside and how to attack those sections, you take away some notes from that and really start to imply it in your heat.
Scores in for Cabrera, Rosie, 3.5 on her opener. As you can see, the gorgeous day we have out here. It's a wave that's so amazing because a lot of local kids will catch the first wave of their life right there on the inside of the whitewater. They have the Menehune event that just hosts all the kids on the island, and really cool that Kavika Foster, Ivy Bloomfield put that on every year for all the local kids to get the jersey on for the first time. And then as they grow up, then they might have the wildest wave of their life where it provides the biggest rush you could find. You talk about guys that have spent their life surfing this wave, their worst wipeouts are right here, their worst hold downs, the scariest moments in their surfing life. So it's a venue that provides it all.
It definitely is. I love watching the progression of the Groms. I mean, you watch the little Kiki catching little waves, getting shoved in by dad or mom, and then all of a sudden the next year you come here and they're absolutely charging out the outside in that toilet bowl section, attacking the lip line. So there's something really humbling about coming to Hawaii as a traveling surfer, because I feel like your first few sessions here definitely kind of, you realize just how powerful this place is and how much water is moving and how much respect you have to give the ocean here.
I was thinking about Havana's dad's win that he had. It was that HIC Pro Pipeline. Talk about a final. He beat Braden Diaz, Andy Irons, and Dean Morrison. What a huge moment for not just himself, but for Puerto Rico. As we look at Leticia. Nice patience now getting into that lip line. Stretching out the bottom turn into an arcing off the top to finish. We'll catch up to the kick out of Cabrera, who's still looking to better a 1.5. So many exciting heats to look forward to. Zali Kelly's always one we're looking forward to seeing, that young name from Australia. Real progressive in her attack. She'll be coming up in the next heat. But it seems like that progressive movement is happening so rapidly with the amount of airs that we've seen throw down in the last month or so from the young women. As we look at last of Leticia here, Rosie.
Yeah, Leticia going through the motions on this kind of medium-sized wave, actually one of the smaller waves, but getting that complete ride and feeling out her equipment and feeling out the heat at the moment. It is so fun to watch the progression of women surfing, though. We have this young talent coming up, and as you see, Rodrigo Moraes on deck. I'm sure he was here watching Mafalda from the last heat, fellow Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, Frederico's a machine, and gosh, he's talented out on this venue. A champion. He actually lost in a tiebreak to John Florence one year right here at Haleiwa, as he's just been on the road to try to come back to take his spot on the Dream Tour. Leticia out in front. Still wait to see a wave for Dimity Stoyle. Dimity, a class act. She'll make you laugh in the first minute of saying hi to you. As we see a stretched out wall on the backhand. Nadia drills the first section. Tries to hit it under the lip and does. Good positioning to ride away clean. Her opening ride at 2.7, she'll keep that one.
Yeah, that's going to be one of my favorite waves of the heat so far, and really did well there. She had priority. She kept Dimity off that wave, and she really backed herself on that last maneuver, hooking it under the lip there and riding out. Here goes Dim. Does she get a sniff at this one?
Dimity Stoyle, opening ride of the matchup. She's got some speed, but that lip section's going to keep her behind, and she'll have to kick out.
Yeah, Dim is so talented, Joe. I mean, she's been on this championship tour before. She's on this this Challenger series looking for that qualification spot. She's just such a solid surfer, always a standout. I'd love to see her just link together a great event and really get the ball rolling.
Has some great backing these days, but doesn't mind making some cash DJing on the weekends, as we see Nadia again.
Yeah, Nadia just doing so well, just looking over that shoulder. Here she kind of makes that decision to hook it under the lip. Two-turn combo from her on a bigger wave. That, I dare say, is going to be one of the better ones of this heat, and utilizing that priority. She doesn't kind of get rattled. That Dimity's right there on the inside section. She backs herself with priority and burns it on this wave. Good hook under the lip there for a complete ride.
Last of Nadia comes in at a 6.0. Her low score a 2.7. Now priority with Leticia. So hanging out in the top two of two surfers from the European region. Some European junior titles between them. And with priority, Leticia, and again for a great opportunity to show off that backhand attack. Rolls in, steady stance. Nice swing off the top there for her first completion. Just managing all that speed down the line. She doesn't have to pump or drive. It's giving her all the power that she needs to perform. She'll straighten out on the end section. And a 4.98 will give Leticia the lead with 12:10 to go.
Yeah, that first maneuver was really good. It just seemed like she was a little bit in two minds where she placed her second and third maneuver and maybe a little bit off to get that inside connection, but still a better, bigger wave from Leticia. And here we go, Dimity up and riding.
Dimity Stoyle, first turn on the open face. Nice twist and wrap back into the pocket and attacking the oncoming section. Getting those maneuvers done in a short space. Got rid of the 0.83 where she just chased down the closeout. Now finally throwing down some big turns. Gosh, she was fun to watch as a rookie. Had the semifinal in Fiji. Second year on tour, she made the semifinals at Lower Trestles when that was a regular season event on tour.
That was a fun one to watch. She had Tana Gudauskas coaching her on that event, and that's you know, Dimity really coming to life as we watch another look at Leticia's wave. This first maneuver bides her time on the bottom turn. Great connection there. Here she kind of thinks about hitting the lip, doesn't quite get there. Kind of goes a little bit safety on that one, and then kind of winds it around looking for that closeout section. A better wave from Leticia. I think you can tell by her body language she wanted a little bit more. And then here Dimity, she looks like a live wire on this wave, Joe. You can tell by her body language she wants to activate and get work done. And she does it so well on this closeout section. One of the bigger moves of the heat on a bigger section. Let's see what she gets.
I like that comparison, Rosie. You can almost see Leticia just going, I don't want to fall. Keep it smooth, where Dimity is in a bit more attack mode. Bit of size on this one, well overhead at the start. Ivana Cabrero, nice paced frontside carve. You can tell she loves having a nice clean style. She'll step off there and hope that she gets at least a 3.86 to move into the top two. Lot to decide the outcome of the round of 48, heat number 2 at 10 minutes on the clock. We'll be right back after this.
The Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands is brought to you by the Hawaiian Islands. Take a trip that gives back. By Hawaiianas, official partner of the World Surf League. And by Fu Wax, official surf wax of the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands.
You're watching the last event of the Challenger Series right here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Heat number 2 of the round of 48. Still has 8 minutes to go. Nadia out in front. Leticia in second. Dimity Stoyle did throw down a 5.87. So that's the second best wave of the heat so far. Havana Cabrero down to 4th. Needs a 4.4 to move into the top 2. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge for the call. Rosie, long time on the championship tour. But a lot of trips here to the North Shore of Oahu. Exciting that we're getting such great waves this week with so much on the line, because we still have a couple of spots to fill out for the Challenger Series. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is, you know, a pretty good shot to seal the deal and be back on tour next year. But we'll see what happens with spot 5 as well. Teresa Bonvilat, you know, we've got some big names like Bronte McCauley, Alyssa Spencer, goes on and on.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun scenario playing out in front of us. There are 5 spots to qualify and 7 surfers in contention for that last seat at the table. So it's going to be really fun to watch each surfer's progression through this event. And just thinking about, you know, being in that position, being in Teresa's spot where she has that last seat, how can she keep her mitts on that last qualifying spot? How can she kind of fend off all the other surfers? She really has to make it far in this event and hope, you know, the other surfers have a falter here and there. Alyssa Spencer, she's got to go all the way, make it to the final, Joe.
Yes, let's check out the qualification scenarios heading into the final stop. Macy, welcome back to the championship tour. Molly Picklum re-qualified again. And Katie Simmers, as we know, qualified famously but wanted more reps at a lot of the big waves around the world. And she is ready to be a full-blown rookie in 2023. So Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, defending event champ, is really looking solid to qualify, but she doesn't want to give up until it's official. Teresa Bonvilat hanging on to that 5th spot for the time being, but look at the points, so incredibly close. Alyssa Spencer, fresh off the win in Sakurama, has given herself a great shot to qualify. Bronte wants to come back. Nikki Van Dyke unfortunately got injured before this event. And Sophie McCullough has been looking very fresh. She's been playing some footy over in the park at Sunset Elementary, putting in a lot of surf sessions. I saw her at Sunset yesterday, and she looks like there isn't a big pressure moment ahead of her. She's looking really happy and ready to compete.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see everyone's temperament coming into the heats, because these are huge moments. How can they manage those emotions? Because it's so easy to get overexcited or too nervous or have those little kind of thoughts bump into your head and really interrupt your persona.
Sammy Pupo always enjoys a great chat with Joao Chianca. Summer Macedo on the other side as well, and then Betty Lou. They're all watching this. Rolling in with Havana Cabrero from Puerto Rico. Hitting that first section. Driving through the mid-face and a clean read through that whitewater section.
She only needs a 4.40, Joey. That has potential. Those 2 turns there.
Definitely real smooth in her approach. Enjoying these conditions this morning here at Haleiwa. Waves on the way. Priorities with Leticia, so she'll take this wave. On her 4th wave of the matchup. Snap to start. Kind of a mid-face bottom turn. Snaps it down to the bottom and will eject.
Ooh, that could be dangerous. I mean, Leticia in that 2nd place spot, she had that priority, and I don't think that wave is going to help her scoreline.
And now Nadia with a big windup. Aerostarbe now has some whitewater shutting the rest of the wave down.
Oh, here we go. Opportunities. Does Dimity get a look in?
Dimity, big takeoff, and she ends up going down.
That's so unfortunate, Joe, because you had first and second. They had that priority. They took off on those waves, really cleared up the lineup for Dimity to create opportunities for herself. Bummed to see her go down on that wave. She only needs, 2.03 to get into advancing position.
That's a tough fall for Dimity Stoyle. On a wave that size, you're basically thinking a completed carve. Could have made her move into the top 2. What an incredible surfer, Dimity Stoyle. Let's see what happened, though, on this takeoff.
Yeah, tricky one there, Joey. I mean, you know, 9 times out of 10, Dimity is greasing that takeoff. She just gets kind of bobbled on that last third of foam there and falls over the heels. This is Leticia trying to improve her situation. This wave looked like it had a lot of potential as she was standing up, but there you see a couple of ribs through the face really threw her timing off. And Havana on this wave didn't quite get enough, I don't think, to make it into that qualifying position. That 2-turn combo. Had she have maybe dug the rail in and got more aggressive on those turns, she'll have something to think about later on today. Or if she can find another wave, how can she kind of manufacture those kind of numbers?
The whole Thrace Palmless crew will be cheering on Havana throughout the next 2.5 minutes. Scores coming in for Nadia, 363. Dimity's in 4th, Havana in 3rd. First priorities with Leticia, and that's the dangerous part. If it does come down to defense, Leticia will be listening in closely to the beach announcers, guys like Rocky Cannon, Joe DeMarco, Bo Hodge upstairs in the tower.
Leticia is going to be, you know, a sigh of relief right now because she's out the back and she has that priority. I mean, that last set rolled through. Most of the women, I think they all had an opportunity on that last set and nothing changed. So really lucky for that second place, Leticia, that the numbers didn't flip around.
Down to 1:45. Dimity only catching 3 waves in this heat. But the 5.87, still one of the best. Nadia 6.0, still marked as the best ride of the heat so far. And now it's down to 90 seconds. Dimity is able to get second priority. And with 4 people in the water, sometimes it's hard to know who you need to play defense on, especially when there's a lot of wave action. Even though they're getting the scores and updates from the tower, there's a lot of adrenaline pumping. And now it's decision time. Waves on the way. Leticia is the one in the green holding down a second and advancing position. She will choose this wave with a minute to go. Bottom turns, that one staying relatively full on the open face. She'll float the next section. So her wave before, where she did 2 turns, 2.57 didn't change her total out front. Situations looks like it might remain the same. Dimity does get involved in this wave. Chasing down a 2.73, exploding through an aggressive forehand hack, putting everything she had into that one major move row.
Wow, Joey, that was, I mean, if you presented with a section, first of all, the scratch in to get into that wave, I mean, that was all hot from Dimity. She knew she had to throw everything up in that wave because it was a medium-sized one, and she had to complete it. Does she get the 2.03 required? The judges are really going to have a think about this. You know, Ross, when he was in here earlier, analyzing the wave choice and whatever, medium-sized wave, but you've really got to attack it. I think Dimity did that.
I think she certainly did. She hit that thing so hard and put everything into it. Judges love it. A 4.33. Dimity goes all the way to first on her final wave. Nadia drops to second, and Leticia drops to third. Havana Cabrera exiting out in the 4th position. What an incredible performance from the former championship tour athlete. Dimity back against the wall, belts a 1-maneuver section to put herself in the next round.
That's all hot, Joe. So well done to Dimity. Like you said, 4th to 1st as we have a look at the slow-mo replay.
More action to come right after this. We'll bring in Ross Williams and Kaipo Guerrero for the call.
And we're back at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park. And this is the site of the last Challenger of the year, the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Last chance for qualification. We only got a couple of seats open right now for the women. Hi, I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with North Shore veteran, former CT surfer, high-level surf coach, and a complete encyclopedia of surfing. This is Ross Williams.
Thank you. I know nothing, so you're going to have to lead me here.
Well, what you do know is about this break right here, Ross. Haleiwa, near and dear to your heart as we look at this opening ride here from Zali Kelly out of Australia. And doing a good job of getting down the line in pristine conditions today. Great swell direction, but not the finish that she would have won. Right behind her, this is Kika Francisca Veselko out of Portugal. Long bottom turn, arcing carve back into the whitewater for Kika. Looking for the finish, a little late to the lip, so she decides to eject. And Nora Lolita right behind her. Nora, the youngster from Haiku, Maui, gets a couple of turns in there and ejects off the board. So nice opening exchange, and we'll be waiting for 3 scores to set this heat, Ross.
Yeah, you can see today there's going to be a lot of flurries. So you'll have moments where everyone's taking a breath, you know, maybe even like 5 minutes of not much action, almost dead flat in between sets. And then you'll see these flurries of 8 to 10, 15 waves all happen in a row. So it's kind of, you know, exciting to see these surfers and how they have to just activate and take advantage of these sets when they come in.
Yeah, you can see the heat on the bottom. Zali Kelly out of Australia, Francisca Veselko out of Portugal, Holly Williams also out of Australia, and from the island of Maui, Nora Leota, a youngster, as we're going to get to some replays here, Ross, starting with Kika's Francisca.
Yeah, really nice and west today, the swell direction, so it's sitting far back on the bathhouse. We like to say that's the lineup, sort of lines up with the bathroom towards the harbor. So some long lined up walls today, but you can see that inside section is, it's been wreaking a little bit of havoc today with the competitors this morning. Looks like Francisca was on a bit of a step up there, so her turns were elongated. Same with Nora, but she completed her ride there. And Zali Kelly, smaller board, which means she's got aggression on her mind. She's really trying to hit the lip and have a little more action here. And it does get the best of her. That was a nice little hook right there, but you can see right here, board will skip just a little bit with some backwash too, so that tide, Kaipo, is still on its way out. There's quite a bit of water on the reef, and you'll see these waves sort of lurch up and down, and got to be really on top of it with your timing. That's kind of the name of the game at Haleiwa. There's so much power. You have to respond well to all that movement.
Loving the water angles that we're getting here from the skis, really illustrating, you know, the size and power here at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park on the paddle back out. Still waiting for those first 3 scores to set the heat. Zali Kelly sitting at number 23 on the rankings as we, coming into this event, as we fly over Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park, Ross, and pretty much the gateway to the North Shore of this break.
That's beautiful, isn't it, Kaipo? Look at that. You can see Waialua there in the background. Mount Ka'ala there. You can just see the base of the mountain. And we have Haleiwa Harbor just there on the left, big old jetty. On the right there, you can see sort of where all that water gets trapped. It's almost like a lagoon there. That's inside of that wave called avalanche. And that's what creates our current. That's our current maker. You can see all the ripples there, passing Strider in the channel. But you got to love it, Kaipo, because that's also what makes Haleiwa such a powerful wave.
Yeah, and a wave to be respected. Tricky wave. I think really wave selection is going to be key for success today. Hey, successful early round, buzzer beater, got the job done. She's up against the glass. Dimity Stoyle, congratulations. She's with AJ.
So Dimity, 46 seconds left in that heat. You're in last place. You take off on the wave with 45 seconds to go. What are you thinking as you take off?
I knew I had to make up for such a scrappy heat that I had, and I knew I needed a score. At the time when I was paddling in, it was a 2, but I saw the girl in green just got a wave before, so I knew it might have been more. So I only had 1 section, so I just threw everything at it.
And before you got into the water, I heard you say you were frothing just to get out in these conditions. How did you channel that to make sure the froth turned into great surfing?
I definitely didn't channel that very well. I was so frothing before I paddled out. I could see it was pumping, and I was just like so excited to have that lineup just with 3 other girls for 30 minutes. And then we got washed in at the start. A big set cleaned us up, so turned into a 25-minute heat by the time I got actually out the back. And then, yeah, I think I was just overexcited. I found it hard to position out there. And then when the big ones came through, like, I was slightly out of position. And yeah, ended up fine. I think it took about 25 minutes for me to figure out the lineup. And then the heat was over. So I'm so excited for my next heat.
How do you feel like you'll take the knowledge you learned in this first heat into the next round?
Yeah, like I'm definitely, I have a better feel for it out there. Like it's so crowded in the free surfs that it's just hard to get waves. So yeah, it was nice to have the lineup to ourselves, and I was just lucky I made it through in the end because it wasn't my greatest performance, but I'm excited to have another chance.
Congratulations on a scrappy win. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a scrappy win. As we're going to live action here, Holly Williams on her first wave. We saw Leota on her wave number 2, and right behind Zali Kelly. So a lot of waves are getting ridden right now, but I think it's the youngster in the green jersey from Maui getting the best of the exchange so far, Ross.
Yeah, that was a kind of a completed ride. You know, she just went into those smooth hooks. Nora's got a neat style. She really gets her wings spread out there and has that calculated carve and cut back, kind of old school. But much like the last couple heats or the first couple heats of today, Kaipo, I feel like everyone takes a minute to get warmed up to the lineup and get comfortable. There's so much power. Haleiwa is one of those waves that can throw you off if you're not ready for it. So, and then you see the fireworks and the excitement happen in the last 10, 15 minutes as they get warmed up. And here we got Holly Williams from Australia. See her trying to find some traction, kind of weaving back and forth. Got a nice little snap there, but a little conservative for my liking there, Kaipo. I wish she would have tagged that last section. Sure the judges would have liked to see that too, to give her a bigger score. And you have to be careful today. This is a good example of waves to not go on today, Kaipo. Where see all that chop, it's just impossible to deal with that. Well, this could be a cool angle here. Watch her board. There's going to be no control. It's just so much chatter, and it's really hard to perform if you're constantly trying to wrangle your surfboard.
Yeah, surfing against the current, a little bit too deep for Zali Kelly, and was relegated just to a single maneuver. She opened up with a 5.17, and we're waiting for her backup. Meanwhile, backup drops for Nora Leota, and as we thought, a good backup of 3.4, combine that with her 4.77, and the youngster goes into the lead, Ross, at the 20-minute mark.
Yep, so tons of time left, and we saw Dimity in the last heat, mentioned how she had a shaky start, got cleaned up. There is rogue big sets coming through, and the swell, as you know, Kaipo is going to build all day. So you're really going to have to pay attention to avalanche and the outer reef out there for those indicators so that you're on top of it. We're also going to see probably a pretty clear advantage for locals that are used to the lineup out here and know where to line up and know where to be when those big sets come in. Another fun fact, our surf center, that building here that you've known since we were kids, changed a lot. It's the second story got knocked off and they painted it green. It's almost kind of camouflage, and that was a lot of people used that as a lineup. They would line up that building and sort of angle it with a palm tree or two. And now that building's different. So if you haven't surfed here in a while, sometimes a lot of the guys and girls are figuring out a new lineup.
So much knowledge with Ross Williams. Started surfing here at a very young age and still a ripper out here. Let's go to our correspondent in the water. Strider, you got a question for Ross?
Yeah, Ross, you know, I'm just watching these sets approaching, so there's going to be a wave coming in. There's a clear, defined jump out the back. Is that current, or is that a slab of reef that makes that wave stand straight up in the back out here at Haleiwa?
Yeah, good question, Strider. It's a bit of both. Definitely that current plays a role. If you think of a wave like Teahopu and Tahiti, almost performs like a river rapid. There's so much water going against the grain that it really does force the wave to stand taller. That's part of the power here at Haleiwa. But there is a pretty clear ledge out there, and it's shaped like a triangle. So the bigger the set is, the further it'll break out towards the harbor.
As we check out Francisca Veselko, Kika on her second wave, or second meaningful wave of her, so a 4.18 will get Kika up into the top 2 position. Again, 4 surfer heats, top 2 surfers advancing into the next round. Zali Kelly in the red jerseys, currently in the lead, looking to extend that lead with a couple of nice carves to begin great board control. Angular movement of her board, looking for a finish, and she gets a little bonus section there. So a great wave selection and great wave management for Zali Kelly. Here we go with Nora caught behind the whitewater and fighting against the current, unable to find the open face.
You can see sometimes the first and second wave have a bit of chop. Look at that clean wave out the back there. It's like white might swoop into it.
Holly Williams taking some time off the bottom. Those mid-face snap, as you can see, a little backwash coming off, a little reverb down the face. Has to race this section, can't find any more open face punching out through the back.
Yeah, we talked about this swell angle and how great it is, but it still is challenging. You know, you'll see a lot of waves, just like that last one of Holly, where it races like a freight train right towards the channel. And it can make things kind of confusing where you just don't know whether to commit to a maneuver and you end up just racing down the line. But even one big turn today, I think the judges will appreciate it. So at some point you just have to say, screw it, I'm gonna just commit to a big old snap here. Never mind the normal kind of safe 3 to 4 turns to the channel. You know, it's a long wave, so sometimes you get hypnotized thinking, oh, I'm gonna string together a bunch of maneuvers, but it's fast out here. This is a slower wave here, so this is a good wave choice from Zali Kelly, and she goes to the swoop. Again, just sort of you know, decent turns, but nothing really critical, and she opts for the kind of cut down before that lip line, so a little conservative there from Zali, but maybe she's taking a beat out. You know, the scores aren't huge right now. I'm just trying to warm up still here at Haleiwa.
Yeah, loving this view from above at the 5.73 for Kelly. So she is in a strong lead over the field right now. Conservative surfing, but effective surfing in a way that, you know, you can pace yourself right as we look at the format for this event. Much different than a lot of the Challenger Series event. It's going to be 4 surfer heats throughout the entire contest. So you can second place your way all the way to a final and then just throw on the afterburner or the turbocharge in the final and come out with a win.
That's a good observation, Kaipo. It is different from the rest of the CS events. These are big events. I mean, we have the CT and that's a tour where we're determining the world champ. But the CS, you know, there's a lot of points, a lot of money, a lot of emotions. These surfers, they want to get it to, you know, basically the big leagues. So it's almost, in a lot of ways, almost more exciting to watch because there's so much movement. There's a youth. You get to see some veterans get splashed in here and there and sort of ruffle the feathers of the young guns. So I just love watching these events.
Yeah, a lot of new names to get to know, like Nora Leota here. Currently in second place, looking to improve upon 3.4 catches a rail as that wave fattened up. And again, you know, even though the direction is really good for Haleiwa, there are distinct differences in the waves coming through as we wait for the next set to come through here at the Haleiwa Challenge at home in the Hawaiian Islands. We're going to step away, but we'll be right back with the conclusion of this heat. Welcome back to day one of the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. And a big mahalo to the Hawaiian Tourism Authority, our presenting sponsor here at the Haleiwa Challenger. Really important, you can check out their Malama Hawaiian program. And that's at gohawaii.com/Malama, and you can learn how you can participate in many different events to help keep these islands the special place they are. Two guys from the islands right here in the booth, Kaipagura, along with Ross Williams. Special place and some of the best waves in the entire world. What's happened during the break?
Real quick, Kaipo Malama to take care. Is that the translation there from Hawaiian?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, they've got a nice little wave here from Holly Williams. A little snap there, smaller wave. And again, you know, these waves are breaking from very deep in the lineup towards the harbor. So the bigger the wave, the better today. Some of these smaller ones are sort of missing the reef, and that's when you see these deep spots. I did sneak around my shoulder, and I saw that move right there from Francisca. So a nice finishing turn there. You will get rewarded with that closeout section, even on the smaller waves. So as long as you don't avoid it, just go ahead and pin that last section. You can build some points, even if it's not a big set wave.
Flying through here, you can see the long walls of Haleiwa, a little bit late to the drop here. Stalls the bottom turn and caught behind. That was Francisca Veselko, currently in third. Needs a 4.18 to move into the top two in advancing position.
A lot of time left, and you know, this swell is supposed to fill in all day, so the consistency should go up, which is really nice at Haleiwa. Even if you get cleaned up by a big set, it doesn't take that much time to do the walk around or the paddle around where you go back to the channel. The good thing about the current is once you get to that channel, it just spits you out into the lineup within seconds. So, you know, nice to see a lot of action today. We should have these surfers being relaxed, and they'll have chances to sort of build momentum.
On the paddle, Holly Williams. Nice draw for Williams. Good looking wall. Slow pace of this wave is going to give her some opportunity to get some turns in. He's come around this section. Recognizes that's not doable. Has to bail out. Not going to be the score she needs. Williams looking for a 4.48. Is going to have to give herself another go at it. Wave coming through here. Priority with Kelly. She utilizes priority. Big steep drop for the Australian. Carving off the bottom. Beautiful swooping turn off the top. Patient off the bottom again. Eyeing up the lip. Lip glide there. Completion. Works her way down the line. Has to skip over that last section, but two meaningful turns for Zali Kelly.
That's official right there. That's the first legitimate score. Another wave here.
Nora Leota has to skip through that section. Fast wall, and again, the variety of waves coming through here. Wave selection being so important. You got the ones like Kelly's that kind of slowed down a bit, giving her some opportunities, and then that last wave for Leota just funneled off into the channel.
That's why I think it's so vital to have Haleiwa on the roster, because you know, Kaipo, as you know, most venues on a CS tour are beach breaks, where you know wave selection is always important, but really you can just catch a bunch of waves and sort of perform your way in a first or second. Whereas at Haleiwa, it makes a huge difference between a good wave and a bad wave and the scores that are available. Two big turns there. I love that Zali just went for it in that second section. That was a pretty gnarly lip, and she just tagged it. So she's going to get heavily rewarded. Judges are going to look back at that. Highest score so far in this heat is a 5.73. This is at least a couple points higher than that, in my opinion. Again, critical section, critical turns. That is just music to the judges' ears, whatever, candy to their eyes. So it's going to be a big score.
Nice swoop off the bottom for Kika. This wave is going to dissipate a little bit, though. Took off a little deep, and you can see that deep water section not making the connection. So a victim of wave selection right there, Ross.
Yeah, absolutely. Now back, another wave here.
Leota. Nice high line carve. Big commitment for that final turn. Currently in second place, looking to better her low of a 3.4. Rapid fire so far in this heat. Kelly makes it out to the back. Our heat leader, Zali Kelly, and a little bit of repositioning perhaps. Current moving pretty fast today, Ross.
It is. It's starting to pick up, and the high tide is dropping out. So as that tide drops, that current tends to get a little stronger. But again, I just wanted to reiterate, I think it's so important to have a big, juicy Hawaiian wave on the schedule because it forces more than just doing airs and performance and getting a couple moves and grinding out those 4s and 5s and 6s. When you surf in a lineup like today, you're reading the ocean, you know, so there's a lot of elements, and we love that, don't we? That's that extra element that's kind of old school where, you know, this is more important than just doing an air and a beach break.
Oh yeah, committed surfing is a requirement for success in Hawaii and Hawaiian breaks. I'm going to throw it out to the channel. Strider Wazalewski, what do you got?
I kind of a question for Ross, really. I mean, you know, you just noted Haleiwa being on tour, big juicy wave, really heavy water. To me, it's one of the best high-performance big waves that you could get. You know, you got waves like Pipeline and Backdoor and Sunset, but this wave really gets super tall and allows you to really attack the lip line. We've seen John and Jack Robinson and, you know, Kelly coming down here, Ross yourself. Is this the premier big wave, high-performance wave here on the North Shore?
100%. And really it is just sneakily kind of everyone's favorite event just because of that reason. You know, when you go to Sunset Beach, it's got all that tradition, it's got heavy water, but it's not easy to perform a critical turn, especially in the lip. At Sunset, you're doing big carves and swoops, but Haleiwa is fun because you can get the occasional huge barrel, you can tag the lip, whether it's 4 feet or 8 feet, it's just a real exciting wave.
Zali Kelly, heat leader, aggressive turn off the top. One big turn, and we talked about committed surfing, Ross. That was commitment.
She's definitely leveling up. She got a 7 there, Kaipo, for her last wave. I could have thought it, I thought it would have even gone a little higher, but that was a big turn there for her. So she's starting to separate herself from the other competitors.
Williams looking for some open face, and again, illustration of wave selection, how key it is in all these different sections here at Haleiwa. Starting from the right hand of your screen, moving to the left, we got peaks, and then the proper bathhouse peak that we have right now for epic Haleiwa, going into grabbers, that little wide pocket, and then of course we finish off in the treacherous toilet bowl, something that you know about, Ross.
Yeah, definitely. I got smoked there some years back, but it's a really dangerous wave, and it scares people for good reason. And that's another element that kind of adds to this conversation of why it's so important to have this event on this tour. You have to handle your fear, especially as we see this swell fill in, and then forget about it. This weekend's going to be even bigger. You'll see a separation with surfers that want it. They'll want those big sections. They'll want the big set waves. And you'll see some surfers a little more timid. They'll be kind of avoiding big sections, or maybe even avoiding the big set waves. You'll see surfers purposely get smaller waves because they just don't want a piece of the action when it gets bigger.
No, the fear is real. Growing up in Hawaii, this is actually a wave that instilled fear with me a number of times. It's a spooky wave. There's a lot of water moving. There's so many elements, and it's really tricky. I mean, this is a wave that there's these crazy rogue sets, which we're probably going to see later on in this period. Here we go, heat leader again. But once you get that kind of confidence that Zali Kelly has right now, she's just opening up, having a good time, enjoying her surf out there. 5.73, 7-point ride, just dominating the Australians so far in this heat. Currently in second, Nora Leota. Paced approach, looking for a section, finds it, carves off the top, stays connected with her board after getting a little extended, and then the ejection, looking to build upon her scoreline. Anything over a 3.7 will do that for Nora.
Yeah, good wave choice there. But again, Nora electing to do those swoops, and the judges will keep their score a little more conservative because of that. So if she wants to elevate her scores, she's going to have to start cracking that lip. Nonetheless, though, she's got a nice style and really good wave selection. So she seems comfortable out here. Again, there's that little swoop, Kaipo, you can see. Just a nice soft carve. Nothing wrong with it, but it's not going to really garner any big points. And she kind of avoided that last section. But again, she's got a good rhythm. She's catching a ton of waves. Wow, just look at the board there, Kaipo. There's a million waves being ridden.
26 waves so far ridden in this heat as we're enjoying some of the in-water angles from the ski. Yeah, so it's been a busy heat. It's actually a testament to how consistent this swell has been turning up. The consistency has increased since this morning, Ross.
Absolutely, and this swell is going to fill in all day, so it's going to be a really fun day. If you're at home tuning in, settle down, get yourself a bunch of snacks. It's going to be really fun. The men are going to go out later this afternoon. We got a full day.
We got a full day, and locally, if you're enjoying it on the Surf Channel, Channel 20 and 1020 in HD. Thank you to our whole crew at Spectrum, Greg Fujimoto and the crew bringing this live to you on local TV. Of course, when we conclude the day, the replay of all of today's action will be available on the Surf Channel. Again, 20 and 1020 on your dial. Actually, not your dial, more your converter box.
Yeah. Yeah, a replay. I like that. Or if you want to get another look at Kaipo's luxurious mustache, you could tune back in, slow-mo that.
Hey, it's 4 days running to finish off this event, so you have 4 days where you can enjoy the mustache.
I think it looks good. Like Magnum PI vibes. I think you like instantly authority in the room, you know?
I've embraced my uncleness, Ross. We're down to 2 minutes, and Zali Kelly out in the lead. Nora Leota, who's been in second place in advancing position since the very start of this. And again, Kaipo Girl and Ross Williams in the booth. And Ross with the beard, and I got the mustache.
I like it.
Thank
I
you
think
for
it
joining
looks
us.
great.
Thanks.
And it's a pleasure being in the booth with you, as always, Kaipo. I love it.
Oh, yeah. Ross and I go back probably quite a few decades, actually, in our friendship. And so it's always fun that we're still kind of in the game, Ross. It's amazing to me sometimes.
My first memories of you or when you were dominating in the early 80s with guys like Clark Little and Kolohe Bloomfield and Todd Chesser. And I remember you owned it. You were the guy.
Yeah, peaked early there. 1 minute, 20 seconds on the count, and Zali Kelly in a comfortable position. Nora Leota currently in second place. Holly Williams on the screen needs a 4.97 right now. She has priority, so a chance for the Australian. She needs to play her cards quickly, however, down to just a minute remaining.
Yeah, I would say she is dangerous. You know, Francisca, she pulled off one of the better turns in this heat. It was just a small wave with her 3.23, so that clock is getting pretty low tide, though. Not much time left for her.
In a way, tragic, because we've had such a consistent heat up until right now, but now we're under the 1 minute drill and just needs a chance right now. Again, Williams in the white jersey with priority. The need is a 4.97, easily within her reach, but she needs Haleiwa to give her the opportunity.
Yeah, there is a swell coming, so let's see if she can sneak in there and not have second, first priority sit on her. She's going to have to get a little lucky here.
Here we go, down to 10 seconds. Williams on the paddle, priority with Williams. Smaller wave, needs to leave, hands leave the rail before the buzzer, does so. This is going to count. Now she's got to do the surfing. 4.97 is a pretty hefty number in the framework of this heat. Needs a big finish. Flat section here, snap. Wave just dies out, and that wave did not look like it had the number in it from the get-go.
Yeah, she would have gone for like a big air, something really dynamic. But you know, there was a lot of action there. That was a really fun heat to watch.
This wave will not count, but we can count on Zali Kelly moving on into the next round as she has taken a win in this heat. Nora Leota also advancing on into the next round. We're going to advance to a short commercial break. We're just getting the day started. Stick with us. More from Haleiwa right after this. greatest trip of a lifetime. You can check that out on worldsurfleague.com. Billy Kemper, Laura Enever, Jackson Baker, and Connor O'Leary having a trip of a lifetime in Tahiti. Right now, we're on the shores of Oahu, the gathering place of the 8 major Hawaiian islands, at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands, and we are in heat number 4 of this opening round for the women. During the break, this happened. We're going to start off with Sarah Wakita, Ross.
Yeah, Sarah Wakita, great surfer, really nice style. And you can see Sarah is riding a step up, which is not a bad choice, but she had a smaller wave there, so her rail just getting a little caught, getting hung up on that one. That's okay, there's a lot of time on the clock. You're allowed to make a few mistakes. Brianna Cope, too, from Hawaii, from Kauai, I believe. She's sneaky good out here, too. She's not afraid to crack a big section, so it's kind of a stacked heat here, Kaipo.
Yeah, and then we take another look here of green. That's Maud Lecard representing France on her opening ride. We can report back to you some scores. A 5.5 for Maud, and she takes an early lead. A 3.17 for white Brianna Cope. So top 2 already established, but long way to go. 26 minutes and 15 seconds counting down on the clock. Let's check in with our last heat winner. Zali Kelly was looking very comfortable out at Haleiwa.
Kaipo, and it might surprise you that Zali Kelly was looking so comfortable out here at Haleiwa, because you told me before this you haven't gotten a chance to surf this wave very often, but you got very comfortable very quickly. How did you manage to do that?
I went out for a free surf earlier. I didn't really get anything, but it was nice just to like feel the energy out there, because it's pretty big out there and pretty powerful, so it was nice to just feel that, yeah.
And you had 2 of the best scores in the entire heat. What was working for you once you did find the waves you wanted?
I think my first few waves I was pretty soft, so I just kind of knew I got those 5s, and in order to get like the 7 I got, I needed to attack the lip. So I just kind of went and tried that after that.
Yeah. How did you get comfortable enough just one wave in to attack the lip like that? Where did that confidence come from?
This board, it's a freshie from Mayhem, and it just feels like magic under my feet. So I guess I got the nerves out of the way on the first wave, and then just, yeah, was able to sink into it.
Awesome. And you have at least one more heat to get the nerves out even more. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Dependable. Matt Biolis and the Mayhem label, and the number of world-class surfers utilizing that equipment, and just dependable equipment under the feet of Zali Kelly. Late takeoff and a tumble there for Maud Lecard.
That was a wipeout right there. From the drone, too. That was a crazy vision there. You can see she took a late drop, tried to handle that drop, but she just got hung up. She got involved and connected in the lip line there and just got bumped.
You know, she got the jersey. It stayed on. Interesting note on Haleiwa. We've seen a number of times a competition here, Ross, where competitors' jerseys just get ripped off of them mid-heat. And once it's gone in the wash, it's gone.
We have an official rule, like the judges just know
you
who
keep
you are.
Surfing.
Right?
Yeah, you keep surfing through it. And we've had that situation happen a number of times out here, where because of the power of the wave and that just washing machine effect at Haleiwa, that surfers lose their jerseys.
Right.
So just one of the many things, one of the many challenges of this wave, and a fitting end for the Challenger Series, in which we're going to qualify 5 women, 10 men, graduating to the 2023 Championship Tour. Brianna Cope here, live action, a little bit deep on this one. Let's see if she can find some open face. Comes around the corner, gets that carve in, patient to make it to that open face, more in front of Brianna, and doubles up. 2 for 1 for the finish. Great surfing.
Yeah, that was nice. Couple turns there, smaller wave, but again, I think these surfers are, you know, at the beginning of the heat, they like to find a rhythm, so they'll just start catching waves. They're not really gonna just drop anchor and wait for the set of the day. You know, you have a limited amount of time during a heat. That's the weird part about surfing a contest, is you think, oh, just surf great, but you know, you need to start catching waves, and everyone likes to say build a house, and there's a fine line of when to do that and when to sort of slow it down and get a really quality wave under your belt.
We're talking about wipeouts, but we got eyes in the water right now. Strider Wazalewski, what did you see out there?
Oh man, Maud Lecard had a beautiful wave approach. She took off, trying to drop out of the lip, but then as she compressed, the wave just unloaded on her back and really just pushed her down onto her board. And then it didn't look like she really submerged. It just looked like it grinded her across the top of the water and then submerged her and took her down underneath that wave. It took her a while to come up after the board was tombstoning, so she went through the washing machine out there on that wave. That was a really heavy one. She looked over the channel, kind of dazed it looked like, and then just gathered herself and back out on the peak. But there are some heavy waves out here right now, let me tell you.
Yeah, Strider, I want to give her credit for whipping it on that. You know, she turned around and had a good crack at that. That was a pretty technical drop. What were you seeing from your angle there in the channel? Was it makeable?
Yeah, 100%. Well, you know, there's a fine line between being too far out and too far in. That current's constantly sucking you out, so you kind of want to be underneath it a little bit to catch it, and that's where she was, but she was a little too far underneath it. So as she took off, she was almost in the perfect spot, but just a little bit out of position, and she kind of airdropped and got a little bit of air under the board there, and that, when she landed, all that water coming down on the back of her just took her out. There's so much power and so much velocity in all that water as it comes down on top of you. It's amazing that, you know, people actually can ride out of those, but she couldn't handle that one. That one was just way too much.
Thank you for all the reporting, Strider. Such a good job. I want to keep him out there all day long.
I think he likes it. He loves it. He's not going to complain about that.
Yeah. Our man in the water, Strider was losing. As we look at Maud Car, of course, she opened up with a 5.5, so she is in second place right now, holding it down. Maud getting the call up after getting the news that Nikki Van Dyke had withdrawn from competition. Maud was the first alternate here, and so she wants to make the best of this big opportunity that she's been handed.
And you could probably tell me, but she's a bit of a veteran for the CS Tour, right? She's been around for a while, and she looks really comfortable out here. You know, she surfed Haleiwa a bunch, but you know, that's kind of an oxymoron almost, a veteran, but not on the championship tour. But she's got a lot of experience.
Maud Car and her partner, Joanne Duru, both veterans, and another one of those power surfing, pro surfing couples.
Power couple.
Both of them are in the competition here, so representing France in a big way, and both have come out to the North Shore, I'm going to say at least for the last 8-10 years. We see them annually here.
Yeah, Joanne Duru, her partner, is a great surfer. Also, well, he's a goofy footer and pretty smooth character himself.
Here we go with Leilani McGonigal on the backhand, the goofy footer out of Costa Rica. A little skippy section on the inside there, but is able to keep the rail in the water. Patient on the backhand. This wave has a tapered wall to it, so it's going to give her some opportunity to work it over, but needs something dynamic for the finish. Little snap there, redirects the board all the way around, so it's going to be her best wave so far, Leilani McGonigal.
I'm a little surprised she pulled the trigger on a wave that small, but again, it's so tough to just sit there and wait. And we're seeing some pretty big lulls. That's typical. When you get a fresh new swell like we're seeing right now, sometimes you get these lulls that will happen for 5, you know, if you're unlucky, maybe even like 10 minutes, and it goes real quiet in between sets. But as this swell matures, you'll see a lot of waves, even in between sets. You'll just see waves all the time. So it really does it wreaks havoc on your mind. You know, it's tough to be out there and just wait for a set wave. And you can see Leilani, she didn't want to wait. She's like, I'm just going to get busy. Give me a mediocre score. I just want to get going.
Yeah. Leilani right now sitting at number 23 on the Challenger Series rankings, coming into this final event of the year. Does not have a chance mathematically of getting into that top 5 and move on to the championship tour. But there's another battle for these Challenger Series surfers in that the next 5 women on the year-end rankings will earn their spot onto the 2023 Challenger Series, in which they won't have to rely on their regional qualification. Right. So that's another talking point that we have here as well.
Absolutely, that's a big deal. And just to be qualified for the CS Tour, you know, there's a lot of money, there's a lot of points. That's where you're gonna have the chance to graduate onto the main tour. So it's a big deal to be on the CS Tour.
Yeah. Here we go as we look at our Challenger Series and the qualification. Top 10 men, top 5 women. CS requalification will go to the next 11 through 20 on the men's year-end rankings and 6 through 10 on the women's year-end rankings. 2023, Ross, we have a reduced field down to 80 men and 48 women for the Challenger Series.
Yeah. So
and I'm applauding that decision there.
Yeah, that's a couple of pretty significant changes there, Kaipo. And the field reduction's a big one too. So, you know, it's really tough already to get on this tour, and it's going to get even tougher. It's a smaller field. So I mean, what would your guess be? How many great surfers, competitive surfers, are there globally? A few hundred?
A few hundred for sure. I mean, it's the depth that we see at every single one of these Challenger Series, and throughout the year, we've been starting with 96 men and 64 women, and from the get-go, every single heat is hotly contested.
No easy heats.
No easy heats at all. We've had a little vision there of Puamakamai de Soto. She's going to be in the next heat. Coming up with Summer Macedo, the veterans, Sally Fitzgibbons and Coco Ho will be in the water with them as well. Sarah Wakita dropping in here, using her priority. The North Shore resident, Wakita, representing Japan. Spent a lot of sessions out here at Haleiwa, and I would say she was probably the surfer with the most local knowledge at this break. Speeding down the line, gonna make it all the way to the toilet bowl section, and she went a long way. Did not get the finish. That's gonna cost her.
Yeah, look at this set, Kaipo. We got stacks here, so it was really slow, and now it is coming in full force.
Leilani McGonigal on the backhand, big long bottom turn, loses a little speed, scrubbed off that speed there, needs to get to the lip, unable to do so. So a couple of errors right now with Sarah Wakita and Leilani McGonigal on their wave selection. And just the pace of the wave gets sneaky.
Yeah.
Without being able, you know, there's times where you want to place a turn, but if you just go down the line the whole time, before you know it, Ross, you're in the toilet bowl, and that's the end of the ride.
That's what we've been talking about it. You know, it is a beautiful direction, but it's still fast. I mean, if there's one thing that you can say about Haleiwa, it's a fast wave, and if you're not careful, you'll get caught just weaving down the line, and you'll get stuck. So you really need to commit to a turn.
Brianna Cope, our heat leader, finds a wave with a nice pace to it. So a slower roll on this one, giving her some opportunity to bang off 3 turns for the score there for Brianna Cope, looking to improve upon her low of a 3.17. I think she did the job.
Yep, and another medium-sized wave there for Brianna, but she's a very smart competitor. She's consistent. She doesn't fall very often, so just pretty solid, and she's putting it together. And now we're reaching the back half of the heat. This is where we've been seeing so far this morning. Everyone starts to crank it up. Like, all right, I think I got it. The jitters are out. It's time for me to turn up the volume a little bit.
Yeah, Brianna Cope on the paddle back out was one of the stars of the Ultimate Surfer Series.
That's right.
And she did some great surfing over there in one of the happiest places in the world for a surfer, the Surf Ranch. But here we go, Haleiwa doing it all natural here.
That was pretty cool. That second turn was just a little check so that she could commit down the line and stay down the line without, you know, stalling out too much. And that's the trick of Haleiwa. There's a recipe. Sarah Wakita, beautiful long bottom turn here. Watch after this little fade. Great bottom turn right there. Nice and stylish, but very horizontal approach. She never committed to any steep angles. Again, a closeout turn here, but very horizontal. She kind of just barely gets her board up right there. And then there's that toilet bowl. That's one of the first hits we've seen today at the toilet bowl. It's super shallow there. It's dumpy. There's a lot of reverb and backwash and all kinds of stuff. So it's tough to make a move there.
Yeah, Sarah Wakita checks in with a 3.13 on that wave, a wave that I feel was undersurfed. There was more opportunity on that wave for a bigger number, so she's gonna have to make her way out the back, reset herself. She's currently in 3rd place. Lacar catches a rail there, but is able to recover. The roll on this wave, again, a little bit more pace and allows Maud to get in a few turns, has to get over the curb there into the double up section, wants a finish, throws the tail. Unfortunate not to be able to ride out. Little hung up on the lip.
She's the danger woman in this heat. Definitely the most aggressive. You can see her confidence. She's cracking big sections. She's looking for set waves. She had that late drop. She didn't make it, but she gave it a go. So I would say, you know, if I had to take a guess, she's going to probably end up winning this heat. It's only a matter of time before she puts a wave together and doesn't fall. And the judges are going to reward her because of that aggression.
Committed surfing is what it takes. As we see Maud on the paddle back out. 13 minutes remaining in this heat.
She's moving.
Showing some athleticism right there.
She knows, I keep falling, I still got work to do here. So there's a lot of anxiety, there's pressure, but she looks psyched. A lot of sort of positive energy from her. It'd be really cool to see her put a wave together.
Long lines here and waiting for the next set. As we take a pause, we'll be back. Listen to these messages, but don't go anywhere. More from Haleiwa right after this. Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands, and it is a glorious day here at Haleiwa Li'i Beach Park. Beautiful sand, beautiful waves, warm weather. Everything that was in the brochure, Ross, is there's no fake advertising here in Hawaii. I mean, it's real.
It's being delivered right here before your eyes. And here we go, representing France.
Yeah, Maud Lacar here currently in second place. And some difficult water for the French surfer to navigate, looking to improve upon her low of a 2.57. We'll see what that number comes in for Maud Lacar. Open priority currently in the lineup as all four surfers are making their way back out to the peak.
You don't see that often, do you? See, it looks like Sarah is closest to the top of the peak, so she should retrieve first priority. White's on her way out there too, and she actually grabs it. So Brianna with first priority, Sarah grabs second. And that is key, Kaipo, because today it's, it goes flat in between sets. So typically you get all four surfers go back to the peak and they're sitting there waiting to take their turn. So having dibs is a big deal.
Yeah, I call it heat control. For someone like Brianna Cope, who you can see is the leader, number one in this heat, as well as has first priority. She really is dictating the pace of this heat. She's in control. However, it's hard to maintain that control for this final 9 minutes. Yeah, if you have that heat control, let's say in the final 2 minutes, you're shooing.
100%. You can protect your second place spot. If you're in first place, you can just sort of clog the lineup, people like to say, and you don't need a score, but you're going to go out there and just take waves from the surfers that do. An interesting thing to look at in this heat is all the scores are pretty mediocre, so it's wide open. If you're Sarah, I wouldn't be that frazzled right now. I'd be like, you know what, no one's got big scores. I have a great chance to win this heat still.
Yeah. Wakita needs just a 5-point ride to turn the heat and get into that top 2 position for the advancement. So with second priority, very valuable for the surfer representing Japan at this moment.
Yeah, 100%. It's time to turn it up. She had a great wave that you saw, Kaipo, where she surfed it down a little bit, just played it a little too safe. So she's probably kicking herself. I've seen Sarah surf out here since she was just a little kid, and she rips. She's got great technique. She's got a legendary dad, Takayuki Wakita, great surfer at Pipe. So it'll be very cool here to see Sarah settle down and provide a couple clean snaps that we know she can do.
Wonderful surfing family, the Wakitas, relocated to the North Shore from Japan. Mother Sayuri's a great surfer. Dad, Takayuki, has his own peak named after him at Pipeline, and little brother Taichi also is a competitor here on the Challenger Series. Here we go. This happened during the break. Leilani McGonigal on the backhand, Ross.
Yeah, she does have a wicked backhand. She can really throw down some big snaps, but that's the culprit right there of catching a smaller wave. It just sort of goes into that funky deep spot. There wasn't much of a platform there for her. And you can see the aggression from Maud. You know, she's definitely, I think, the dangerous surfer in this heat right now. She looks like she's just ready to throw down. She's throwing a little more aggressive lines. That right there was maybe a misread. You know, the first opening snap looked great, and then she sort of got lost in that smaller wave in that deep part of the lineup.
But right you are, Ross Williams. The judges did recognize the aggression and the quality of turns. A 4.73 checks in for Maud Lacar. She goes to the lead. Brianna Cope now dropping to second, but still in an advancing position. Cope with priority. We're under the 7-minute mark on the clock. Well, let's take a look, huh? Let's take a look at some of the lineup out here and what it has to offer, Ross. Give us the textbook for Haleiwa Li'i.
Okay, I have the Telestrator here, which is a really fun tool for us to sort of pinpoint so we can draw your eyes, your attention to some key elements here at Haleiwa Li'i Beach Park. So all the surfers here on the beach, you can see these jet skis right here. This is where the surfers typically paddle out, especially when the waves get bigger. You know, there's too much action to go straight, so you gotta go through here, go through that sketchy little toilet bowl and make your way out into the channel. That's sort of the safety zone where you can sit there and have a moment to think about where you're gonna attack that lineup. The toilet bowl is right here. It gets super shallow. That's where it goes like a below sea level, and you have to watch your body parts there. You can get torn up by the reef. The normal lineup is right here. On a typical northwest swell, that's where the surfers take off and sort of attack this wave. But on a day like today, when it's really west, they're sitting way back here. Kaipo, you mentioned the smaller peak right here. It's actually called Peaks, but right now they're in a premium spot way out the back.
There you go. Great direction, and taking advantage of that direction and priority is Brianna Cope as we cut back to live action. Brianna with a long wall in front of her, being patient off the bottom until she opens up into a nice little snap off the top. And now has to kind of connect the dots onto the inside here, nearing that toilet bowl section that Ross was describing on the Telestrator. Doesn't quite make it to the toilet bowl, so a little bit mistiming. Meanwhile, Sarah Wakita with a beautiful swooping turn out the back. Make that two for Wakita-chan, and she is looking like she's turning on a little bit of the afterburners here in the final 5 minutes of this heat, looking to get into that top two position. Well-surfed wave for Sarah Wakita, and the support crowd likes it.
Yeah, you can see her mom right there, and even Shion Crawford's mom, Kyle, in the back there. So they're all there, friends and family together, cheering on Sarah, and that's definitely, like you said, Kaipo, that's her best wave. So even if she doesn't get the complete score that she needs to jump to second, it's going to make her margin that much better. You could see she was a little bit disgruntled there. She didn't get that finishing snap on that weird section, the closeout, but she got some work done on the outside. Brianna, oh, I don't know, she put together a pretty nice wave here. She's dangerous as well. She's not afraid to draw some steeper angles right here, just warming up, trying to find where this wave is going to line up and hit the reef, and here it does. A little bit steeper, and she tags it there. Even gets some speed and projection off that closeout turn. So just the one real meaningful turn, but right now she's trying to throw away a 4. So maybe she's done that.
Live action with Leilani McGonigal. Waiting for the wave to stand up. Stabs it off the top on the backhand. Corners around the whitewater. Looking to place a turn. Has to settle for a little bit of a carve as the wave flattens out through this section. And just another kind of check turn off the top there, but goes complete on that ride, McGonigal. Judges owing us 3 scores. Brianna Cope, Leilani McGonigal, and Sarah Wakita in a possible switching of positions in this final 3 minutes. We'll see what the numbers come in at.
Yeah, looking out the back right now, it looks pretty calm. Be nice if we could see a replay of Sarah's wave. That's a pretty important score that's going to drop her and Brianna. I do think Brianna Cope is going to better her 4, but we'll have to wait and see how much credit the judges give her for that one big turn. Swooping carve there again from Sarah, just so stylish. I love her approach there. She's got those wings out, really formed out, as we like to say. You can see she was a little bummed, though. She went for the carve down right there. That was a mistake because she mistimed that section right there. You know, if I could have spoke to her in her ears while she was trying to hit that last section, she just should have went for a floater, something. Put your board back up there. That would have definitely gotten her to a bigger score. But nonetheless, it's going to make her job easier here in the last 5 minutes. Actually, there's only 2.5 minutes left. This heat is disappearing.
Yeah, numbers coming through. 4.5 for Sarah Wakita, not enough to get her into second place. Brianna Cope did improve upon her position with a 4.2 on her last effort. She remains in second place. So situation, Sarah Wakita needs a 4.5. Leilani McGonigal needs a 5.73, and we're at the 2-minute mark.
Okay, so it did matter. You know, a couple key moments there from Sarah. First of all, job well done. She made her job easier here. She bettered her score. It's her best score. But had she gotten that last floater that you knew she really wanted, she probably would have got a 5 or a 6 even. So, you know, she has to shake that off right now and just hope that she has one more opportunity.
Down to just 90 seconds. And it could be a little tough for Wakita and McGonigal as the heat leader and second place have first and second priority respectively. But however, Brianna Cope, she's going to go. Here she goes. Let's see what she's got. Opens up with a nice carve. Big aggressive finishing turn. That's all she's going to get. Is she going to better her score line? We'll see. Maud Lacar, our heat leader, looking confident, looking committed in her turns. Great rail work for the French surfer, and the finish, she's going to remain in the lead and likely move on into the next round. Sarah Wakita, this is an important score for the surfer representing Japan. Beautiful carve down, however, took the wrong line on that one, and that's not going to be the number.
Yeah, her attack line has been horizontal. You know, she really needs to drop to the bottom and look for a vertical snap. And here, another wave from Leilani. 30 seconds left. Kaipo, she's just trying to get that score here that she needs, 5.03. Again, maybe a missed time section there. So a lot of, you know, it's great. There was one more chance for these ladies to have a crack at it, but I think Brianna Cope may have dodged a bullet there.
Score coming in for Sarah. It's not going to be enough. Still waiting for the score for Leilani McGonigal. 5.03 is the requirement for the Costa Rican. Clock's off, and the sound of the horn ends it. Let's take another look. Leilani's wave, Ross.
5.03. Nice start there, swooping carve. She really needed that second section, and she missed it. So Haleiwa's notoriously fast, and she just couldn't match the speed of Haleiwa, and she's not going to get that second move to really help her. And Maud Lacar behind her. We talked about it, didn't we? You know, she looked the most comfortable and confident, really aggressive in this heat, and it paid off for her. And Sarah behind her, just a misread line there, swooping carve. Really, she needed to throw down a big move up in the lip. And so that's going to be a little bit frustrating for her. But moving on right here, a little bit of smiles, Kaipo.
Yeah, and rightfully so. Comes in as the first alternate. Now she finds her way into the next round. Maud Lacar in first, Brianna Cope in second. They're going to move on to the next round. We'll move on to a commercial break. We'll be back with Joe and Rosie when we return to the Haleiwa Challenger.
As we celebrate and gather here, we acknowledge all of the ancestors who have walked this land before. We acknowledge all of the magic that has happened on these lands and leading us to this day. We acknowledge the ocean, Kanaloa, where the life comes from the ocean in our Hawaiian worldview.
What a beautiful way to kick off the event with a beautiful pule that we had Pua DeSoto a part of, and her beautiful family welcoming all the competitors and sharing the culture and the blessings of this beautiful place on the island of Oahu. Joe Turpel and Rosie Hodge enjoying the action already. Rosie, 4 heats already, with a lot of big statements made by these young competitors. Great to see Maud Lacar take advantage of a wild card moment as well.
Yeah, great to see Maud through. I think she actually borrowed a board from one of her good friends, Coco Ho, as she saw that swell increase and she broke one of her favorites. So yeah, we've seen some beautiful action, Joey. The waves are pumping. It's one of those pristine days at Haleiwa. The surfers are so lucky to get a shot out here with only 4 people in the lineup.
You talk about just the joy of riding waves. This is a dream day to be on the North Shore. You want to surf all day long, be at the beach, cancel all your plans. And if you're wearing a jersey today, you're one of the best surfers in the world on the Challenger Series. Heat number 5 just about to get started. First, let's talk to Maud Lacar with AJ.
Maud, the guys were commenting just how aggressive you were attacking those waves. You felt really comfortable out there. What led to you feeling so comfortable?
In France, in Hossegor, I surf a wave powerful too, and I love this place. I love the wave, and I just wanted to show my best, so I put everything on it, and yeah, just loving those kind of waves.
And you got comfortable really quickly, given the fact that, like Rosie just noted, you're on Coco's board, so this is your first time riding this board. How did yours break, and how did you feel on this one?
So the day before yesterday, we were with Coco and Joanne in Pupukea, and it was kind of big, and I broke my board, and Coco let me surf her board, and she was like, okay, maybe surf it for your E, because I have only this, because of course I bring 2 boards here, so I'm lucky that Coco let me surf her board, and I hope her the best of luck right now in the water.
How did you feel with that board?
Yeah, I love her board actually, yeah. Coco, if you want to give me the board, just kidding. I love it, and yeah, it's a little bit longer and more liters, so it helps me paddling. I'm not that good paddler, so it helps me to get into the waves, and I'm loving it.
Certainly got into plenty of waves and good enough today to move on to the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Maud. How nice is it to have friends?
Yeah, I know, right? Especially one with a caliber like Coco and generous enough to give equipment. I saw something from Coco saying, well, I'm just really glad that Maud's not in my heat, because beating your friend on their own board, that hurts.
Oh, that would definitely hurt. Friends, it just reminds me of a song by Henry Capono. If you haven't heard it yet, listen to it today. It's beautiful. It's about great friendships. Maud and Coco, great friends. And that's what's beautiful about this family of surfing. It's international. You travel together, you stay at each other's homes when you're around the world, and you give each other that support when you need it the most. And we'll have that energy past to Coco, who's now in the lineup with Pua DeSoto, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Summer Macedo. What's really standing out for you, Rosie, in this matchup?
Man, all of these women absolutely rip, and it's fun to see, you know, the mix of the young and the old here. I mean, Sally, Coco, they're tour veterans, where Summer Macedo, she's kind of been grinding on this Challenger Series, qualifying series for a while now. She's such a phenomenal surfer. And Pua, I mean, this is going to be her moment right now to surf at home and to make a big statement as a Grom coming into the limelight.
Pua made a statement last year. It was a wild card in the event and got the call up again this year to compete against all these challengers representing the West Side. So always fun when a year goes by and you want to see the growth, especially in a jersey, making good decisions, hanging out with her father on the beach, world longboard champion Dwayne DeSoto, and also Love Hodel coming down to give her some good advice about competing on this wave.
I think she's also one of the invitees to the pop event that's going to be happening in a couple days, so she's not afraid to go either.
What a great list of people that are already on their way to compete in the Vans Pipe Masters this December. That's coming up very quickly. Here on Oahu, you're starting to see a lot of people show up internationally. The waves have already been incredible. And here at this event, we're already celebrating a great looking forecast. Scoring already here on our 4th day of the waiting period. And Jonathan Moore from Surfline saying it's looking to be non-stop. Still building through today, peaking about midday with this west-northwest. Then we've got reinforcements coming over the next couple of days as well. This is heat number 5 for the women. We'll finish 8 heats of the opening round. The men will be out there as the swell continues. Show off this big open face right. Gives you so much speed. You just got to manage where you're going to put it. A lot different from surfing and maybe some venues in California. We're always driving, looking for a board where you need to generate your own speed. It's the opposite here. We need a board just to harness all that energy and pink your points well off the top to really impress the judges.
Definitely. I mean, there's so many personalities to this wave and so many different spots on the reef that you have to be aware of. All 4 of these women, though, are well versed at Haleiwa. They've all had a couple reps under their belt. I mean, Coco, she's you know, a local on the North Shore. She'd know this place really well. But all of these women having a lot of success out here. Fun to see Sally Fitzgibbons back in a jersey competing. Bumped into Sally at Foodland. And she's just looking so happy and just energized, and it's cool to see her in that kind of mind frame.
I ran into her at Foodland too. That's crazy.
Well, Foodland is like the obligatory hangout. Like, you see everyone. It's just like you guaranteed to bump into a bunch of people.
You're like, is this a trade show or did we just get groceries at the same time? No, yeah, Sally, it was interesting talking to her because I think she was expecting to maybe be in a later round. She's like, wait, I kept refreshing and I'm still in this first round. As we know, Sally has the wild card to kick off the year at Pipe again. But, you know, just like Sally is, she puts her head down and now she's going to go to work in an extra heat than she originally thought. And I'm sure it's classic for her to look over and see Coco because, you know, they were classmates in their rookie year way back when. And they both finished in the top 5. That's what kind of year that was for Coco and Sally when they made the Dream Tour.
Yeah, and I mean, thinking about it, what was that? Was that 2009, Joey?
It was.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
It feels like it, but I mean, also yesterday at the same time, it's fun to see, you know, the evolution of these women's careers as they, you know, they've evolved over the years. I mean, Coco's such a phenomenal surfer. Unfortunately, we haven't seen her on the championship tour, but having said that, on the flip side, we're seeing some amazing content coming from her, like some free surfing clips. She's snowboarding. She's doing all these fun things that she probably never got to do as a full-time athlete on the championship tour.
20.5 to go. Fun heats to look forward to. Mahina Maeda, local girl, talking to the beach marshal, Ray Shaito, about all the rules and what to do to perform at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. She's lucky to be at home here. Lives down in the Sunset Beach area. Born here, but her parents from Japan, so she said it was very interesting growing up. She'd have very cool cultural traditions at home, speaking Japanese, and then going to school like Sunset Elementary. All of her friends are from the United States or from Hawaii. And so she had kind of a balance of 2 cultures growing up. Mahina coming up in the next heat, as we only have a 2.0 on the board in this one. Always tough, the positioning effort here at Haleiwa.
Yeah, and it is kind of lully. I mean, we do have that rising swell. The period's a bit longer, but it is filling in as these women get caught unaware of this set. Take it on the head. It's, you know, as that swell starts to rise, you are going to rethink your positioning. It's so tricky at Haleiwa. I've been caught so many times paddling for that mid-range wave, and you turn around and you see the set. You get washed all the way in, have to do the run, like kind of get back on the conveyor belt.
As we'll see Sally Fitzgibbons lock into her first wave of the morning. Nice, clean, classic Fitzy wrap. Little foam on the face, but still has enough drive to power through it. And she will drive through a final section, and Fitzgibbons will ride away. Now it's time for Coco Ho to get started. Big opening frontside hook, showcasing that local knowledge. A little bit late to the second effort. But boy, did she connect on that first turn.
That was beautiful from Coco. It's so fun watching her technique because she never fully extends her body, and that's something that I really think is a positive attribute in her surfing. She's just able to keep spring-loaded and able to attack sections.
One of the best techniques in the game. We'll take another look, starting with Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, so Sally taking off on this wave after the set. You see that foam on the face that she has to kind of engage the fins on. beautiful swoop. She's on that Glenpang surfboard, so local shaper under her feet. Boards are looking good and flowy, but you see the chatter on the face. It's so tricky. So that was kind of just a get busy, get that first wave under your feet, and then Coco just waiting on the bottom, releases through that turn, buries the rail. Unfortunately there you see the fins kind of disengage, and that kind of held her back from making that maneuver and having the timing that she would have wanted. But this move right here is so great. You see how that rail is engaged at this angle. Then the late hit comes undone.
So much open face there, so much water to drive through, and Coco's timing is absolutely perfect. You're just seeing one wave of her right now. You just know how much you miss her on the Dream Tour. She's such a household name. She's been called one of the best surfers in the world for so many years. You're just always expecting her to be there competing in the title race.
It's fun because Coco's at a stage now where these younger women coming up, we're drawing a lot of comparisons in their style to what Coco's done. So Coco's been that woman that a lot of these younger surfers have looked up to, and they try to emulate that same style and technique.
You did mention some vision that she's been providing now that she's kind of rearranged her schedule. She went to HTs in the Mentawais, getting so many barrels out there, and that was so fun for me to watch her just in that kind of an element. And you can see what it could do for your surfing, even at this part of her career. I'm sure she's just enjoying that kind of free time. You can kind of step outside of judging criteria and ride boards you might want to be interested in, or try different types of turns. Coco only looks like she's getting better. 5.57 for a well-timed single maneuver frontside car for Coco. Fitzgibbons 5.07 for 3 moves. Macedo with her 2.0, and that gives Pua the priority. Kind of cool. There are just quick reminder there. It's not about quantity, it's about quality maneuvers. One single move can get you into the next round. With now 16 minutes to go here in heat number 5 of the round of 48. Tour veteran and local hero Coco Ho at the lead for the moment. We'll find out what happens right after this. It's time to join in on the WSL holiday sale at WSLstore.com. There's so many great discounts on official jerseys, event merchandise, posters, and much, much more. You know what? I'm throwing in free shipping. Go ahead, order now, and you'll have free shipping for the entire month of December as well. And get a free Hydro Flask with every jersey purchase. All kids' sizes are 50% off. So join us on WSLstore.com. Celebrate great surfing, your heroes, the holidays. If you're here locally, you can come right down here to Haleiwa Beach Park and get that one-of-a-kind Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands t-shirt, merchandise, a lot of Coco Ho jerseys from the little kids that grow up here watching Coco compete. They're all coming down here trying to get out of school to watch their heroes. A lot of them got the hall pass this morning, Rosie.
This is school, Joey. This is a proper lesson right here. And how fun. I mean, the pros come to town. There's a couple of weeks out of the year. It's just been the Thanksgiving break, so it's got that kind of holiday feel at the moment. That shirt's pretty sweet.
Oh, what an iconic image. The famous Rainbow Bridge, Honolulu Bridge, that stream that goes under. People are stand-up paddling underneath it all the time. It's pretty narrow as well, so if you are driving through for the first time, make sure that you honor the yield sign heading to the North Shore.
Yeah, it really is narrow, especially as someone coming from South Africa, driving on the opposite side of the road and getting to that bridge, you kind of like, oh, hug the line, hug the line, hug the line.
Yeah. Oh, it's so true. Remember that time you drove in Tahiti and the tire exploded?
I'll never forget it, Joe.
No, Rosie's a great driver and always a great teammate.
We were late for a flight.
All comes together, who your travel partners are and who you trust in getting yourself to place after place. Coco just loaned the board to Maud Lacar on the heat before. If you missed that, Maud turned in a nice victory as we have a nice angle there of the bridge. It's such a classic site. It reminds you that you're here in Haleiwa. It was wooden construction a long time ago. It's been reinforced since then. There's surf shops right across that bridge, like Surf and Sea, that has been there for many, many years. As we have 11:50 on the clock, a couple of waves rolling through unridden. Pua still hanging on to her priority.
Wow, those were some really good sets coming through. Fortunately, none of the ladies in position. Here we go, taking advantage.
Pua de Soto setting up her first turn. Nice clean open face hook, and she has to step right off. Only allowing one move there on the back end. Now Summer Macedo going up on the island of Maui. Patiently waiting to come around the corner, throwing a nice fan of spray off the top. So back-to-back waves that offer one maneuver. First Pua, then Summer. Summer already had a 2.0.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Summer there. I do feel like having Pua right there where she probably wanted to pull her line through, almost threw her off, well, definitely threw her off on that wave of what she wanted to do. Those were some of the biggest sets. It's also interesting. I think when you have this building swell, you can get caught in two minds of what kind of equipment you want to take out, because you know the swell's building, but then sometimes those mediocre waves come into play. Yeah, let's see how these women negotiate these ever-changing conditions. It's absolutely firing out there, Joe. As we see Pua on this wave on her backhand. See that wave as well overhead as she winds through that first maneuver and elects to eject there. And then Summer Macedo out the back, and that's what I'm talking about there. She probably wanted a bottom turn right there to really get in that critical section. Unfortunately, she has to take a kind of more horizontal approach.
So interesting how she had to set her rail maybe a little bit later than she hoped, but still got a nice clean front side wrap in. Macedo, incredibly talented. Saw a lot of Ocean Macedo, her brother, up through the junior ranks. Very talented surfing family. And her last score just a 2.83. Opening ride for Pua, 1.17. The veterans, Coco and Sally, out in front.
Yeah, they're controlling at the moment. We've seen so much change, though, in these heats. I feel like a lot is flip-flopped at that last few-minute mark. I mean, Dimity Stoyle had such a great buzzer-beater moment, so you know, it's not over at Haleiwa until that horn goes. So I think these ladies are going to continue to dig deep.
9 minutes on the clock. Coco Ho, local hero, with some speed, just skipping down the line in front of that wedge. One of the cleanest wraps you'll see. Down to the bottom, has to trim it again into a cutback. Lighting up that section on her forehand. Now Coco's got some room to shut it down. What a well-read wave for the local hero. Coco Ho, 5.57 on her opener. She made some great adjustments down the line as well. When the lip disappeared on the second section, she went right into a wrap and saved the best for last. That's an all-star read at a wave here at Haleiwa by Coco. Her lead's gonna really start to build.
Definitely, Joe. And as we see the replay of that wave, the way that that wave kind of split in half and numerous times there, and the way she read those various wedges and utilized them to her advantage to really slingshot her into the sections was super impressive.
So now Coco just staying busy trying to paddle back to the lineup, but what a great effort, seeing that perfect technique, that beautiful style. This is her wave from the beginning.
Yeah, so you see there's that split right there. She uses that little bottom projection to kind of read through that one. You watch the footwork as she readjusts to start getting really busy on these critical sections on the inside. You would think, you know, that move right there was money, and then obviously this finishing maneuver was so impressive. Those two dynamic maneuvers on the end are really going to push the points up. Had she got more vertical out the back, which that wave didn't really allow, I think it would have gone, you know, exponentially higher the score, but I still think it's going to be a great number for Coco.
Coco Ho has got one of the biggest last names in pro surfing. Her late Uncle Derek, the first ever Hawaiian world champion, winning that in 1993. Her father, Michael Ho, winning up and down the coast of the North Shore, but all around the world as well. Still absolutely ripping. Brother Mason, one of the most entertaining surfers on the planet. It's really cool to see them all in the water together as well. Their cousin Makoa, amazing longboarder. Kind of goes on and on. Their family runs deep with how much they love the ocean and sharing the spirit of aloha. As we look at a snap to start off the top for Sally Fitz. Nice clean re-entry on the end section, and she'll style her way in her kick out. She loves doing that when she's feeling it. Needs a 6.83 to catch up to Coco. And now we'll see Pua throwing some water. Nice setup work there. Wants this thing to really bowl. She'll jam it real quickly as she saw the whitewater shutting it down. So Pua de Soto needing a 3.91 to move into the top two. Just reminded me of her performance last year and how different the event was last year, just really basically looking at the forecast and what we had for competition. But we saw how clutch she was in moments where she needed a score, and she got on such a wonderful roll. She's so happy now that she gets to compete again at this event with a bit of size and showcase that backhand attack on the rides today.
Yeah, I mean, this is just glory, just gravy day at Haleiwa, and last year there was a lot to contend with. It was raining, it was just wild conditions. Right now, Pua doing some great work on her backhand. Beautiful style. She winds through this number of maneuvers. Love to see her get just a tiny bit more critical on those sections, but she's a really fluid surfer.
More waves on the way. Summer Macedo has a big stretched out wall to work with. Set up snap, a little bit of turbulence on the open face, ends up shutting that wave down.
That was tricky, Joey. When she took off on that wave, I was like, here we go. This is going to be it. This is going to be a better wave for Macedo. But unfortunately, that wave just doing the old closeout and not able to put her best foot forward on that wave. Didn't give her any opportunity.
Rosie, there might be a board you'd ride on a day like today if there was no current, if you could sit where you want to sit. Does the current kind of change up what you might want to ride on a day like today?
Yeah, I think personally, that early entry at Haleiwa is so important for me. I feel like if you have that little bit of foam further forward at your chest where you can really dig deep and paddle in early, that's important. And then also something that's kind of gets you into the pocket of the wave really easily. So something, you know, maybe a little bit, you almost want something that's got a bit of length but also kind of squashed down so that when the section gets critical, you have enough rocker to meet the lip line, but then also through the flat sections, it's got enough foam and width through it that it can get through those flat sections and maintain the speed.
Always on the search for the perfect board for each and every venue on tour. When you're at this level in the Challenger Series or the Dream Tour, that hunt never ends. And sometimes they're just one wave specific, sometimes they're just one day specific. They make them ready to perform. Coco still out front, 6.33 to 5.57. And such a great long relationship with her shaper, Matt Biolis, making her incredible surfboards for such a long time. Looks like we've got some action here. Sally Fitzgibbons. Nice big frontside whip. Setting up the second effort. Clean, wrapping cutback. And Sal's just going to fade it one more time. 3 similar types of maneuvers make it 4 through this inside track. This one's got a nice line towards the end section. Plenty of time to wind up for it. Snap to slide. She'll let go of the finish. But a lot of great control in the carves to start off that wave.
Definitely, Joe. Like a lot of control, a lot of flow through that wave. Unfortunately, not getting that end section completion. A smaller wave, though. So let's see how the judges digest that ride from Sally. She's in second at the moment. I think she's going to be hanging on to that spot as we see some scores start to come to the scoreline. But that right there was a tight hook from Sal, and she goes right back to that white water. This wave kind of fattening out as it hits this deeper basin. She's got to wind through the cutbacks and look for this inside section. So thinking about this cutback scenario from Sally and looking for this inside section, she really spent a lot of time and energy waiting for this last move to eventuate, and unfortunately goes down. This first maneuver, though, was just such a patented wrap from Sal and keeps her tight in that pocket. And then that wave, like I said, kind of goes a bit fat. You can tell just how tricky it is. It almost just dissipates through that whole section. Sally works it over and gets that inside section. So interesting ride from Sal.
Here comes Pua de Soto. Deep on this one, she'll be forced to step off. Unfortunate use of first priority there. As we see a couple of great friends, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, and Luana Silva. We can see you, Lulu. She's happy.
They were so fun to watch on the championship tour this year. Wow, huge turn from Sal.
That was great. Super stylish. Belted it right off the lip. So yeah, big situation for Betty Lou, number 4 in the world on the Challenger Series, looking for a spot back. Yeah, Lulu and Betty Lou qualified together at the start of the season. The mid-season cut happened, and Gabriella Bryan was the only rookie standing when we got to G-Land. But yeah, there's been so much growth with all of those athletes as we now focus on the final minute. Top 2 move on to the next round. Pua needs a 6.9. Summer Macedo needs an 8.07. The veterans completely taking over in this one.
Yeah, they have dominated. It really is just finding the best waves and doing the best surfing. Even on those mediocre waves that they've caught, they've really managed to manufacture those scores and surf them so well.
When you're leading a heat and you seem to always have priority, when a set comes through, things are going well for Coco Ho. A master of this lineup, showcasing how talented she is, still one of the best in the world. As she looks like she's going to shut this one down. 15 seconds. Coco's going to drive. You can see that warble in the wave. Timing is perfect. Goes down the wrap. Bottom turn, sets up the lip to hit. Inside track's looking fun. Throws the tail out. Solid performance from start to finish for Coco Ho. And this is Summer Macedo. She'll continue to surf this wave if she got up in time. And now driving with some momentum. Macedo is chasing an 8.33, attacking it for a well-timed finish.
That hammer was really nice, Joe. She's in the hunt for an excellent score, though. So that wave was going to have to be something exceptional to get the number.
Summer did get up to her feet in time. So 2 scores to lock in, Coco's and Summer Macedo, before we make this heat official. An 8.33, you'd call that the best number of the heat so far. Sally Fitzgibbons, her spot in jeopardy if Macedo gets close to the number. Let's have another look here.
Yeah, this is the part of the wave that we kind of missed as we finished up on Coco's, but it doesn't look like Summer got too much done on the outside section as she winds through that cutbacking maneuver. Solid on her feet, looking at this inside section, winding down the line. This move for me is a hammer. Had she done 3 turns of that caliber on that wave on the outside section, you know, the question mark would have been there, and I think Summer would have been really looking at that number, the 8.33 that she required. Just one move, I don't think she's going to get it.
Last of Summer Macedo, not enough. 5.73, exits out in 3rd. Pua de Soto exits in 4th, and the veterans completely take over Heat number 5 in the round of 48. Coco and Sally in the top 2 spots, moving into the next round. This round continues with heat number 6. We're going to have Moana Jones-Wong in the water coming up next.
The Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands is brought to you by the Hawaiian Islands. Take a trip that gives back. By 805, proud partner of Connor Coffin. And by Alaska Airlines, the official airline of the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands.
Thanks for being with us. This is the last stop of the Challenger Series. 7 events this year. You get to keep your best 4 results in hopes of qualifying for the championship tour. On the women's side, you've got a top 17 that starts off at Pipeline at the end of January. So it always has an exciting finish here in Haleiwa. You're going to see some big names return to the tour, like Macy Callahan. What a season she had on the Challenger Series. Still currently number 1. Before we get started in this next matchup, let's hear the winner of the last. Coco Hose with AJ.
So Coco, not a ton of waves ridden in that heat, but you picked some really good ones. What did you see? What was the local knowledge that you drew upon?
Yeah, it's been pumping all morning. I think like right when the horn started, I've seen nonstop waves. So my heat was a little slow. I think I'm trying to do everything opposite I used to do. Why not? It's been so long, and I'm pretty comfortable here. So yeah, the first one Summer went on, 1000% I would have went on that if it was me last year. But I just knew there were good waves out there, and I wanted to wait, and I wanted to surf good waves, and yeah.
So when you say you're trying to do everything opposite, what does that mean to you?
Well, I was on tour for 11 years and then a couple years off, and my surfing's felt great, but I didn't make it back on a tour, so I'm just trying to like enjoy myself in a whole another way. And yeah, if that means riding fun boards the day before the comp, or yeah, so just trying to do it all different, and it really worked out in that heat.
Yeah, you're no stranger to this wave in particular, but you didn't necessarily get a ton of practice in on this wave before this competition, just free surfing this morning. How did that set you up for your heat?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's here to practice, and this is my first time. I haven't come to Haleiwa Beach Park until this morning. So that was that was almost like a mental battle in itself, was like all those good days not coming down here, and just surfing waves by my house and just trusting in my ability and my knowledge of Haleiwa.
Well, it worked out. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ and Coco Ho. Great job in that last heat. As we already got started, Rosie, Minami Nonaka got this wave during the break.
Wow, that opening maneuver was solid, and a 2-turn combo. Beautiful surfing from her, just so solid. I love the attack that she's bringing into her surfing. This is Ana dos Santos on her backhand. We've seen a lot of favorable rides for the Goofy Footers this morning. She sets that one up. Also, great completion on that ride. So this heat is setting up to be an absolute banger, Joe.
Such a great read for Dos Santos. Up again. Setting it up right there in the pocket, and she will go straight down. But her start, 6.17. Minami, 6.83. Great way to kick off this classic matchup in the round of 48. And Dos Santos, so well traveled already. Makes a lot of videos of her journey all around the world. Spends a ton of time in Australia. Enjoying this life as a pro surfer. But now getting down to business in the heat. 6.17, and that 1.0 will put her out in front. Mahina Maeda is in this heat. Also, Moana Jones-Wong. They've known each other, well, basically their whole life, competing around here on the island of Oahu. Moana Jones-Wong has been ripping her whole life, but I don't think she's been more famous than she is now after what she did at Pipeline last year.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing to watch. Just the pure talent of Moana at Pipeline. Just an incredible feat to take out Carissa Moore, the world champ, the Olympic gold medalist, and the event favorite. Moana as a wild card, winning the first stop of the championship tour this year and carrying the yellow leaders jersey into the Sunset event.
That was brilliant. Then Sheeran, the wild card for that event, with a great performance. Here's Mahina Maeda. A few S-turns to hug the pocket. Now setting up the backhand hack right there. Beautifully timed hammer for Maeda.
I feel like Mahina is one of those surfers that I can't believe that she hasn't qualified for the championship tour yet. I feel like she's at that elite level. She's so incredibly competitive, and her surfing is just so fun to watch. She's so well-rounded. Just really looking forward to seeing this woman really reach her potential and hopefully qualify one of these days, because she's so talented and be really a fresh perspective and a great addition to the tour. Just winding through this wave. Beautiful ending maneuver there, and that was critical for her to get that last turn in there, because that was a smaller wave, and these women have been taking off on the setter and really getting some great work done.
And Dos Santos controls the takeoff. Just fills it in there with a turn. End section kind of snuck up on her there, so it's not going to be too much of a number. And now here comes Moana Jones-Wong. Speeding off the bottom. Great timing off the top again. Moana lays into the open face. Two great maneuvers off the lip. Can she throw down the backhand float? She remains in control on her opening ride. Beautiful three-turn combination. Minami Nonaka with priority, using this section well for a frontside wrap. Stretches it out off the bottom. Great technique. Now Minami thinking about her final maneuver, throws it up in the end section. Went at it with a lot of speed, just could not control the finish.
And like an A+ for wave selection.
These two have been talking about surfing for a long time. Competing against each other for decades all around the world at the Dream Tour locations. A lot of respect for each other. Puadisona, the wild card, enjoying some time with some of her heroes there. Who's going to have a lot of years at this venue. She just went down. And Coco and Sally moving on quickly into the next round of competition. They will be split up in the next round. So if you're top two in these heats, you do get split up in the draw. Moana Jones-Wong laughing, meaning she's really happy with her performance on her opening wave.
Yeah,
there's already some sixes on the board that they're going to compare it to, Rosie.
That closing crack from her was so impressive and just well surfed. And, you know, we always highlight her as someone that's going to do extremely well at Pipeline. And I think for us was watching her on the Challenger Series. I think in Manly, I just found her so impressive. Small beach break waves, and her rail game was really impressive. I think she's learnt a lot this season, and she's definitely sharpening other areas of her surfing. really fun to watch someone evolve like that.
Yeah, so what a cool moment in her career of having the WSL all of a sudden look at Pipeline for a venue for the women for the first time. And for Moana, you know, that wasn't the reason why she started surfing pipe. She loved Pipeline. She was a surfer that wanted to be out there, that wanted to put in time to pay her dues. And all of a sudden, with all the changes happening, Moana's going, hang on, there's an event at Pipeline. She's the one surfer that's putting in so much time at that wave, and it certainly showed. The levels above the best surfers in the world at that particular venue. 677 for this wave, Rosie.
Yeah, great, you know, just opening maneuver on her backhand, kind of goes to the motion here through this frothy section, but beautiful release of the tail there. She really has to negotiate this section because there's so much foam on the face. We've seen fins disengage as they hit that foamy section, but she does well to maintain. And this young lady has been on an absolute heater. I feel like her wave selection throughout this heat has been a highlight for me, but then also the way that she's able to kind of line up these sections. She eyes it down the line. She so very nearly held on to this and rode out of that section there. So very impressed with the wave selection and then also just the wherewithal to hold on those tricky sections.
So still plenty of time, 18:25 on the clock. We're talking about the Vans Pipe Masters, which is coming up December 8th through the 20th. Moana Jones-Wong will be back there, ready to fight for the title at Pipe. Coco Ho with an invite as well. Carissa Moore will be involved in that event. Vans, the original action sports brand, an icon of creative exploration. Really proud to present this event on the North Shore of Oahu, the Vans Pipe Masters. And really looking forward to it. It's a bit of a reimagined showcase of talent, a specialty event as we look back into a backhand hook from Ando Santos. She had the 6.17 early. Just trying to find something to back it up with. Snap there through the turbulence, end section approaching quickly, and she got up there with authority.
Yeah, that was definitely manufactured, that last section. She had to really reposition herself on the wave to get up into it like that and finish off that ride. Showing a lot of determination, and just looking at that surfboard under her feet, it's got that kind of yellowish patina. You can tell that it's probably an old faithful and an old favorite that she probably pulls out for events like this, something that she is very comfortable on. She winds through this first maneuver, stays close to that white water, looking for a critical section to work with. This wave going a little bit flatter on the outside. Definitely impressed with her ability to kind of get up and meet this lip line. I think that was so impressive, Joe, the fact that she was able to pull that maneuver down and ride out of that.
Ando Santos throws down a 5.10. That takes her to first. Well, remember moments ago, Strider was in the water. Now he finds himself in the athlete zone. Busy man today, Strider.
It's always fun here on the beach at Haleiwa, and you get to come up here into the competitors area where you are elevated. They've got a two-story structure here, and you can count and see the waves coming in. You can literally figure out which are the better waves. So if you're sitting out there with first, second, or third priority, knowing there's multiple sets coming in, you can kind of dissect the lineup from up here and really get a good read on which one you should be on. We got the coaches up here. We got Richard Dog Marsh next to me. I've been trying to look at his book. He closed it up as soon as I walked over. Reynos is up here. There's surfers, men and women down here. Maybe some of them aren't even going to surf today, but it's such a great vantage point to really read the lineup, get a good look at what's going on and what could be coming down the line.
Thank you so much, Strider. What a great place for the coaches and surfers to hang out. We've got two stories of positions that they could sit in there. Right next to Strider there is Cole Hausman. Also saw a piece of Imai Kalani DeVault. As we look at a solid right setting up, Mahina Maeda jams it quickly underneath that section. Under the lip, kind of redirect on the open face, as that one was shutting down in a hurry. Mahina opened up with a 5. Needed a 5.57 to move into the top 2. Mahina's made an appearance as a wild card on the championship tour. She had classic heat at Cloudbreak with Sally Fitzgibbons. World Junior champ back in 2014. Then finished runner-up. The World Junior titles the following season. Also representing herself and Japan in the Olympic Games. Incredibly busy, loves surfing, loves her jiu-jitsu and her training. Always greets you with a smile, but a very fierce competitor. Mahina Maeda is really hoping to make it out of this first round heat.
Yeah, such an impressive list of accolades that she's already got in her career. Definitely hungry for a spot on the championship turn. Surfing, quality of her surfing, definitely shake things up.
14 minutes on the clock here in heat number 6 of the round of 48. Ando Santos and Minami Nanaka in the top 2 spots. We'll be right back. Let's flash back to the start of the season at Pipeline. A huge day for Moana Jones-Wong and everyone in the surfing world. History was made and the wild card completely took over. And in one day, she became the queen of Pipeline. Just pulling in the heavy sections of pipe, taking out Carissa Moore in the final and kicking off the year #1 in the world.
Yeah, so impressed with her and just such a fun event to watch. To see a wild card go from, wild card in the event all the way to the final. I mean, she had to beat out all of the best. I think she went up against Tyler Wright, obviously Carissa Moore. So many people that she had to get through to earn that title, and was so well deserved. I'm excited to see what she's able to do this season out at Pipeline. Love watching all the clips of her. Just, it's such a stoker to see such a young woman make such a huge mark at a place like Pipeline. There's been women before her, Kiala, Rochelle Ballard, Kate Scarrett, that have made a name for themselves out there, but I think Moana is just that next generation that's doing special things.
Oh, certainly, and you can tell she does it for the love of Pipeline. She knows how dangerous that wave is, but how great she feels when she gets a perfect tube. And it's amazing to see where her career's gone since that major victory. A big thanks to the WSL for putting Pipeline on the schedule. And 2022 this year was the first time we had equal events, equal prize money for men and women in surfing history. More great things to look forward to on the championship tour in 2023. 10:40 on the clock. Priority with Minami Nanaka. Needs a 4.44 to take the lead. She's going to let that one roll through underneath. So a nice opportunity for Moana Jones-Wong to dig in. Ton of speed on the takeoff, looking for her first maneuver. Throws down a snap, gets caught for a moment, ends up having to get out of there. Beauty of surfing, every wave is just a bit different. Can't repeat the same maneuvers that you did on the wave previous. Everything's got a different pace. That one just started off with so much speed. When she got to that first section, she just got a little hung up. It's a 2.13 though. Now she sits in third.
Yeah, interesting. This Haleiwa really can put you on the back foot like that, Joe, when it does start to slingshot you down the line. It's so important. Your maneuver placement is so important to really set you up for the rest of the ride. As soon as I feel like you've thrown off rhythm or you've thrown off kilter, it's really hard to regather yourself and make something of a wave when you miss that first section.
Thinking about this revamped look at a Challenger Series that we've just really only experienced for the last 2 seasons. But when you have waves that have been championship tour events for many years, now hyping up the Challenger Series and enticing competitors to say, hey, you've got a world-class wave to surf on. Snapper rocks the season opener. Unbelievable. And waves like this, Haleiwa, that was on the championship tour for many years. You could say the same for the US Open. Saquarema, a venue that's actually used on both tours. There's so many surfers over the years, decades ago, saying, hey, why are we surfing in tough conditions? And then the Dream Tour comes up and it's a completely different playing field. Surfing's in a great place now.
Yeah, it's been great to watch this tour all season long. And to start off with Snapper, I think that was definitely something that whet people's appetite. And you're going like, whoa, I get to surf Snapper. The waves were really good. That final day was super challenging with that rip up the face and, cyclonic conditions. But really just great events, great locations for all of these surfers to really test themselves before they get onto the championship tour.
And you think about the history, just focusing on Haleiwa, surfers like Lynn Boyer, Margot Oberg winning those events back in the day. It's a great event for Brazil as well. Maria Tita Tavares winning it in back-to-back seasons. Jacqueline Silva, a champ on this venue. You would have competed against Jacqueline Silva and Maria back in the day, huh, Rosie?
Yeah, it was super fun. I felt like I was at that kind of crossover with the tours, because I was seeing, Lane Beachley, and then it was like Chelsea Hedges, Sofia Milanovic, and then obviously Stephanie Gilmore, Carissa Moore, and Tyler Wright start to take the reins. So definitely seen a lot of the generations and seeing that shift, and just have a lot of heroes as I look back through the generations, and definitely had a lot of great memories from Haleiwa, seeing Sofia Milanovic take out her world title at this location. Yeah, just really cool to see this as a Challenger Series event and see what these surfers are able to do and produce.
And that was before they had the priority rotation in the 4 surfer heats back then.
Yeah, it got scrappy, Joey. It got super scrappy. I mean, it's fun. I like the new priority system. I think it's really fair that everyone kind of gets that opportunity to find a quality wave and make the most of it.
So this event was absent for several years and brought back last year for the women, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson ended up taking the win. Very fitting, as she is the local. And it was incredible that she was also celebrating the win over one of her heroes in Carissa Moore, and then anticipating her start as a rookie on the championship tour. Remember, she is number 4th, not completely confirmed yet for her spot next season. So we'll keep you posted on that. Teresa Bonvalot, number 5 position. And if you're wondering if these surfers aren't in contention, what they're gunning for, they're also fighting for a seed in the Challenger Series for next year. So you can qualify through your region, but you can also qualify by having a great finish to your year in 2022.
And that's a huge bonus. I think qualifying and solidifying your seed for the next year, that's super important, especially with the way that they're kind of shrinking the fields on either side. You've got to kind of cement your spot, and then also saves you a bit of money by not qualifying through your region. If you've done enough work this season, you can kind of sit back, relax, and think about how you're going to prepare for next year.
Now looking at 5:50 on the clock. Coming up next, we'll have Yolanda Hopkins checking in. Zoe Stein is getting prepared as well. Ariane Okoa will be surfing in the round of 48, heat number 7. With a little bit of a lull, let's see where AJ is.
Rosie, speaking of sitting back and relaxing, how about here at the Hawaiianas tent? They have a beautiful setup out of the sun if you want to come catch a break from the surf. And then the really cool part that they have here, if you drop off any old pair of slippers, they'll give you a brand new pair of slippers, a brand new pair of Hawaiianas, and even more. They have over here the Lihing Mui Lime Sorbet. So perfect spot to come over, get cool, have a little bit of sorbet, get a new pair of slippers while you're out when you bring out your old pair.
Thank you so much, AJ, and thanks to Hawaiianas. What a great place to hang out. As we see just a misread on the final turn for Minami Nanoka. But surfs with a lot of intent, definitely trying to attack that wave. And Dos Santos has been sitting solid out in front. And Minami holding the second spot, but she knows Moana and Mahina are coming. So that was a tough mistake falling on that final turn.
Yeah, definitely. She's been so solid on her feet too. So unfortunately getting bucked off there. And, you know, looking at this heat, you'd have to say Moana and Mahina potential favorites, as you know, the more localized surfers, the more experience out in this lineup. Right now they're on the back foot. Can they turn it around in this final 4 minutes?
Mahina's been in this situation so many times, just staying calm under pressure. Learns that training with Kid Peligro all the time to be cool under pressure, especially in the art of jiu-jitsu, but also in heavy water conditions. Mahina's dad, absolute charger. Got her into some heavy waves when she was super young. All of that behind her just builds up to moments like this when you got 3.5 on the clock. You know you need a score. She's got total belief that she can produce it. Yeah, you were bringing up earlier, like, why haven't we seen her qualify yet? I'm right there with you. I think that those years after the World Junior titles and then runner-up and then wild cards, you know, that's like 2014, 2015 era, and you kept going, well, maybe this year we'll see her on tour. It just shows how hard the qualifying series and Challenger series really is.
It is extremely hard, and I think that level of consistency that you need, I mean, even when you look at the best surfers on the rankings, you'll see what kind of an up and down season they've had. I mean, looking at Ramsey Bokayam on the men's side, he went from getting a 73rd, I think it was at Ericero, and then making the final at Saquarema. So finding a level of consistency and doing enough to qualify, especially on the women's side. We only take the top 5 women out of this 80 person field, or however big it is, but it's, you know, it's really just a small window and a lot of talent trying to fit through that small gap.
Oh, it's so crazy when you think about it. 5 spots to qualify. We already have 3 of them officially. Caitlin Simmers, how exciting is that going to be? And how many people can make a statement like that, say, you know what, I'm not going to take my spot this year, I'll get it next year. And she did it. That's what we're talking about with a phenom making her rookie debut next year.
Unbelievable, Joe. Watching her a couple days at the beach park and going out at backdoor, she is the real deal. She's going to be super fun to watch at this event and further on. Whoa, let's have a look at this.
Mahina Maeda scratching into this right, just getting into it. Now throwing in an open face backhand hook. Good for one move, but what an effort for Mahina. That thing almost rolled underneath her as she's chasing down a 5.61 now. Minami improved to a 3.77 on her last, which saw the requirement move up for Mahina and Moana Jones-Wong. What a set, Rosie. This swell set to peak midday today.
Yeah,
we're still seeing a ton of energy building.
A ton of energy. As we hear it over our shoulder, you can hear that rolling whitewater sound. Super fun to see Haleiwa come to life, and as predicted, that swell start to reach the peak around midday. Here we go, Moana. She needs something, Joe.
Moana Jones-Wong is setting up this backhand. Quick snap there, doesn't have a lot of open face. It's already cornering towards her. She did well to get that turn off until getting clipped at the bottom. Moana was chasing a 3.84. Last of Mahina Maeda just came in at a 2.57, not enough.
And that's 2 heartbreaking waves for the surfers that are in that 3rd and 4th position. Not able to turn in something meaningful and change the situation.
A tough heat for the locals. Meanwhile, Minami, Nonaka, and Dos Santos are hanging on to the top 2 spots. Minami up and out. And Dos Santos, 6.17 on her opener, was the real difference in controlling this heat. Already into the countdown, we're going to be losing Mahina Maeda and Moana Jones-Wong from the draw here in the first round. And a great job for Andres Santos representing Brazil, getting a huge heat win. And will be sent into the next round, the round of 32, to compete another day at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Heat number 7 is coming up next. We'll bring in Ross Williams and Kaipo Guerrero for the call.
Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands, coming off of a little Fuwax promo right there, Ross. Fuwax coming out with its new skin pack packaging, eliminating plastic packaging around that super grippy Fuwax secret formula there.
I like that, yeah, and that's a step in the right direction, and it's almost too sticky. You cannot exit your board. Once you get stuck to that, you're stuck there for the whole day, so just be warned.
Yeah, thank you to Fuwax for their support, coming in a lot of different temperature formulations. I use the base wax over here. It's fine, not too sticky, but then you can put the tropical on top of that. Let's take a look at the Heat 7 of the round of 40. This is the opening round for our women here at the final Challenger Series of the year. Yolanda Hopkins out on the water, along with Ariana Ochoa. Janir Gonzalez is also out there, out of Europe, as well as Zoe Stein. So I think Janir coming in as a alternate replacement. During the break, this is what happens. Ariana Ochoa.
Okay, I like what I'm seeing so far. Nice little setup swoop there from the goofy footer. Another one there, you can see she's on a bit of a step up there. Just before the break, definitely the set of the morning. A lot of size starting to show, so that now the swell starting to pump it up a little bit. I'm sure these competitors saw that. They got the butterflies flowing. But this direction it's really, I think, appreciating more size. With how west it is, the more size, the better. That last set just stayed open from start to finish. So waves are on fire. The wind, you can see, still slack. Look at that red buoy out there. That's a great indicator. That thing starts bobbing up and down. You know a set's coming your way. But, you know, we can keep an eye out for sea breezes. It's nice and sunny today. There's not much wind, so sometimes that wind will puff onshore a little bit. But conditions pretty mint right now, Kaipo.
Yeah, convective heating sometimes happens here in the islands as the interior hills heat up and draw those sea breezes out. So we'll be on the lookout for that. But we got a lot of weather occurrences happening right now as well. Ross, we got Mauna Loa there on Hawaii Island erupting for the first time in 38 years.
Wow. Yeah, and that's exciting. Some crazy images pouring out of the Big Island. Just amazing. If you haven't seen that yet, take a look.
Yeah. Well, exciting surfing from Annie DeSantos. She's against the glass with AJ.
So we were talking about how the swell is building and you could feel it out there in the water. How did that affect your surfing?
Yeah, I mean, I love it when the swell gets a little bit bigger, so I was super happy to see some sets coming through, and I was just frothing to be out there and feel, you know, it's such a great feeling you get here in Hawaii, like the ocean, and this place is so special, and the community just like gives you that, you know, like good vibe and attitude when you're going into the water, the aloha spirit. So I was definitely feeling like really connected to the ocean and really connected to the building swell, so I was really happy with that.
How did that affect the way that you were able to surf so confidently today?
I think just like your training and everything in the background comes in like a big part when the waves get bigger. If you're fit, if you're flexible, you know that if you hit a big section, you're gonna be okay. So like I feel like that pre-event training makes you feel super confident coming into heats like this. And then after that, it's just like see the wave, catch the wave, and smash it. Yeah.
And you did all of those things today. What did you learn about this wave today that you're going to take into the next round with you?
Yeah, I definitely learned a lot. I felt like it was really consistent in my heat, which I didn't really expect as much. There was a bit slower heat. You know, I had some really good girls in my heat and they were all ripping, so I definitely just got to see where they were positioned and where I was positioning myself, so definitely just building awareness coming into the next round.
Congratulations, we'll see you then.
Thank you so much.
Well, those are the stories of the Challenger Series. You know, Annie Dos Santos, relatively unknown, taking out two local girls in her opening round heat in the way of Moana Jones and Mahina Maeda.
Yeah, that's a bit of an upset right there, but she seems confident. I like the interview there too. Seemed like she had a good plan, looked very calm. So yeah, look for her to advance in these rounds. Wow, Kaipo, look at this view.
Flying by Haleiwa, beautiful watercolor, water temperature right about 78, 79 degrees Fahrenheit. Just perfect, and we've had no shortage of swell here on the North Shore for the last few weeks. Here we go with the paddle. Here's our heat leader, Ariano Choa, on the backhand. Nice hook off the top, but catches that outside rail, goes down incomplete. Missed opportunity for the surfer from the Basque Country.
Yeah.
Yolanda Hopkins on the paddle, they're unable to get into the wave.
Yeah, a little scratch there from her. And you can see some of the smaller waves and medium waves, they push deep. We've been talking about that today. So you can kind of make a choice. You can go way deep or over towards the toilet bowl to try and pick your poison, but the sets are really settled in nice.
Janier Gonzalez winds up and hooks it off the top. We got it winding up off the bottom. Another beautiful hook off the top. And looking for a little bit more. Whitewater float to show some control, but Haleiwa Li'i just gobbles that up. Two quality turns on the backhand opener for White.
Yeah, a couple swoops there. And a very international heat too, pretty cool. A couple representing the Basque Country. We got Portugal and South Africa. So, you know, welcome to 2023, Kaipo, where, you know, surfing is so global. There is talent in every corner of the planet.
We got about 18 to, we have 20 countries actually represented here on the Challenger Series at Haleiwa between the men and the women. Here we go with Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal. Power surfer, doesn't mind the big stuff, and just one turn for Yolanda. The backhand here, Zoe Stein from East London, South Africa. Beautiful turn off the top. Patient off the bottom, has to skip that section, tries to get around the corner here. Little caught on the heels and will not find the open face again. Current looks like it's certainly in effect right now, Ross.
Yeah, and also the swell, you can see right now it's building. This is the biggest set of the day right here. And this is, I would call this pretty close to 8 feet right here, Hawaiian size, maybe 12 feet at least on the face. So solid swell. You can see a little bit of that north direction starting to creep in just a touch. That creates that split, that double up you see where there's almost 2 lip lines there. So a lot of energy starting to appear here, getting near lunchtime. So Surfline, spot on with their call.
Yeah, these big waves kind of folding upon each other. You can see on your screen the double up, the current. The women fighting against that current just barely to stay in place, trying to find a way back out. And we talked about the fear factor here at Haleiwa, and this is right about teetering on the fear factor.
Absolutely, and also physical, right? It takes a lot of energy to take these waves on ahead and get back out into the lineup. Nice wave here from Zoe. I like the confidence too. This is a pretty tall wave. You can see that wave is at least 10, 12 feet tall. She got a nice swoop in there before that wave closed out. One of the smaller waves just before the big set poured in, and a couple nice little kind of formed out carves there for her, but nothing too critical. That's the main key word in the criteria, is that, you know, the judges want to see critical moves and critical sections. That really elevates the score. So no real blood being drawn so far in this heat.
All right, well, we got the VIP headset, Strider, Raspberry, Wazalewski. What are you seeing out there, Strider?
I'm pretty much Paul Fisher right now. I'm losing it. These sets are just stacking out the back, and that forecast is coming in perfect. I mean, we've been watching it all morning, though. There's that ledge out the back that Ross has been talking about, and you know, with the current pulling, it breaks so much further out than you might think it would. And I've seen so many waves with about 50 yards of just untouched canvas. And I'm really waiting for somebody to just get right out the back and dominate on the peak and actually wait and stay in position. But with that, I mean, you got to think of how hard that is with the current and the timing and the position to try and stay right in that one spot and wait for that one wave to come through.
Yeah, some big drops out there and some name drops by Strider, Wazalewski. A lot of current out there right now. Hard to stay in position, huh, Ross?
It is, yeah. And what Strider was alluding to, you know, and we're all guilty of this, is where, you know, you're on the beach, you're like, hey man, why aren't they on that wave right there? What about over there? And you kind of point easily from the beach, maybe 500 yards apart. But he is correct in saying that, you know, there's a few unridden waves there. But here's the caveat to that conversation. It's really tough to sit and wait for an 8-foot set when you've seen nothing but 4 to 5 foot waves. So as we see this swell show its face a little more consistently, then you can rely on sitting way out the back.
Yeah, it really sneaks up on you with that current. If you're just sitting there, the current takes you out of position, all of a sudden you're kind of in the 4-foot wave zone. Before you know it, big bombs way out the back, raining down on your head. And one of those conversations, you know, when you look above here and you're dealing with the current and being in the right spot when those big sets come through, a lot of times, Ross, and I'm going to ask you, but a lot of times it's been my experience, you think you're sitting wide and you're sitting actually too wide, but that peak is actually the go-to peak.
That's correct. That's a veteran call right there, Kaipo. You've surfed out here a million times, and it pays dividends to sit wide in the channel, because like you said, it takes you 2 seconds to get sucked back in, deeper into the lineup. So, you know, it's kind of a dangerous game to sit deep because it's really tough to get back towards the channel. But the opposite is very easy to do. You can sit pretty wide and kind of play it safe in a channel, and you see a set come, you can adjust and get deeper if you want, real quick.
Yeah, think about some of the masters at Haleiwa and how they were able to play that cat and mouse game. The late, great Brock Little was brilliant at it. Kerry Terrakina, Marvin Foster, Kalani Foster, all those surfers were just absolutely brilliant at being at the right place when the bomb set came through.
Yeah, it's so much water moving. It really is tough to be in the right spot. But there's kind of 2 ways to play it out here. You can either play it way deep and just sit there. That's kind of like the Uncle Peak out the back, you know, and just chill and wait for those perfect bombs, the biggest sets. The bigger the better, way out the back to the right of your screen. Or you can play it to the middle. That's kind of where the younger Grom surf, and there's more of a consistency there. Tons of waves break in the middle of your screen. And then the mini Grom peak is more towards the toilet bowl. And actually, there's some good waves there even today where it still stays open.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the surfers right now, there's the clock that they have to deal with. You have to get your work done within that 30-minute time frame. And that clock management is so important for success. As you see, as we fly by, you know, the lava rock formation that makes up most of the bottom here. And we're bordered actually in Haleiwa by 2 rivers as well. So it really creates a focal point for this particular break.
Yeah, there's the famous Rainbow Bridge, which goes over Honolulu River. And so we're sort of sandwiched between, like you said there, with the Wailoa River. Is that the name of the river? Wailoa River. And that cuts through. You can see there's a lagoon there in the foreground. And that really creates all that current. All that water trapped in the lagoon goes right through the channel there at Haleiwa. You see some competitors getting warmed up there, Kipes.
And there's the boat harbor. That's where you can launch yourself out for a fun day out in the ocean, maybe at fishing, and we're looking for some outer reefs. The skis launch from there, the boats launch from there. And just a great place to be as we zoom down to that Honolulu River and the Rainbow Bridge, the famous Rainbow Bridge, as you enter, as you exit Haleiwa town and moving on through the gateway to the North Shore.
Yeah, there's so many fun things to do in Haleiwa. You can even take your SUPs, your paddle boards, and go way up that river and cruise. You'll see turtles and all kinds of stuff up there. But you can see how far that river goes up that gulch there. There's a reason why we have these surf spots, and a lot of it sometimes is due to those freshwater rivers flowing out. It creates these channels, and that kind of creates, over thousands of years, creates surf spots.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly why we call it the 7-mile miracle. 13 minutes, 40 seconds in this heat. Zoe Stein currently in the lead, but low scores on the board. Anything can change. We're going to find out. We'll get to the conclusion of this heat right after this break. Hey, Tom. I'm Kaipo.
Good to see you, Kaipo.
This is my friend AJ.
Hey, nice to meet you. It's beautiful here.
Well, welcome to Turtle Bay, newly transformed Turtle Bay.
It is amazing what you've done here.
This place just completely opened up. It's really more of a transformation. Just the beautiful views out here and everything. It's just a great spot.
Well, this is a great first impression. I can't wait to see what else we got here.
Absolutely. We're going to go see the guest rooms next.
Let's do it.
Awesome.
Wow, this is beautiful, like next level.
Thank you so much for that. Such a beautiful room we have here, the Elite Suites. We have 2 of these suites. Real indoor-outdoor, kind of like brings the whole outside in with these huge doors that open up, and then another beautiful view as you connect to the room on the other side. So really a magnificent, magical place. So we're really excited to showcase these 2 brand new large suites that we have here.
Well, this is amazing, Tom. Where to next?
Where to next? We're gonna go to the pools. Can't wait.
Tom, we made it to the pool.
You have paradise right here in Turtle Bay. So fantastic view of our pools right here. Redid the entire pool deck.
You got the water slides, you got the adult pool, something for everybody right here.
And a great bar right at the end.
And it's not just the pools, but the ocean is right there with the surf break.
It is. Pool bars right here is our own surf break. Beautiful spot. It's fantastic how close it is to land, so your mom and dad can watch you catch your first wave.
Only at Turtle Bay.
Only at Turtle Bay.
Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Ayana Ochoa dropping into this Haleiwa bomb and hooking off the top. It's a little stuck behind there, but you can see today we started off with some meaningful sets, and now the swell is beginning to really rage here at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park. I'm Kaipo, joined by Ross Williams. Wow, a lot of water moving out there, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, these sets are starting to really fill in here. You know, there was about 2 or 3 waves that went unridden, so we saw a nice little ride there. Definitely one nice move there from Ariane, but a couple waves unridden, so I'm not sure if the other ladies were out of position or just chose not to go because, you know, we're starting to see some power in the lineup here.
Well, Ochoa, one turn, like you said, Ross, 4.67, so a nice score for the commitment on that single turn.
Yeah, and judges definitely appreciating all the power that she was involved with. So, you know, Haleiwa, that's the beauty of it. You don't need to string together 5 turns. I mean, you get one major turn and a big gnarly section, the judges will appreciate it. We've seen some great highlights at Haleiwa over the years from one maneuver waves. I think of Dane Reynolds, I think of Griffin Colapinto, just to name a few. I remember the highlights over the years. A lot of them are one-turn waves. So if you want it, it's got it here. You can really produce some big highlights.
And that's what makes every heat so tight, because you can turn a heat within the last minute with that single big turn. So not the end of the story as of yet, as we see readying herself for the next heat, Sofia Medina, the young Brazilian and one of the new rising stars in the way of Brazilian female pro surfers. She's going to be out there in the next heat with Laura Ropp, another young teenage Brazilian surfer in heat number 8 of this opening round. So that's going to play out very interestingly, Ross, when we see a view of some of the next generation of Brazilian storm. Janir Gonzalez, great surfing on the backhand, nice tempo, measured approach, and the completion. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was nice. A couple of big turns there.
Yo-yo, this is Yolanda Hopkins, Portuguese surfer. She's at home in the power, doesn't mind some big surf. Coming through the inside here, and that wave just lets her down as she kicks out.
Yolanda, on paper, is, I would think, the favorite in this heat. I mean, she is the #1 seed, indicated there by the red jersey in those first early rounds. Top seed gets the red jersey. But she, like you said, Kaipo, she's a powerhouse. She's pretty aggressive. She also has a lead foot. You know, she can really throw down some heavy-weighted maneuvers. So far, she just hasn't linked with a good wave. She's been, right here, to me, this looks like a readjustment. She got cleaned up a little bit by that last set, was out of position. She knows this is not really a quote-unquote keeper score. She's just pressing the reset button, heading back to the channel, and start over.
Meanwhile, Janir.
Well, you like this, Kaipo, and a lot of spray on that first turn, a lot of form. Look at those arms, and, you know, really guiding herself through those carbs. Nice drawn-out bottom turn, so nothing too flashy, but beautiful nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm a fan of style, although it's not quite exactly in the judging criteria as we take a look at Zoe Stein. And Zoe looking for a finish, aggressive finish, needs to stay on her feet and is able to do so.
I didn't mind that. That was pretty cool. She got upside down there for a second. It's always an indication of a pretty aggressive way to attack a section. So a good way to finish that wave for Zoe, even though, again, it was a small wave, but these ladies are trying to build. They're trying to advance in any way they can. Actually, some nice shape on the outside, too. So she hit a bit of shallow water there and performed a carve, another setup snap, but this is the best maneuver. Watch her head right here. It gets upside down, gets involved there with all that curve in the face of the wave. That means it's kind of the critical part of the section, so that should be the best score.
Highest score of that exchange, a 4.73. Janir checked in with a 4.4, and Ochoa with a 4.67. So as we look at the 3 goofy foots, Zoe coming up on top numbers-wise and is in the lead of this heat with 5 minutes, 35 seconds counting down. And Charlie Medina giving his daughter Sofia some advice before she pounds out for her heat. Charlie, famous in his role of the development of 3-time world champ, his stepson Gabriel Medina.
Right. Yeah, he's many images of him on the beach, freaking out. He's got a lot of passion, you know, he can definitely wears his emotions on his sleeve. But yeah, she's been fun to watch too. I saw a couple of her heats down in Brazil. She made a few rounds, so she's got obviously a lot of talent in her gene pool. It'd be interesting to see her develop over the next couple of years.
It's kind of the smoldering fire right now. We know how strong Brazil is on the men's side of the tour, and we really haven't had a challenger since Silvana Lima on the women's side of the tour as we relate to Brazil. But I think right now there's a few teenagers coming up, and that could change that situation.
It's interesting, isn't it? And look out, because they have so much access to coaches, to you just think about any kind of motivation in terms of having an idol. You know, there's so much to draw from. A lot of events and competitions that they can just have a lot of reps and compete. So it's a little bit of a mystery, but look out, once they get started, we know that they don't stop.
That's right. And they have great traction because it's the home of food wax, Brazil.
Great. That was shameless, but I liked it.
Here we go with the heat recap. Starting out with Ariane Ochoa. Great backhand attack, Ross.
Yeah, one turn. But the judges really liked it, 4.67. She's got a backup of a 3. And right behind her from South Africa, Zoe. Nice style here. So that's a big wave. But again, these end sections tend to close out when it gets a little bit bigger, at least with a new, fresh swell. There's a lot of energy. These lines are long. A smaller wave right here. 3 maneuvers for Zoe. We talked about how we both really like that third turn right here. Watch, upside down. Nice little snap for her. And as you said, Kaipo, best score so far of this heat. But overall, low scoring affair, so maybe we'll see a buzzer beater here.
Yeah, still wide open. Third place needs a 3.45 to go into the top 2 in advance. And fourth place, Yolanda Hopkins, needs a 5.11. We take a look at all of our scores. Now, we had heats where we saw up to 28 waves ridden in a heat. Right now, low scoring affair and not many waves ridden either.
Yeah. But I will say, all these ladies are not from Hawaii, and that tends to play into it. You know, when you don't have that intimate local knowledge, sometimes you miss a set wave here and there. And that has happened a couple times where these ladies were out of position and they missed a couple set waves.
Yeah, and that's just, it's costly in the way that, again, we're running 30-minute heats all day long, no restarts. So time management, wave selection, I feel are so key to success in this opening round.
Absolutely. You better stick to the game plan. You know, if you get a little too patient, man, these lulls, you just never expect them. You don't know when they're going to. A lot of people like to say one heat on, one heat off, but there's no science to that. You know, the ocean just goes quiet when it wants to.
Yeah, and I've made the point, I'm going to continue to make a point probably throughout this competition. You just, with a 50% advancement in a 4-person heat, you just need second place. You don't need to swing for the fences every time you hit the water. This is a marathon. This is not a sprint when you look at 4 full days of competition.
Yeah, it's a game, right? You just got to keep advancing. And right now, the name of the game is just a small score, 3.45 and a 5.11 for an upset from both Yo-Yo and Janier. So let's see, buzzer beater in the making. They got second and third priority, so that is a key thing to take note of. Ochoa, she's in second place, so she's sort of in that hot seat, but she's got priority, Kaipo.
Yeah, and that gives her opportunity, and you can speak to this as a coach, to defend that second place and advancing position, Ross.
Yeah, so for her, if she really wants to defend and not really worry about getting rid of her 3, she needs to sit further in from them. And then she can play the old defense, and really protect the lineup and keep them off of waves. I already saw White, Janier, cleverly move over to the right of the screen. You can't even see her right now. So she is trying to be sneaky. There she is. She's way on the inside. She only needs a 3.45. But I will say where she is in the lineup, she's going to catch a small wave if she catches one. So she's going to need to produce a big move to get that score.
Yeah, she's borderline to that kind of that peak section out here at Haleiwa, but there is a little bit of deep water right there, isn't there?
There is. So if she is going to commit to peaks, which is kind of a Grom wave here. You know, she's going to have to move in just a little further, but the time's running out for her.
Yeah, well, there's the time management that we talked about, down to 10 seconds, and no hope as the clock ticks down. Zoe Stein on to the next round. Ariane Ochoa also on to the next round. And we are on to a break, but we'll be back with more final heat for the women's opening round when we return. Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands, dropping into this wave, and ejection for Sophia Medina, so she's going to start off with a fractional score. Laura Ropp got her chance and displays some beautiful rail work and control in that opening carve. A big snap, unfortunately, pokes the nose. And India Robinson, the Australian from Janjuk, Australia, with some power, torquing into those turns. And this wave has a great pace to it, giving her a lot of opportunity. She's going to get a big score if she can finish this one off, and she does.
Yeah, India is going to be tough to beat. Didn't she make the tour last year?
She did.
I remember her surfing into CTs. I think she got cut, but yeah, she's a really good surfer, and she's comfortable here on a North Shore. I remember her stringing together some highlights last year, as we see the lineup there, Kipes.
Yeah, Rachel Presley out there in the lineup, as well as Laura Ropp from Brazil, Sophia Medina from Brazil, and as I said, India Robinson from Australia, Janjuk, Australia. He had that half season as a CT rookie, and unfortunately was a victim of that mid-season cut. As entering the water, exiting the water here, Zoe Stein, and she's going to get ready for a post-heat interview because she was #1.
Getting the old cap from Reynos, that's always a good sign. That means you won the heat. Wear the sponsor cap against the glass, that's the reward.
And India Robinson, Ross, got rewarded with a 5.67, so a strong opener for the Australian.
Yeah, I like that. You know, you could tell she was putting a little more rail in the water. You see a lot of rides so far today where people are sort of, you know, just being a little light-footed and kind of protecting their control. India is pushing through these carves, a little more torque, a little more power, so that rail is cutting deeper into the water, and you can tell just a small wave, but even right there, pushing hard on that tail block. Judges rewarded her with a decent score for, you know, the size that she dealt with.
Yeah, and looking really comfortable, so that spells danger for the rest of the competitors in this heat. Again, 4 surfers in the heat, top 2 advance into the next round. This is our opening day, our opening round for the women. At the conclusion of this heat, we're going to move on to our opening round for the men, so you want to stick with us for all the action. We're going to have 8 heat of that opening men's round.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to watch. The swell's still filling in too, so looking forward to watching that, seeing some aggression in the lineup.
Well, let's hear from Zoe. She's with AJ.
All right, so Zoe, just getting out of the water, congratulations. What was working for you out there?
It's kind of been pumping all day. That last heat the scores weren't super high, so yeah, I just tried to find 2 waves. The wave I got in the beginning, I was a bit deep, so I didn't get off to the best start, but yeah, I just managed to get 2 decent waves.
And with this not being a wave that you're super familiar with, how did all the practice that you put in ahead of the competition help you today?
Yeah, it's always nice to get some time in the water, especially if it's like not a wave that I know super well. So yeah, like every surf out there helped a lot, especially like it's so nice to be out there without a crowd because it's pretty hard to get waves when everyone's out there. But yeah, it was really nice to be out there with only 3 other girls.
So with only 3 other girls and a chance to get some of that really important experience at Haleiwa, what did you learn today that you're going to take with you for the next round?
I don't know, I'll have to like debrief, but yeah, just like be ready for anything, I guess.
Well, you got time to debrief. Congratulations on moving to the next round.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's right. Zoe's work's done for the day. She can relax for the rest of the day if she wants. Women's competition, we're just running these 8 opening heats, and then we'll move on to the men's. Tide, Ross, how much is that going to affect us out here today? Because we do have a withdrawing tide all morning.
I think extreme tides can be tricky at Haleiwa. We had just a normal high tide really early this morning, and the rest of the day is slack. It's just like a medium low tide the rest of the day, so a non-issue for us, which is great.
Rachel Presti, her first wave using priority, our top seed in this heat. Nice snap off the top, long bottom turn, carves it back around. A little bit of a fat section here, but she's going to stick with it with another roundhouse cut back into the whitewater. Looking down the line as the wave steepens up. Wave gets a lot more shallow, throws the tail, tries to hang on, but is a victim of the bounce.
Man, that was a really good move. If she would have hung on to that, that would have been a great score for a smaller wave. She got compressed too. Looks like she's okay though. Sometimes when you're really tight to your board like that with your knee locked down and you get bounced, like you said, you can cop an injury to the knee, but looks like she's fine. And again, this is like second reef peaks. You know, we keep talking about peaks. It's just this little Grom wave that's way on the inside, and this is such a unique swell angle right now with it being 310 degrees that these waves are breaking way over towards the harbor. So you can see where these waves finish. It hits deep water, gets kind of funky, and then it lurches up right there for that inside section. But it's a weird zone, Kaipo. That it's not an easy section to hit.
Sophia Medina cruises off the bottom, a layback hack off the top, another cruisy bottom turn. Has to navigate a little bit of a rail catch there. Another carve for Medina, lay back again. Looks like it's her go-to move. Comes on the inside, lip glide float, nice finish.
I can hear some whistles on the beach. That must be her family, Charlie, freaking out on the beach, and that's a good start for her. No real big scores. India definitely, looking solid so far with the 5, 6, 7. But Sophia is going to have a score right there, so that's going to feel good. Get on the board. And way outside there, this is at the top of the lineup like we were talking about near the harbor. A little check fade layback snap there. You can see Sophia has an interesting style. She's got a pretty wide stance. She really throws her arms out wide too, so like body parts kind of almost everywhere. She has she's really guarded with her sense of balance. She protects that balance, but as a result, she's very consistent. She doesn't fall very often.
As we fly above, and you can see the waves and the refraction. Beautiful Haleiwa Beach Park on the top of your screen, Pu'aena Point. And Ross, you were talking about the wave direction at 310. And so I just, for further explanation on that, we got like a swell compass, if you would, on the island of Oahu, correct? And so it goes all the way around. 360 is like straight north, and
yes,
180 is straight south.
That's correct. And so the beauty of the North Shore and what makes it so consistent is we can soak up a northeast swell all the way to a just straight west swell, which is pretty unique. If we get a swell angle that's under 300 degrees, sometimes it happens, like you get hurricane swells or you get these weird storms where it'll go like 290 degrees, something like that. Then it actually passes underneath Kauai, which is really rare. But in general, you know, we get these storms that come off of Japan and Alaska, and it's usually northwest, which is just North Shore is pointing right at it.
Yeah, and so just open, as you can see, to a variety of different swell angles and swell periods, but that changes the personality of each of these waves with those factors. As we see India Robinson, our heat leader, strong off the bottom, aggressive snap off the top for India, winds up again and carves all the way around, torquing top turn and a layback, putting just the foot on the gas there, coming through there with acceleration. Laura Ropp glides through and is unable to hang on, so unfortunate for the teenager out of Brazil to not be able to pull that off. Scratching into that one, Rachel Presley will lose her first priority. A lot went on just then.
Yeah, a lot happened. I want to give props to India. I'm really impressed with how she's surfing. Again, I don't think this is going to be you know, a massive score, but she's kind of putting on a clinic right now with her rail. Watch how much rail and power she applies right there. I mean, she is putting that board on edge. Really nice technique. Again, getting the arms sort of formed out right there. Watch again, board, just a little layback hammer carve. So clearly separating herself from the field. This is great surfing from India. Behind her, Laura, nice big tag right there, but a messy section. So sort of a tricky wave there, a bit of a glorified closeout for her.
Yeah, I like the commitment from Laura. Unfortunately, without the completion, just a 1-point ride. And again, a nani no keala, a beautiful day here in Hawaii. Just enjoying some of the scenics, gliding out through the Honolulu River and the gateway to that Haleiwa small boat harbor. 7.33 checks in for India Robinson, and you were spot on there with that compliment, Ross.
Yeah, I like that. So, you know, the judges are spotting just talent and committed rail surfing. Nice power surfing there from India Robinson. So she's going to really like that because it wasn't a big wave. So she's going to digest that. And as a competitor, when you're paddling back out and you hear the score over the loudspeaker, and it's something you're pleased with, kind of puts pep in your step. You're like, all right, that wasn't even a set wave, and I got a 7.3. So she is going to be jazzed right now.
Yeah, and confidence is going to come in here. She's actually been one of the most impressive surfers so far that I've seen in this opening round. Let's check this replay out one more time.
Really like this angle from the front, so you can see how tall and steep the wave is and the sections she's attacking there. Look at the rail. So she's really pushing through some beautiful snaps and carves. I love that style right there. That's a bit of a layback snap right there. A couple of her arms kind of leaning back on that. So another power, kind of a classic power move there from India.
Yeah, India not surfing very many of the Challenger Series after falling off the championship tour this year. Number 83 in the rankings as she returned to this Challenger Series right here at Haleiwa. So she has no chance of making that qualification. She's going to have to try again through the Challenger Series next year to get back onto that championship tour.
And do we know at all why, or did she have an injury, or just taking a break?
We're going to do some research and find out. She opened up with a couple of 33rds in Australia, and that was so far her year on the Challenger Series. Hey, back with more here, and the men are going to be coming up. Billy Kemper, John Mell.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
This is the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands, coming off of that promo for Apple TV's Plus Make or Break, a 7-part series that you'll find on that streaming service, and that chronicles the behind the scenes of the 2021 Championship Tour season. Production crew from Box to Box is already busy on finishing up the 2022 season, and we anticipate another series of Make or Break. It's a great vision of what it takes to be a professional surfer.
Yeah, and they have full access, you know, that production crew. So they're getting some really cool, intimate behind the scenes, just all the emotions, the frustrations, the adulation. So a really cool, in-depth series of what it's like to be a pro surfer on tour.
Yeah, Box to Box, the team behind the award-winning Drive to Survive, and what they did with Make or Break was brilliant. I look forward to season number 2 of the show, and just you really get a snapshot. You really get some sound bites and some access to stuff that you don't get to see here on a normal WSL broadcast.
Absolutely. I know they don't like me. I never let them put a mic on me. I'm like, no, what am I going to do? Coach the whole world right now? I can take that thing away, buddy. But
oh,
they're really
that's
cool.
a pretty good. I did not think of that. So sometimes coaches' access can actually give away some secrets, and that's exactly why you see some coaches in some team sports hide their lips when the camera pans to them.
Right. So not too jazzed to mic up, but yeah, they're great. They're awesome crew, and again, it's just nice that they have full access. So you know, the audience gets that inside depth of what it's like to be a pro surfer, and you know, all the ins and outs.
You got some secrets, don't you, Ross?
Got a couple up my sleeve every now and then. Yeah.
Ross is a premier surf coach, and sometimes you just got to talk this way with the cameras at you so they can't see the instruction that you're giving to your surfers.
NFL, right? They have the clipboard hiding their mouth. But that's like play by play. Those guys are crazy. They're constructing every play. These surfers, you know, for the most part, you know, we really break down their technique and way to apply their talent in the water. But once they're in the water, it's game on. They're on their own.
Yeah. But I've seen you give a last-minute audible to a surfer on the sand right before they paddle out. So I know your head's up right into the last minute.
Absolutely. You know, you want to draw the best out in them, so you want to make sure they're in the right frame of mind. But, you know, all the gritty stuff happens in between events.
Rachel Presti with priority drops in here. Good looking wave, way overhead. Nice carve, showing some control. Patient off the bottom here again. Glides through the top. Paced performance so far, looking for the finish. Skips that section, skips another section. It's all going to be on the toilet bowl for Rachel, and unable to get back up into the lip. So just racing on the end there, left a little meat on the bone.
Yeah, and she'll be frustrated because you could see her anticipation. You could see that she really wanted to hit the section, but that's the trick of Haleiwa. Even a little bit of frustration on her face right there. It traps you, and you really, you know, it's a confronting wave. If you are going to hit the lip, you know, you got to be ready to be projected out to the flats or just do something pretty gnarly and scary. So it's not like these easy sections. Haleiwa is, you know, it provides great surfing, but you know, it's not an easy wave to surf. And Rachel Presti right here again, nice carve right there. So things are a little easier on the outside. Second maneuver, you can see she can draw off the bottom. Here's where it gets really racy, and if she was going to do a move, she would have had to like go up and float the boat, you know, go for a big floater or maybe a big projection turn out into the flats. But again, it was not an easy section to deal with.
Yeah, wow. But you know what? The judges like the speed down the line. They like that opening that opening turn of Rachel Presti. 4.87 the score drops, Ross.
Yeah, and pretty much 95% of that score came from the first opening 2 turns. So almost 2.5 points per turn. And you know, it was well rewarded. She had a nice carve, kind of a vertical bottom turn, so she drew some aggressive lines. They were just snaps, but you know, they were clean moves on the outside, and that gave her the score.
Well, an impressive performance so far for the surfer from Florida representing Germany, Rachel Presti. Big wave coming through here, big drop on the toes, trying to get down the line. Laura Rupp, unfortunately, caught behind the whitewater there, and sometimes you get caught behind that mountain of whitewater, you have zero hope of finding the open face again.
Yeah, Haleiwa is one of the toughest waves in the world to make it around a section. Once you get clipped or get caught behind, it's almost impossible to make it around. And out the back, India could be looking at a good wave here. I should give way for, oh, Sophia scored.
Yeah, Sophia, long delayed bottom turn, mid-face turn there, hanging on through this section. And that is going to be all the wave offers before ejecting for Sophia Medina. Currently in third place, needing a 3.85 to move into second and advancing position. That wave's going to come up short. 2.17 from Medina, not enough. She's going to have to go back out and give it another go with 8 minutes and 35 seconds on the countdown here.
Yeah, 4.53 for her wave prior. Kind of a long wave. She even gave it a fist pump. She was really stoked, but nothing too critical, and the score reflects that.
Hey Ross, it's holiday right now, and we got some specials at the WSL store. You can go to WSLstore.com. We got great discounts on official jersey, merchandise, posters, and free shipping until December 31st. By the way, you buy a jersey, you get a free hydro flask. All of that's happening over at WSLstore.com. Visit them, enjoy our broadcast, do some holiday shopping. And by the way, all the kids' gear, Kaipo's giving you 50% off. 50% off from Uncle Kaipo for all the kids' gear at WSLstore.com.
I like that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Christmas is right around the corner. I don't know where this year went, but it flew by, and Christmas is here. So, yeah, we're going to have to start shopping here pretty soon.
Yeah. You know, it always is a challenge. We run these events every winter, and then it seems like before we know it, we get so caught up in the surf contest and everything, and before you know it, you're just like, hey, it's Christmas. What'd you get me?
Yeah, so Kaipo does shopping 23rd?
Yeah.
24th December?
This year I'm going to go early, and you know, because the family's been extra good, so everyone gets big Christmas this year.
That's a
big
good
presents,
papa right
yeah.
there.
Michael Dunphy, he's getting ready, smile on his face for the East Coaster, and well prepared with that mayhem. What a heat to open up with Alan Cleland Jr., Michael Dunphy, John Mell, Billy Kemper. That's how we're going to start the men's round. India Robinson hooks it off the top with a ton of power. Comes around the corner here, waits for the lip to present itself. Another just gaffing turn for the Australian coming through here on the inside. Times it well, goes to a float, gets a little bit of a snap at the end. A dominant performance in this heat by India Robinson.
Yeah, you can say goodbye to that 5.67. That was her second score. So I'm guessing she is going to kiss that score goodbye. That was just great surfing again. She was really patient. She gave up the closeout to Sophia about 5 minutes ago. And you'd have to say it was a pretty good choice. She went on a smaller wave here, but it stayed open and delivered 3 or 4 sections for India. And again, she's not conservative. She really puts that back foot down deep into the wax and produces a lot of power in those snaps. Even chucks the fins just a little bit there, showing some flair to the judges. So to me, it looks like a similar score to the 7.3, and she is cruising right now, really separating herself from the other surfers.
She sure is. I mean, some of the surfers have been a bit tentative in some of the heats, but India Robinson hasn't been holding back at all. Just forceful, on point, attacking this wave, and such an impressive performance so far. So she's going to be noted as one of my favorites as I look further into the draw for this event.
My only critique for her right now is just catch bigger waves. You know, she's selecting some pretty small waves, but she's surfing so well on them that she's nearly getting 8-point rides on them. But with the way she surfs and her technique, I just selfishly want to see her on a bigger wave because she could throw down a really big move.
Yeah, well, let's see. A 7.87 drops in for Robinson. So She's got a massive lead over the rest of the crowd in this final heat of the opening round for the women. 15.2 two-wave total. I mean, I almost feel as if she could paddle in right now, and the battle's going to be for second.
I agree. She really could. She could make her way all the way to Wahiawa and get a plate lunch at Zippy's and still be winning this heat. And it's a battle for second place. And Sophia and Laura, they want to get in there.
Yeah, Sophia Medina just needing a 3.85. Laura with a larger requirement of a 5.7. Sophia Medina in the white jersey and the Laura in the blue jersey as we catch a vision of them paddling against the current here at Haleiwa Li'i Beach Park.
And the current's strong today, but it's, you know, if you could scale it on the 1 through 10 for an average day at Haleiwa for current, today is about a 4. It's pretty mild. It's not too bad at all.
Medina, here's her chance. Layback, skips out a little bit, regains composure. Stalled bottom turn, opens up the shoulders for a nice carve, combos it up for a finish, grabbing the rail, and she's excited about it. Charlie is too.
And she doesn't need much of a score, so, you know, I think that's why she was claiming it. You know, she's just psyched. She wants to advance, so I don't know. She gave the judges something to chew on there. I think that was, what, 3 maneuvers. Medium-sized wave?
3.85. We'll take another look at it right here.
Okay, holding off Laura. She had priority, so that's okay. Laura just getting out of the way. No infraction there. Opening turn, a little bit soft and kind of skipped, but, you know, she garnered a little bit of points. There she is, opening the wings. Another swoop, but nothing too critical. That's the closeout section, so that could be the highest scoring maneuver. Again, 3.85. She's not asking for a whole lot. If I had to take a guess, it's really close. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 3.5 or a 4. It's just right there. It just depends how sold are the judges.
Yeah, we got 5 judges up there. Can be the over-under play. We take the high score, we take the low score, we eliminate those 2 from the equation, then we average out the remaining 3. So we'll see what the judges think. And still anticipating that score.
The good news is that, you know, for the judges at least, if they look at replays, they know where the scale's set. There's examples of the score that they're supposed to give. There's 3.5s from Rachel Presti, 4.8, so they can take a good look and put a precise number down.
Yeah, again, judges do have the tool in the replay, and they can watch as many replays as they like out of each wave by the surfers to make sure that they put down the accurate score.
And they have time. A lot of times, you know, it's just too frantic in the lineup.
Right.
There's people surfing, but look at it right now. It's calm, so they can, if they choose to, look back.
Well, we're under 2 minutes. Here goes Laura Robb. 5.7 is what she needs at the moment. Way behind here, and this wave just a little bit deep and small, but doing a good job of securing some rail work. Gets a nice finish, little flare at the end, so something to think about right there.
Nice maneuver right there, but overall I would say that's a mistake from Laura. That's just too small of a wave. You're asking too much from the judges to give yourself a 5.7 on a wave that small. When there's 6 to 8 foot surf coming in, you know, you need to be on at least a medium-sized wave.
Yeah, and you know, when we look at Hawaii and just the history here, big waves are celebrated and scored.
Yeah. You know, the only way you could push it for a score on a wave this size is just do a big air. You know, something really crazy progressive. That was a nice off the lip, but again, I'm sure she probably knows that. So really the mistake is, you know, catching that wave. She should have waited.
Sophia Medina didn't wait to hear her last wave score, so here she goes surfing through again. Grab rail carve all the way back into the whitewater wave, steepens up on the inside here. Medina, lip glide, explosion, and she's feeling that one. Rachel Presti catching up with her. Little insider, couple of snaps, and solid performance by Rachel. So coming right down to the wire, final 15 seconds, and now the judges have a lot of work cut out.
Ooh. I mean, Sophia is really putting it to the judges. That may even be better, that last wave.
Yeah.
We talked about critical sections, and this wave had it. The first turn was okay. Let's take a look. Just a sweeping long cutback.
to me, that doesn't really float my boat. Nothing there really, but this is a nice big section, and right there, it's just really exciting how she had to handle all that whitewash exploding in a pretty heavy section. So if I had to guess, she'll get the score, but it's up to the judges.
She didn't get it with the previous wave. A 3.4 was not enough. She needs a 3.85. She's on the beach talking to her dad, Charlie. 3.85 is the requirement right now for Sofia Medina.
So a cutback, you know, they're going to score that, but not a whole lot. It's really going to be based on that closeout turn. Again, we just talked about this. It was a smaller wave. So, and also, Rachel can protect herself on this score right here. She is sitting currently in second place. Let's see if she does anything big. Nice little snap here. Again, this is a really small wave for today. And another snap there. That's 2 turns. And a
she gets a
third
3.77 on this one. Excuse me, Ross. So she did heighten the requirement for Sofia Medina. Needs a 4.12 at the moment. This is the last one. Medina needs a 4.12.
Okay, sweeping cutback, but you know they're going to love this closeout section. It's very exciting. And guess what, Kaipo?
5.1 for Medina. She does it, a buzzer beater for Sofia Medina. She's going to hear the news right now, and she's into the next round along with India Robinson. What an exciting way to finish off our women's opening round. Next up, men's opening round right after this break.
Number 1 is on.
Time for the round of 80 to begin. Heat number 1, rider in the red jersey, Alan Cleveland Jr. Belting the lip with authority off the bottom. Great connection off the top. And the surfer from Pascuales lays down a stylish finish right off the top. Incredible start for Alan, as he has a big heat with Mike Dunphy, John Mell, and Billy Kemper. Thanks for being with us, Joe Chappelle with Rosie Hodge. One of my best friends, one of my favorite surfers. Ro, what a day. Finishing the first round for the women, now right into business for the men. And really cool how this first heat's kind of got that wild card element with Billy Kemper getting involved.
It totally does, and that's what you come to expect here in Hawaii. You get, you know, some of those local wild cards get into the mix, and they can shake things up, Joe. It's been an absolutely beautiful day watching women's round 1, now heading into the men's action. Al Cleland, shades of Mick Fanning, I feel like, in his style and the way that he approached that wave.
Style is everything, isn't it? Just the way he carries his body, his arms, the way he hits the lip with so much power. He's had such a great upbringing surfing waves of consequence, real heavy, hollow type of conditions in Mexico. but then he also backed it up with having great skills in smaller waves. But you know he's loving the power of Haleiwa today. This was that opener.
Yeah, definitely one of the standouts for me. I think he has such a mature approach as he floats through that lip line, has a lot of speed, and then really hammers this one home on that end section. So 3 turn combos from him. He's going to set the score line and the judges' scale for the heat. But yeah, he's done so well just to make sure that he travels and gets a lot of international experience. You know, that can really help mature your surfing.
5.5 start for Cleland. Second generation surfer, father pro from San Diego, Al Sr., and his mom from Mexico. He actually didn't even learn English till he was about 6 years of age, went to a local public school in Mexico, and helps big time when you're bilingual, traveling the world and chasing big points. Fun way to kick things off, but he's got a pretty heavy heat. Mike Dunphy from Virginia Beach. He is one of those veterans to the qualifying series and now Challenger series. Came incredibly close last year to qualifying. Didn't have the same type of success this season, but he's here to win.
Definitely, and I think Michael's one of those guys. You mentioned how many years he's had trying to qualify, but he also got pretty handbrake with injuries, I think, towards the end of last season and middle of the season. So, you know, you've got to be conditioning your body at all times. This is a long road on the qualifying series now, the Challenger series. There's so much that you have to tune into.
And how about John Mel?
I know, I'm just waiting for Pete to kind of pop up somewhere on the beach, or I know that he's probably watching at home in his at the surf shop Freeline, and I'm definitely cheering on John Mel in this heat. And it's been fun to watch John taking on Mavericks.
One of our co-commentators, one of our good friends, Pete Mel. Pete said John hasn't been on the schedule lately at Freeline Surf Shop, and that's for good reason. He's been incredibly busy working on his training with their RPM training kit and their app. They built a recreation exercise room at the house, the Mel headquarters, and he's been really taking advantage of it. Also working with the Matty Myers and the Myers mentorship program. Also with his girlfriend, Ariella, for extra support here at the last event for the Challenger Series. So everything's kind of flowing really well for John Mel these days.
Yeah, he's got such a good, solid support crew. I mean, Matt Myers, he's done such wonderful things, and a lot of surfers this season. I mean, Rio Waida, he's already qualified. Alessa Spencer just won that last event. And then you've also got to think about Nolan Raposa, how well he's done. So he's in good company.
What a great crew, and what a great performance in the last heat of the women's round of 48. Big win went to India Robinson. India is with AJ.
Running away with that heat, you only needed 3 waves to get 2 of the top scores in the heat. What did you see that was working so well?
Yeah, I'm really fortunate to be working with Joel Centeo. He's a master out here, so watching the previous heats, I kind of saw that I could have been taking off out a bit further than what the other girls were. So yeah, going into my heat, I knew that I could sit a bit further out, chip in early, and then utilize that first section.
And you've been doing a lot of practice out here at Haleiwa to make sure you're ready. You got 4th here last year. How much did your familiarity with the wave and the break impact the way that you surf today?
Yeah, I definitely fell in love with this wave as soon as I came last year. And this year it was the same thing. I've come into the event just wanting to do my best surfing and put myself on good waves. And I think my surfing suits this wave. So yeah, when that happens, I kind of just roll with it, and it seems to work.
What about your surfing works so well on this wave?
I think growing up at Bells, it's a big open water wave as well, so you've got to meet the power of the wave with the power of your surfing, and I think it's the exact same out there. It's really powerful, so my powerful rail game seems to do the job, and I'm just going to keep doing it.
Certainly did the job today. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, AJ. India Robinson was an exciting part of the rookie class. Dealt with that first version of the mid-season cut that we had after Margaret River. But she has a lot of power. You can tell she's grown up with some powerful surf in that Bells Beach area. Brilliant win, 15.2 combined total to advance to the round of 32.
So impressive, Joe. And just to, pick up where you left off last year, it's really hard to replicate a great result. I mean, you come in with a lot of expectations, but India just doing so well to pick up where she left off last year.
As we look at 21:25 on the clock, remember 30-minute heats all day today, no restarts. Oftentimes, if you watch a lot of pro surfing, if 10 minutes drift off the clock and there's no waves, They'll give you a fresh clock, and it changes gears for competitors. They're not waiting for anything or a potential idea of a fresh clock. Pumping surf that's still picking up. They knew that there'd be plenty of opportunity. And that's where you don't want to end up if you get stuck in the current.
Yeah, that buoy out there is a good indicator of swell coming and something to watch out for on a rising swell, just knowing when the bigger sets are going to arrive.
Michael Dunphy. Hard off the bottom, big vertical. Looking very interested in this inside track. He'll have to reset for the inside corner now. Sliding out again. And now he's looking for something big on the inside. Driving into the finishing move and going down. It just felt like every section towards the end of that wave was trying to throw him off. What an incredible human being, a great warrior when it comes to competing. Guy that puts all of his heart and energy into surfing at the top of his game. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, interesting wave for Michael. I think, you know, one of the smaller waves as this thing starts to bowl up, like you said, just kind of battled with some lumps and bumps, almost disengaged the fins a number of times on this wave and kind of almost handbraked him when he was trying to meet that lip line. There he gets a little bit more vertical, comes through this one. This is where the wave kind of starts to die down a little bit as it hits that deeper water. There you mentioned that fin just kind of disengaging again. Looking pretty squirrely on this wave. Looks for this end section, pops up at him and again gets a little bit detonated.
So that wave will turn into a 4.0 for Dunphy. And now John Mel sets up the backhand. Hits the white water hard. Extended bottom turn, nice fan of water to the sky. Pushing hard on the open face, and Mel will continue to weave to try to get this inside track. And just over rotating because the wave went flat. Now here comes Billy Kemper. WSL wild card ripping into the open face. It's a trademark top turn hook for Kemper. Mid-face bottom turn and a little slide on that power hack to finish on his feet.
Yeah, a lot of power displayed there from Billy. You can tell the way that he kind of tic-tac-toes through all those sections, stays in that top third, gathers a lot of speed when he hits the bottom and is able to dig that rail in. You think about how dangerous Billy is in kind of that Triple Crown scenario. Here at Haleiwa, he looks impeccable. I mean, Sunset Beach, we know what he's capable, and Pipeline. So this guy, when you see his name in the draw and he's in your heat, it's pretty terrifying. He throws a lot of water. He looks very active through the flat sections and then able to lay it on rail. So he's got a good read and tempo throughout this wave, Joe.
And there's that little ditch to slide on the finishing move for Kemper. One more angle from the water here, Ro.
Yeah, and you see how he compresses at the bottom and just kind of lays that rail. Every turn that he's doing, he's really emphasizing every maneuver that he's placing and looking down the line for something more. Gathers a lot of speed with that rail to rail, like that fin ditch, like you said, just that to finish up that wave.
And then we'll compare that to John's wave.
Yeah, John on his backhand, that first maneuver looking whippy, he really squirts a lot of water through those fins. He displaces a lot of water and has a lot of flow in his surfing. Looks like he's elected to go on a longer piece of equipment with that growing swell. We also know that John is a super tall, lanky guy. Just struggling on that end section, but very interested to see what John does when he gets a wall that stands up ahead of him.
Opening ride for John, 3.77. Got to get the call up in Bolito this year. Made some heats there. Starting to get some reps on these Challenger Series events and really making them count. Focusing on his training and focusing on putting himself in bigger waves as much as he can. Been really fun. And, you know, looking at the two kind of junior competitors in this heat, Elle Cleland as well as John Mel, I mean, just watching them kind of go from Grom to really 6 foot something kids that have packed on a lot of muscle, that have really put a lot of training and heart into their surfing. It's fun to see what they bring to the Challenger Series. And you can see the road for people that are going to be tall in their lifetime as phenom kids. All of a sudden they're trying to catch up with their boards and their dimensions. Remember, John was really young and he won a national title at lowers, and then he just has sprouted. And then he had to figure out what equipment felt great. But he's really well-rounded. Really fun to see where he is today with his focus on making a run at the tour. Second priority with Mel, first priority with Cleland, who's in second. Billy Kemper takes the lead with his start at a 5.83. We talk about style all the time and kind of a feeling a surfer gives you when they ride waves. Style like, say, a Yago Dora, Jerry Lopez. You know, compare it even to a guy like Billy Kemper. Or Billy, you know that he loves training. He loves UFC. He likes putting in the work. He's had the quote before when he's winning at Jaws, like, I'm putting food on the table. Right now, he's just got his eye on the prize. You know, he is just going to be looking at every wave and wants to take it to pieces. He's doing his job today.
Yeah, I mean, he is just such a scary competitor and so hyper-focused. I mean, you think about his accolades in the big wave world and then bringing that to, you know, somewhere like Haleiwa, which would feel like a small wave venue for the guy. He's, you know, his eyes are rolling back in his head right now. He's in this event, he's got a chance, and he's going to try and take it all the way.
Amazing, his record at Jaws, which is unbelievable. 5 events, 4 wins. In the year he didn't win, he was runner-up to his longtime friend and sparring partner, Ian Walsh. You've seen him in wild cards at Pipeline, taken out the Sunset Open multiple times. This year he was actually runner-up to his good friend Baron Mamiya just a couple of weeks ago. Here comes Al Cleland Jr. from Mexico. Big fan on that first strike. Getting down the line. Throws down the carve off the top. Great start. And lays down a hammer to finish. Alan doing incredibly well. 3 turns with variety. He has that rad style that you would dream of having as a surfer. And he's just taking the lead.
I like the way that he's controlled this heat, Joe. He starts out with that 5.83 and really has had the pick of the lineup so far as we watch Billy take this. Ooh, awkward.
Tough fall there for Kemper. Anytime you see someone fall or go down, look at your screen in the upper left-hand corner. You can see where the priority lies. P is first choice. That's for John. Second priority, Mike Dunphy. So every fall counts, especially if you had first priority and you don't capitalize on an opportunity. Makes it interesting to follow the heat. Here comes John using that first priority. Nice frame vertically on the back end. Hits it off the lip again. And putting together a solid series of back end turns. Had a bit of whitewater to deal with, but stays on his feet. I actually popped into Freeline Surf Shop a few months back when John was working the floor. I was so impressed, just blown away on how amazing it was with customer service, answering a million different questions from all the boards that were at the shop. As we go back to this wave row.
I love the way John is driving through his backhand turns here. It can be so easy on your backhand to kind of place your board and really rely on the power of the wave to push you through. But there's that added effort that John's giving through those maneuvers. As he lines it up, squares it up, frames it. I like that use of phrase that you had there for a backhand maneuver, Joe, because that's what it's all about on your backhand. You kind of just using your arms as the target and your head and your shoulders, and you swivel the hips around. John's doing that really well. L backing up that 5.83 that he had. Really enjoyed that first swoop from him, and then the way that he drops down and renegotiates for that second turn. Also love the maneuver choice that he was able to lay down on this closing section. Just lays the hammer there. So solid surfing, and I think we even have a bit more space in L's repertoire to really open up in this heat as the time goes down, because now he has 2 solid rides under his feet and he can have the opportunity to kind of have some fun with it.
Al's just giving us so much joy watching those turns. He's putting so much into them, really connecting on the opening strike on both waves. Judges reward Alan Cleland Jr. with a 7.17 and a 5.5 to lead the heat. Moving up to second is John Mel with 11:30 on the clock in the round of 80, heat number 1. Welcome back to live action. Taking a big drop is Billy Kemper. Hard off the bottom and laying into an aggressive top turn. Gigantic wall of water just shutting down in front of him. And it made a lot of sense that Billy would jock it to one of the bigger sets of the matchup. Stretching out the bottom turn, hammering it off the lip is John Mel. Nice sweep again and throwing some water off the top. What a great read from Mel. Sometimes guys who love bigger waves can let the wave do the talking. That was smooth rail surfing from John. And now Al Cleland will mix up his opening maneuver. Little layback fading carve to start on this one. A lot of foam on the face, but he still is interested in finishing with that airdrop into the flats. As you can check out our beautiful scaffolding and setup here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. The final stop of the Challenger Series. And what a beautiful beach for a lot of locals that come here each and every day. There's a huge park right behind that scaffolding, a ton of green grass where local families are picnicking all day, getting little waves on the inside shore break. And then the opportunity when this event comes to town is to watch surfers like Justin Becret prepare for big heats like this. And the local kids get to try to imagine themselves being in that position. Justin's taking on Cam Richards, Maikai Burdine, and Ryan Kainalu. It's been fun. We've been seeing Justin around the CTs for a few years now. Really cool kid and a real promising future.
Yeah, it is good to see this emerging talent. I'm so impressed with this kid, though. Al Cleland Jr., I mean, he's not a kid anymore. He's doing man hacks like this, laying into it. So he's taken the lead, already got that 717 and the 5 in his scoreline. I think this potentially could get rid of that 5, Joey. We'll wait and see what the judges think, but those were huge maneuvers. Replay from Billy, huge wall in front of him. He lays that rail in, and this wave just kind of freight trains out on without him and kind of closes out. He does the dive bomb. Look at these waves that are coming through. Biggest set of the day, I'd have to say. You see Billy just bearing that rail. I mean, Billy is a big guy, and that wave is making him look pretty small.
Just love how he was always in attack mode, and Alan didn't mind giving him a shaka. He was so stoked on the size of that one. What about John's?
Yeah, John just biding his time on the bottom there. This is a 2-turn combo opportunity for John, and he does it so well. So solid surfing from all of our surfers. We'll have to wait and see. Michael Dunphy's been kind of left out the back to his own devices. He does have priority, so we'll see if he can answer back. But this wave from John Mel, 2-turn combo as he eyes off this section right here, kind of swoops through that second maneuver. That first one was crisp. Good surfing from John Mel.
Great connection with that backhand attack. John right there wearing the white jersey from Santa Cruz. Turns in a 7.57. Amazing backhand work. Low score now of 510, but that puts him in second right behind Alan Cleland. Billy Kemper in the third spot. 5.83, and last score for Billy, 3.37 on that turn. And Mike Dunphy holding priority. Had a 4.0 sitting in the fourth spot. John Mel capitalizing on one of the biggest sets of the day.
Yeah, it was good to see. I mean, when you have that opportunity just for a 2-turn combo, we've seen the judges really appreciate those bigger maneuvers on the outside sections as opposed to getting that medium-sized wave and working it all the way through to the inside. So, you know, you got to choose your approach, and that obviously is the funnest thing to do in surfing is when you have a big section and you get to attack it and flow out with a lot of speed and combo it up and throw down some hammers and hear the reward from the judges, from the beach commentators as they read out the scores. It's a good feeling.
What an impressive start to the men's round. When you look at local wildcards anywhere, the first question you're always wondering in your mind, you know, a month out, you're like, well, what will the waves be like? You know, because that always adds to their danger factor. And seeing a swell this perfect for Haleiwa, you know, Kemper would just be jumping at this opportunity. Needs a 6.85 to move to the top two. Had that big wave, one maneuver. John was able to keep that rail nice and clean through a couple of big hooks and made a big difference on the separation. As Cam Richards prepares, he's wearing the red jersey. Back to Kemper. Needs a 6.85. Little drawn off carve off the lip of that wave, and he'll throw the fins out, trying to regain control through the turbulence. Does that well. Now Dunphy. Bowley section, plays with the lip, and that's going to put him behind. So a couple of waves for Dunphy where he's kind of had to find his feet through turns.
Yeah, something seems to be holding Michael back at the moment. It just seems like he's doing a little, he's really got to turn his campaign around at 4 minutes remaining. You know, it's so tricky. Sometimes you can be left out of the rhythm as Billy. I really appreciate the way that Billy doesn't burn off any speed when he's going for a huge maneuver. And those two moves right there, really solid, really finessed that first one with a lot of aggression. Had to fight through the white water on that last move. But Billy, the way that he goes into his maneuvers with a lot of speed, he doesn't burn anything off and kind of safety anything. He's always just attacking the wave.
Such a fierce competitor. Loves a challenge. Never gives up, puts in a lot of hard work with a good friend and a mentor, Kahea Hart. As we look to see what happened on Dunphy's wave here.
Yeah, Michael goes up for that vertical approach, gets hung up in that lip line, doesn't quite get the re-entry into that wave he would have wanted, and that was his priority that he used on that wave. Looking for a pretty hefty score in the excellent range to turn things around.
So priority lies with the surfers that are in the top two spots, down to 3:15 to go. Less time remaining for Dunphy and Kemper to survive this one. Score still drifting in for Billy. He was needing a 6.85, but got a little bit hung up in the turbulence on his finish. So he might already be thinking he needs one more wave. Judge's early decision right there. You see 4.5 would end up short. And it looks like it will be under. Billy stays in third, still needing a 6.85. And now he's got fourth priority.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting sub 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes for these guys. Let's see how, you know, the heat leaders, Elle and John, can control their priority and really use it to their advantage. Let's see if there can be another opportunity for Billy to get that score. And even Michael Dunphy, can he get that excellent number?
These are those moments where Billy's just trying to stay calm. He knows he can get the score if he sees the wave. It's just going to come down to how the defense is played. With 2:10 on the clock, you can see he's got a little bit of space. But we should see John and Al come down with their higher priorities to shut this one down.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we get more opportunities out the back. We know that it does go kind of a lot of action, a lot of flurry of waves, and then there's a bit more of a lull. So will we see something come through the lineup before this one runs down? That's such a hard decision. You see John Mill trying to play defense there, and he's going to go and try and sit on Billy Kemper. That's a tough thing to do here in Hawaii.
You've got to shadow it. You've got to do your job with priority with the lead. It's everyone's responsibility to manage the clock and their points out in front. Be the worst feeling if you decide to sit out the back and you let this one slip away from you.
Yeah, but you know, you're always thinking about the local wild card and how intimidating that is. But I definitely think John's got his wits about him as you see Elle paddling in on this one. 1
minute to go. Allen setting up that insane forehand. Every first turn has been exciting to watch. Coming from behind the section or throwing down an open face hook. He's winding up again, drills it with a big layback. A ton of water flying off the back of that one. Impressive performance from our surfer from Mexico. 7.33, 7.17 already. It's almost like he wasn't really confined to any sort of criteria. He was loose and radical.
Keeps his arms just so close to his body at all times, and I don't know, it's almost kind of Ethan Ewing, Mick Fanning, Andy Irons. Like there's a lot of John, very quiet upper body, and really swivels on the hips. Very impressed with his surfing.
So John Mel with priority. Looks like he's in a great position to shut this one down. 7.57 and a 5.10. Local wild card upset in the first round. Kemper with the 3rd position, and Mike Dunphy will exit out in 4th. Pumping conditions here at Haleiwa, and Cleland will enjoy that win with a 15.23 total. Coming up next, Cam Richards takes on Justin Becret, Maikai Berdine, and Ryan Kalnalo. We'll be right back.
The Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands is brought to you by the Hawaiian Islands. Take a trip that gives back. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by Turtle Bay, official resort of the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands.
Got some action here right out front. Ryan Kainalo representing Brazil. What an insane surfer he is. Still so incredibly young. Looking really lively towards this inside section. We'll slap it shut and get things started. A few waves to catch up on, Rosie, during the break. Justin getting the swing.
Yeah, cool to see all of these guards getting their rides in early. We saw how advantageous that was for Alan Cleland Jr. in that opening round of the men, getting his 2 waves quick, as we see Justin just winding through the motions here. Just such a good power surfer, completing that wave and pulling through.
Maikai Berdine getting involved as well.
Yeah, let's see this kid's connection to the wave here, throwing down some nice opening maneuvers. Smooth read, smooth style. Finds a bit to activate on there and just gets bucked off the horse.
Also Cam Richards.
Wow, this heat, all 4 surfers getting an opportunity. Cam Richards touching the rail on that bottom turn, staying low and whippy through his maneuvers. Grinding through that inside section.
So now we're into the round of 80, heat number 2. Thanks for joining us all around the world. Cam Richards representing the USA and the East Coast. He was born in a place called Georgetown in South Carolina. Always surfing the Garden City Pier, and has made a big name for himself here on the North Shore. There's one season he was getting so many Wave of the Winter entries at Pipeline.
Didn't he do it on a board shaped by his dad, that one entry?
It was pretty emotional as well, wasn't it? Watching him come in and dedicate that wave to his dad, just firing with adrenaline, the wave of his life, and all he could think about is how cool it was. He was riding a board his dad made for him. As we'll have a roll in here with Ryan Kainalo. Hard off the bottom, oh, clean, aggressive forehand slice. Quickly to the top again, and we'll shut it down with 2 turns. Just chasing a 1.01 to move into the top 2. Maikai wants to keep that backhand nice and hot. Oncoming section, turns against it there. Similar looking finish to his wave previous. This exchange continues. Haleiwa is firing today. Justin Connects well out the back and has to kick out quickly. Now let's hear from the superstar from the last heat from Mexico, Alan Cleland Jr.'s with AJ.
Joe, Haleiwa is firing, and nobody knows that better than Alan coming out of the water with a huge smile on your face, watching this wave all morning. How did that set you up for success in your heat?
Yeah, waves are fighting today. I came down here at dark and probably one of the first guys out, tried to get a couple before the crowd, and just kind of sat here for a couple hours watching the girls surf. And there was a lot of sets actually when the contest started, and it was bigger, so I was kind of assuming there was going to be some bigger sets. So I was like, okay, sit a little wider. And then once I got to my heat, it wasn't as big and it was a little slower, so I changed strategies real quick, kind of sat on the inside for a little bit, let everybody get sucked out, and then got the first wave and got the ball going.
And you got some pretty big scores with that change in strategy. How did your confidence build through the heat that strategy was the right one to switch to?
I mean, the whole heat, I was just like, hopefully the time ends now, but I was just like, after the first wave, I was like, okay, I got my feet in the wax. We can just go off of that and just have fun. That's my thing, and I just want to keep getting a couple waves. A lot of swell coming, and everybody's ripping, so I'm stoked to be here. It's my first heat win of the year, so it feels good.
Congratulations. How much confidence does that give you moving forward?
I mean, it gives me a lot of confidence for sure, especially when the waves are a little stronger. I feel like my surfing comes a little bit more into play. So I'm just here stoked, enjoying my time and happy.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you in the next round. Thank you.
Could I say something in Spanish? Un saludo a toda la banda en Pascuales, en todo México. Gracias por el apoyo. Ánimo, aquí andamos.
Gracias. Very wonderful performance from Alan Cleland Jr. If you missed it, you can check it all out on worldsurfleague.com. It's fun to kind of roam around the website, check out all the heats, even from last year, from this year. You can follow every surfer's route to trying to qualify for the tour. On the men's side, it's all about making it into the top 10 to qualify for the championship tour. That's where world titles are decided. We've already have 3 surfers that have clinched their spots. Leo Fioravanti's back. What a warrior he is.
Amazing. Just so cool to see Leo back where he belongs. I mean, that guy has had to fight through so many injuries, get healthy, stay at such an impeccable level. So cool to see him back on.
Oh gosh, he's learned a lot and never gives up. That's going to be great. Ryan Callanan as well, back on tour.
You know, looking at Ryan's season, I feel like he was that guy that was getting just these huge totals in heats, but just not quite making it through and got super unlucky. So definitely Ryan belongs on the championship tour. So cool to see him qualify early and kind of feel that pressure alleviated as he heads into the last stop.
Rio Waida creating history for Indonesia.
Do you know what? I've been thinking about Rio and being that first Indonesian and just like how much that means to Indo, how much that means to him, and what an amazing talent he is. And I feel like sometimes we don't recognize just how hard it is to make your way on the tour when you're from a third world country. I mean, getting the visas that you need, getting the money that you need to travel, the support, the backing. So such a huge accomplishment for Rio.
Maikai Burdine connects on the first section. Winding up strong off the bottom. There's the carve. Trying to get out of the 3 range. Now dancing through the end of this track. Has some speed to burn. Hits it, but a tough landing. And that's going to be hard to get out of the 3s with the fall and the finish. That end section is, I don't know, maybe you can compare it to maybe a Margaret River main break where you're running out of water and it can change gears on you. And man, it's tough to pull off a big move.
It really is so hard. The fact that you've got, you know, this moving force field just sucking you right in, and you've got to measure whether you have enough speed and really calculate your maneuver choice on that inside section as it starts to suck out and get hollow and very shallow.
So Birdie in 3.27, 3.13. Staying in the 3rd spot. Cam Richards with priority open to the 4.77. And young Ryan Kainalo, 4.9 and a 3.33, just 16 years of age. Went to Bolito to compete in the Challenger Series. Ended up winning the Pro Junior event alongside Betty Lou. But amazing that he can actually compete in junior level events and then the main event. And learn so much.
Double dip, I mean, why not? When you're at that age and getting that kind of experience, beautiful bottom turn.
Wow, almost thought that was Sean Moody. Backhand bottom turn set up from Cam Richards. As he'll slow down a bit and wait for something to fill in. Throwing some water off the top, attacking it, but then sinking on the finish. But I just love how much he set up that first turn. Sean Moody, definitely one of the best goofy foots out here. Freddie P as well. On any given day, as you look at a little inside connection for Justin. Hammers the end section, looking for a 3.91 for the lead.
Yeah, I mean, smaller wave there, but definitely got the hammers out. I mean, Cam Richards, that first turn, I'm still kind of reeling. That was beautiful. And Sam Moody, like you said, he's such a great surfer to emulate out here. So see this last ride from Justin. Beautiful opening maneuver. So much spray, just heads back into that whitewater section. Second, just power gouge from him. So two beautiful maneuvers out the outside. Gets through this little flat section. He's really good at keeping his speed, and that was a really good wave from him. Those first opening maneuvers out the back, just searing. But this move right here, my favorite of the heat so far from Cam Richards. Kind of down carve, waiting for this wave to stand up again. This little part of the wave where it gets a little bit sleepy for Cam is a little bit of a bummer, because just unable to ride out of that last move. Kind of got held up on that second last move. Because I feel like this would have been a really solid score. I do think it's going to be a very nice number, but I think he kind of left a little bit on the bone there by not completing that last move.
Total commitment on that opening section for Cam. Ended up free falling, but with total control. Needs a 3.06 at least, so he still might move into the top two with 18 minutes on the clock. Justin just got a 6.77 as we see Keanu checking in for the next heat. It's a fun part of the day when you see competitors show up and you see a lot of familiar faces. Fun chats you get from the beach marshals like Riley Snyder, sharing the spirit of aloha, giving you the update on rules, even if you've heard it before. We'll let you know anything you need. So Keanu's ready to go. Feeling his way down the line. Maikai birding. He's had a series of threes in this heat, but staying really active. This one had a bit more size out the back and connecting it from start to finish. Here comes that big section, weightless again, tough to time it there. And now setting up the wrap is Ryan. It's from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Same as the world champ, Felipe Toledo. Cool style. About 6'1", nice lanky, a lot of range. He's just learning so much in a short period of time.
Yeah, he kind of has that almost elastic band kind of feeling. You're like, what is this kid going to do? He looks like he has that repertoire where he can kind of do anything and land it like crazy young flexibility. Makes my knees hurt just thinking about what's possible for this kid and the maneuver choice that he, and the range that he probably has.
And it's just the goal, right? To keep that mobility throughout your career as you grow up and obviously do some damage to your body, which is only inevitable when you're a high-performing athlete. Maikai's last.
Yeah, Maikai going through the motions on this wave. Just going with the flow, finding some rhythm in this heat. Just waiting for this wave to stand up on the inside. This is that inside section that's really been very tricky to negotiate throughout the day. He just gets dislodged.
And then Ryan from out the back had that cool start.
Yeah, very cool whip and flow through those first maneuvers. Throws a lot of spray, gets through that maneuver and comes out with a lot of speed. This wave kind of fattens out through this midsection, hits that basin. Tries to burn off some speed and stay low. Finishes it off nicely. So, you know, trying to chip his way back into this heat. In third place at the moment. About to drop a nice score.
More waves coming through. Cam Richards throws it straight up vertical. His timing on that first section's been brilliant. Patiently getting to the lip line again and throws a nice solid backhand jam. 4.77 to a 6.0, and anytime a goofy foot is shredding, that makes Strider really happy. Waz, how you doing out there?
I'm great. It's just absolutely shreddable right now. You can see that little bit of wind coming across, helping your momentum down the line. You've got just the perfect little crust on the top of that lip, and it's just beltable. You saw Cam going straight up into that corner and throwing it into the consequential section, and that's exactly what the judges want to see, is that vertical approach into those heavy critical sections. I mean, it's just like froth. I'm just like, la, coming out right now. I mean, you know what it's like. I'm a frother, but you just watch these guys surfing that well. You just get so excited to surf yourself.
Gosh, the excitement of Haleiwa, it's real. How'd you really break down this high performance wave?
Well, I feel like the timing was a tiny bit off, but I feel like the attack was there, and that's going to just progress through the heat, and the timing will link up with that attack, and then once you do that, you're going to go excellent. So I feel like that's what's going to happen. We're going to get a pretty solid score out of that wave. I don't think it's going to go excellent, though.
Strider, do you feel like sometimes Haleiwa gets overshadowed by Pipeline and Sunset? I mean, it is an A+ wave.
Well, I feel like, you know, that is the truth, and I feel like, you know, like guys like me, I like just going to Pipeline and surfing there, and I always went that way. You know, West Swell, Pipe, and Haleiwa, and other waves break all together at the same time, so you got to make a choice. And my love affair is up there at Pipeline, but you know, we talked about it earlier with Ross. This is the most high-performance big wave on the North Shore. I mean, maybe even in the world, just the tallness of the wave and how solid it gets and how approachable it really can be. I mean, it doesn't look that way while you're out here, but you watch guys really rip into it and tear it up, you know, at huge sizes, at 12-foot backs, Hawaiian, like 20, 25-foot face. So it's amazing.
Pipe might be a little less crowded. Strider's going to be driving down here.
He's the Haleiwa guy.
Work out that backhand attack. Thank you, Waz. 12.25. Cam Richards, 12.2 total out front. He wants more as he sets his sights down the line on this one. Backhand climb. Nice maneuver choice, but that score is not going to do anything to his lead. Ryan Kainalo in second. Justin third. Mike Kai in fourth, but Cam is brilliant. A big hope for the USA and the East Coast, really, to qualify for the tour. He's amazing in the air, incredible in flat waves, great in big hollow conditions. Just a matter of time before he puts a whole season together on the Challenger Series. Still 11:40 to go in the second heat of the round of 80. Cam Richards still leads this one out front. Take a quick break. Back to Paradise after this. You're watching the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands, the final stop of the Challenger Series. During the break, we had some action. Maikai Burdine getting involved again, catching a lot of waves in this heat, and his best connection so far right there, Rosie.
Yeah, one turn option there from him, but we're really starting to see the shades of his surfing. This guy went to town on this wave. Huge gouge right there. Keeps him in that hook in that pocket to really round through another power maneuver. Let's see if he can mix it up on this inside section. He gets some work done. So he's been relegated down to third, and he needs that score. 4.4 is what's required. Let's see if he's going to get that number, Joe.
Amazing waves today, still building in the forecast. This first west-northwest swell is supposed to peak about midday. Had plenty of surf from the rest of the afternoon into tomorrow, and then we've got reinforcements setting up as we look at these waves start to fill in. Priority is with Ryan Kainalo, but the taker is Maikai Burdine, just quickly up and out. So I think he's just playing the active role, trying to give himself a lot of options to try to end up in the top two. Cam Richards 6.2 and a 6.0. That's just dropped to second because Justin Becret just threw down a 6.77. Impressive lead change there.
Yeah, that was a solid effort to climb out of third straight into that first place picture. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. There's still so much time in the seat, and I feel like all four of these surfers, they have more to give us, Joe. They haven't quite connected a wave end to end. I feel like Cam Richards, he's had these moments of brilliance. Even Justin, he's been great, but I feel like all four guys have some way they can take us in these remaining 8 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, a lot can happen, which is very exciting with 8 minutes to go. We saw that brilliant buzzer beater moment earlier this morning from Dibbity Stoyle. One maneuver section, belted it to go all the way to the win, which was great to see. Priority with Ryan. They're going to skip this wave. And see if there's something better coming on the horizon. Kainalo doesn't want it, but Cam Richards does. Man from the East Coast to USA whips that backhand again and will step off. So I guess if you're talking great use of priority, good leave for Ryan Kainalo. Just a one maneuver section, and he let that one go through.
Yeah, Cam kind of tried to do the sell. I don't think he saw that wave as a closeout, but you do want to sell that priority surfer on a bit of a lemon. He tried his hardest there, but there were no takers. Ryan holding the line, keeping his priority, and he knows the quality of waves that are on offer and what he's going to be looking for. Been relegated into third. Needs a sub-6, Joe, so not too much.
Yeah, not too much at all. Already having a blast here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Just so you know, by participating in the Hawaiian Islands Malama Hawaii program, you could qualify for a special discount or even a free night from a participating hotel when participating in dedicating volunteer activity. Malama, or Care For Hawaii With Us, help preserve this unique destination by participating in ocean conservation and shoreline cleanups or restoring a native Hawaiian fish pond. To learn more, you can check out gohawaii.com/Malama and learn how you can take care. Special place, special culture, incredible waves. One of our favorite times of the year in pro surfing. As you see Peruvians like Alonso Correa, just thrilled to be surfing into some power. That's all warming up that backhand. He's just looking straight up to the lip and sending it. This man is powerful, and he's pumped up for the next heat.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, there's been such a good presence from Peru on the tour lately. Lucas Messina has been fun to watch. Obviously, there's been a lot of inspiration coming from Sofia Milanovic, world champ from Peru, spurring on this movement of surfers to really take to the world stage and make their mark in qualifying, get to the championship tour level.
And Sofia had some special moments on this wave.
100%. I mean, this is where she won a world title at this event. remember witnessing that, and just the amazing achievement that was for Sophia, obviously reaching the pinnacle of her career, and just such a special moment.
4:40 to go. Justin still has his lead, and Cam Richards in the second spot. Cam chasing a 7:07, but since he went on that wave previous, he's in the back of the line. Cam's got a lot of great waves that he can get to from where he's positioned. A lot of people talk about incredibly small surf, but then he can get to the outer banks on a moment's notice and get some of the best barrels in the United States. When that place is on, completely fires. It's a bit of a rivalry from, you know, North Carolina, Virginia Beach. They even have a rad little battle that they put on when that wave fires. So you can tell why there's a lot of great tube riders that come from that region. But you never really expect it to transition so well at Pipeline, because it just feels like a totally different beast. .330 on the clock. Priority with Ryan Kainalo, getting a lot of experience at just 16 from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Holding priority, being incredibly selective. He knows a 5.93 is within his grasp, so it's amazing to see the maturity of his approach here. He's not just trying to catch anything to turn the heat. This time, he's finally going to make a move. Ryan setting up his first turn. Under the lip, snap, controls it. Already a lot of foam on the face. Forcing that wrapping cut back, and hits it off the lip. He'll kick out with some confidence there. And here's the wave behind, Justin Becret. Fin ditch to start. Getting caught on a bit of a redirect. Our heat leader now driving into the oncoming section, and we'll shut that one down. So for Ryan, you know, waiting with priority and finally choosing that wave, he probably didn't want all that foam on the face, the way it didn't line up perfectly on the way through, but I love how he just switched gears and said, well, I got to try to turn this into a keeper.
Like you said, he'd been holding on to that priority, just waiting to slingshot into one.
And if you know Rosie well, and you travel with Rosie, if you see a dog like that when you're walking by, you lose her. She's gone. She's playing with the dog. She's nicknamed it already. She's trying to adopt it on the fly. This was last of Justin Becret.
That dog looks spoken for, but as Justin Becret finishes up his wave, trying to solidify his spot at the top of the heat. Here we go. It's an important wave.
Kai Burdine feeling his way through the back end float. Now just kind of finding the pocket again. And now setting his sights back on the finish. Ton of momentum here. Winding up for something big. Backside air reverse. Throwing that one away. Nice idea there. Cam Richards coming down the line. Full blitz on that section. And he steps off as he grabs the rail. So things definitely getting a little bit tricky towards the back end of the seat, where we saw Cam start with one of those brilliant backside vertical attacks we've seen today. And then a little bit of trouble finding a gem in the back end. Justin's out front, Cam's in second. Ryan chasing a score here again. His last wave was a 4.47. Big section connects well. Belts it again with a lot of water. Great timing from the 16-year-old. Hammers it again. Trails it. He's like, wait, is there more? Almost relaxed before he shut it down. What an unbelievable ride there.
Cam might be in trouble, Joe.
That was an amazing form and flow. Just repeat sections. And Kainalo let that wave have it. And what a way to kind of surf your way into rhythm. Pulled the trigger on priority and Wasn't the wave he wanted, and then found priority again to get that last wave as he chases a 5.93. He's looking to upset Cam Richards if he gets the score here.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting situation as we see the replay. Just a beautiful bowled out wave for him to work with. Beautiful connection on that first maneuver. Really slams that one. So second move. Here's the third. Laying it down. He stops right here and does a little claim before finishing it off. Keep your focus and finish out the wave. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the judges reward this wave. 5.93 is required. You'd have to... Oh, there we go, Joe.
A 6.53. Ryan Kainalo does it on his last wave and takes out Cam Richards and Maikai Birding. Really impressive performance from one of the youngest in the draw here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. The round of 80 continues. We'll bring in Kaipo and Ross for the call right after this.
Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Men's opening round out in the water. A very productive day here at Haleiwa Li'i Beach Park. Kaipagura along with Ross Williams. Ross, talk about elite showing up to play. That's the theme today.
It is, yeah. We've been anticipating this swell for the last week on Surfline. Everyone's getting amped, and it's delivered. We woke up and the waves are good. It's building. It's getting stronger. The guys are all psyched in the water, and already seen some highlights so far in this round.
Yeah, and it's really been a story of not just performance, but positioning out there. As we get into heat number 3 of this opening round, round of 80, Ko Hausman, Alonso Correa, Keanu Kajiyama, and Luke Tima, a wild card, getting a last-minute call into the event. So the teenager from the North Shore, Luke Tima, with a big opportunity to make a name for himself on a global stage.
Absolutely. He'd definitely be frothed. This is a high-energy kid. He catches a million waves when he surfs anywhere around the North Shore. He seems pretty switched on competitively, too. You know, he's not a cruisy character. He's really wiry. So, you know, he is literally green, and he's green as far as competition goes. But, you know, I think he's pretty switched on. So, you know, I think for Luke, he's looking for an upset here.
Yeah, Luke with some great equipment under his feet. Carry Tokoro shapes, M7s usually, under the Hawaiian Island Creations label. Luke, one of the up-and-coming young surfers from the North Shore, from Oahu, that signify the next generation of surfers coming up here. I want to hear from my man in the water. Strider, what do you got?
I got a dogfight in the water. All the guys are paddling hard. We're super deep, so at the beginning of these heats, there's no priority, and it puts them all off their game, and they're paddling super hard right now just to try and get back into position out the back. But as you can see, if you have a wide shot on that, they're too far inside and too deep. So when you're out in the water looking at your opponent, I think it's better off to look at some landmarks and understand that you're out of position.
That's right, Strider. Thank you for the reporting. Don't surf the crowd. surf the wave. And Ross, you were talking about how it's easier to go downstream than upstream, and these guys had to go upstream to get into position. But Cole Hausman looks like he's got one with a nice under the lip hook, a little deep on that one, but the San Clemente surfer drawing the first score in this matchup.
Yeah, and you know, I think you'd want to just let those guys hassle each other way up by the harbor and just come sit closer to the channels we see up and riding.
Alonso Correa representing Peru. Excellent backhand on Correa, however, unable to hang on to that closing maneuver, and that was unfortunate because that first maneuver, that vertical lip bash, was impressive. So we'll be waiting for scores for the two goofy foots, Cole Hausman and Alonso Correa. While we're waiting for those scores, let's check in with our last heat winner. Justin Becret is with AJ.
Congratulations on the heat win. So you got here early to Haleiwa, and you said that prep really made a difference today, huh?
Yeah, for sure. It's really important to feel the spot and get your alignments with the shore ready, like so you know where you sit always at the back. It's actually the best Haleiwa I've ever seen in my life, so I was pretty stoked to surf it with only three other guys out. Yeah.
When you have to watch so many heats come before you, how do you make sure that you stay mentally ready for when it's your time in the water?
So as I said, the preparation before the contest is super important. So when you get to the day of the contest, you don't have any question marks in your head that kind of can mess with you mentally. So that's what I try to do with my coach and the boys I've been surfing with, and kind of work.
You had a 17th finish in Saquarema. What's working with your surfing right now?
I feel like this wave, I love this wave, first of all. I've been surfing here for a long time. I've been coming to Hawaii, and this is probably my favorite wave on the North Shore. But yeah, I got my good result in Brazil for me. I was good, gave me a little confidence boost, and like just to tell myself that I could make some heats, so it feels good.
You want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Merci de regarder, c'est sûrement un peu tard à la maison, mais voilà, je suis content, j'ai eu des bonnes vagues, et à la prochaine. Hein.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so Justin Becret on to the next round. That'll be the round of 64. Next time we run the men. This round right now, the round of 80 that is out on the water, this features some of our wild cards, Ross, as well as the lower 16 seeds as we look at this 80 surfer field for the men.
Right, and this is a glimpse of how it'll look next year, right? Because there will be a smaller field for these Challenger Series events, a cut down from their typical event is 96, I believe.
Yeah. Well, 2022, we got 96 men and 64 women in all of the challenges, but this challenger we have a reduced field for 80 men and 48 women. With that note, looking forward to 2023, we will have a field of 80 men and 64 women in that Challenger Series right from the get-go. What's the goal of the Challenger Series, you may ask? Top 10 men make their way onto the championship tour. Top 5 women make their way onto the championship tour.
Yeah, it's the stepping stone. It's very, and it's really difficult too. In a lot of ways, it's more challenging than even the championship tour. It's just a bigger field. It's a lot of frothy young surfers that are like hyenas. Everyone's just nipping each other's heels. You're going to surf a lot of heats on this tour. It's not easy to make the top 5 for the women or the top 10 for the men.
I mean, in the men's conversation, we can look at a surfer that will be coming up in the way of Ramzi Boukhayem, the Moroccan who's been on that qualifying series for a decade now.
Right.
Talented surfer, and it looks like he's just on the cusp of realizing his dream and be part of the cast and characters of that 2023 championship tour.
He's going to make a lot of people happy. Everyone respects Ramzi's surfing, and he'll be a welcomed addition if he can get on the CT tour. He's just got a little bit of work left.
Yep. Here we go. Alonso Correa opened up with a 3.43, was unable to finish his wave. Smaller waves on the inside here, but doing a good job of flowing down the line on his backhand. You can see a little bit of a slow water deep section there, and the wave just dissipates. Again, when we talk about the lineup, that wave, Ross, I feel did not hit the spot.
No. It seemed like he just, he ran out of patience. He's like, you know what, I just want to get going here. He's watching the clock tick down. There's already 10 minutes gone. That's going to play into the hands of white and green. Keanu and Luke, they're going to be happy with that. And I will make one more note about the young surfer, Luke Tema from Hawaii. He's really good with lineups. Every time I see him surfing, which is a lot, he catches great waves. So I won't be surprised to see Luke hook up with 2 set waves in his heat.
Yeah, patient young man has really grown into his stature and also into his position, has had success on the amateur series here in Hawaii. Keanu Kajiyama in the white jersey representing Japan. Part of that force of Japanese surfers, this next generation of Japanese surfers, Ross, that we're seeing. Kajiyama, Reo Inaba, Taichi Wakita, a number, Shun Murakami. So the land of the rising sun, I feel, is just on the cusp of breaking through with a lot of these young Japanese surfers.
Right, and some of these names are new to me. Rio, I definitely am familiar with, who's from Indonesia, right? But he's half Japanese, right? So he kind of...
Yeah, I was talking Rio Inaba.
Inaba, different
Rio Waida. Rio Waida, we can talk about Rio, but Rio Waida, he's on tour. We're going to see the first Indonesian professional surfer on the championship tour in 2023, and that is quite an accomplishment. I look forward to seeing what he's going to bring to the big stage.
Right, yeah, my bad, Kaipo. Yeah, Rio Inaba, definitely a great surfer too, and here we go.
Oh, the Peruvian, just upside down on that first lip glide one more time. Dynamic surfing by Alonso Correa. That was commitment on both of those turns.
Yeah, he was a little further down the line. Here we go, white.
And Keanu Kamiyama. And Keanu with a nice opening carve, looking down the line, a little frothy water in front of him. Eases through a second carve. Wave looking good with some opportunity, and the finishing maneuver for Kamiyama. Outside, young Luke Tema with a carve on the forehand. Tema, long bottom turn, big hooking turn off the top again. The young man, the teenager, with a big opportunity in front of him, looking very confident and composed at the moment. Closing maneuver, however, has to throw it away.
One more wave, Kaipo, out the back. Here we go, Cole.
Cole Hauschman, the powerhouse out of San Clemente. Good first turn, a little late for that second turn, but those 2 turns are going to equal a score for Cole Hauschman. So a flurry for all the surfers on the lineup. The judges got their work cut out for them, and we'll be waiting for the scores to assess the situation, Ross.
Yeah, Cole is a bit of a powerhouse. He's young, but he's got a heavy foot, so it'd be cool to see him hook up with a couple of good waves here at Haleiwa to see what he can produce. And this wave stayed open for Cole at the beginning, and he strung together a couple moves, just a setup snap there for Cole. Again, you can see the size and stature of this kid, and there's the spray. That is the result of good timing and power right there from Cole. So easily going to be the best score so far in this heat. And as I was guessing, Luke hooked up with a nice wave here, long wave here. You can see nice westerly direction here at Haleiwa, staying open. 2 little setup carves there for Luke. Another turn there for Luke, and he's just waiting for this wave to hit the reef so it can get shallow, and it got a little too throaty there for Luke, and that section took care of him. So he'll be a little bit perturbed at that section. He couldn't take advantage of it. And then here, the Japanese kid right here. Another frothy wave here, Kaipo, but he does a nice snap on the inside there to finish it off. So building blocks for Keanu.
And Alonso Correa, a couple times to the lip here, Ross. This is a 4.33.
Yeah, Alonso and Cole surf similar. Really strong, goofy footers, not afraid to just bash it. And that's exactly what he does right there. That was really agile to get himself up on that lip line and hit it twice on pretty much a closeout. That way it was so fast. So Alonso did a great job hooking in twice.
Cole Hauschman, Ross, that big, powerful, strong, goofy foot reminds me of another Southern California surfer, but this was from years ago, Jeff Booth. I see a lot of Boothy in Cole Hauschman surfing. Your thoughts?
I like that. Yeah, very similar. Boothy, also a pretty big dude who is real strong. Had a great backside attack where he was just relentless. You remember Boothy back on tour for years. He would, once he got into his rhythm on his backside, he would unwind a bunch of backhand snaps. So yeah, that's a great call.
All right, sets coming through here, and Alonso Correa's on this one. This is going to be his fourth wave. Hooks it off the top again. Long bottom turn, hooks under the lip, high risk, and that should be high reward for Alonso Correa. That was a dynamic finishing maneuver.
I like that claim. That was different. Kind of held his head and just appreciation.
Cole Hausman. Nice angles that Hausman's able to put through on his board. Smooth surfing and power mixed all together. This wave running down the line, giving him a ton of opportunity. And Cole times it perfectly for the finish. Claps his hands. Strider, what'd you see?
Oh, I see waves coming. We're on a run right now. I had to get away from a section right there, but Cole just unleashed on that thing. That was an impressive account of backhand surfing. I mean, I love watching that kind of surfing, that power base. You know, you said it was kind of like Boothie-esque. I feel like that power in the lip on the backhand we're starting to see that more and more, especially out here at Haleiwa. And it was just, you know, the patience, the being in the lineup at the right time, and then just being able to have the skill and the timing to unleash on that corner was so fun to watch. A lot of spray, and he just kept continuously belting it on the inside. Coming by me right now, he looks like he's psyching, looking like he's ready for another one. Just all business right now for Cole.
Yeah, and we'll be waiting for that score, Strider. It looks like it's coming in, and it's going to be a decent number as we check out the replay, Ross.
Yeah, judges holding the scale a little bit snug right now. 6.67 for Cole. I was even thinking maybe it was going to go, you know, 7.5 somewhere there, but really great surfing there. And also Alonso, beautiful snap. That opening snap, tons of spray was rewarded. And then that critical section, he tagged it so square. I think he even surprised himself.
Yeah, so I love these water angles. But with Hausman 6.67, I believe the judges owe us just one more score. So the book is not completely be written as of yet. So we still need a score for both Alonso Correa, that you see on your screen now, and Cole Hausman. They're currently in first and second in this heat, but more numbers are owed to us by the judges.
Okay, I'll pump the brakes on the judges. Sorry about that.
I know,
it's a score. I was like,
we'll
wow,
see.
well,
Ross, we'll see what they do on the next score. You know, so I believe it should be north of that 6.67. Though.
Yeah, I mean they're great rides. We just saw two really great waves, well-surfed waves from Cole and Alonso, and they're going to definitely separate themselves from the young guns, Keanu and Luke. So those powerhouses, both on our backside. Right now, they're kind of showing these young boys what's up.
Yeah, and the big numbers are starting to populate the score screen right now for both Cole as well as Alonso. And it looks like Alonso's going to get the better of it. A 7.83 for Alonso Correa, 7.73 for Cole Hausman. Both goofy foots, 1 and 2 right now at the 12-minute and 50-second mark in this heat number 3 of the opening round for the men. That's a lot of action, Ross. Wow. We're going to take a breather right now. We're going to step away, take a break, but we'll be right back with the conclusion of heat number 3.
welcome back to the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. I am coming to you from the Turtle Bay VIP Lounge. It's a beautiful setup here. We got a great view of the break, the surfers in the water, but as you can see, staying in the shade, out of the sun. Turtle Bay, a great partner for us here at the WSL. And Kaipo, you and I have been getting a chance to hang out at Turtle Bay, experience some of their only at Turtle Bay experiences. It's been a lot of fun so far, just like these heats that we've had in the water.
Oh yeah, we absolutely love the Turtle Bay, and they have a great VIP area over here. You got to check out the newly redone lobby and all the amenities over at the Turtle Bay. Here we go, Luke Tima. This happened during the break.
Okay, watch this wipeout, Kaipo. This is gnarly section. He got disconnected from his board. Wow, he really dodged a bullet there. So again, he's on to a good score. He had one great move. Needs to really capitalize with a combo and just gets projected into the flats. Luke, wow, so close to landing on his board, and that is the difference between potentially a serious injury and just poking through the water there. That was pretty gnarly.
Even the way his ankle turned on that, I was a little bit worried. Looks like he's paddling back out unfazed. What are you seeing, Strider?
A potential to break the femur. It was so heavy the way he came down out of the lip from the side, the water angle, the way that he fell out of the lip and came down, and the board was kind of still sideways, and he was going towards the beach. It was a brutal looking wipeout, but he shook it off. Young bones, came back up, ready to go.
Thank you, Strider, confirming what I was talking about right there. Just that foot's kind of a little bit stuck on the deck still.
Fuax? It is sticky, man. It's effective, I'm telling you.
Hey, hats off for going for it. Check this out one more time.
Yeah, again, he knew he was onto a big score. He already had a nice snap on the outside, so he went for it. And that's what makes Haleiwa so gnarly, is it just gives you crazy sections where if you hit it, you're really going to have to hold on to your hat. It'll project you into the flats. So like a basic off the lip at Haleiwa on that inside section, it takes a ton of commitment.
Young and flexible. You know, for Uncle Kaipo, that wipeout would have took me out for the year. But hey, he's right back in. Luke Tima looking for a big number, however. If he wants to do it in one wave, he needs an 8.66 to get into the top two. Keanu Kamiyama needs an 8.23 to get into the top two, and that's why, because the goofy foots, Cole Hausman and Alonso Correa have just been smashing it on the backhand. Hausman with 14.4 two-wave total, and Alonso Correa with a 12.16 two-wave total.
I give Luke a lot of credit for going for it. Had he made that move, he may have gotten an excellent score. He's probably, he heard the scores dropped from Cole and Alonso. He's like, all right, I got to bring it. So, there's no sense for him kicking out. He saw that big section and he went for it.
And signs of potential to get that excellent score that he needs when he's in line. Right now, he's last in line, as you see, and as you can see the priority blocks next to each of the surfers' color, with Cole Hausman with first priority and Keanu Kamiyama with that second priority. We're at 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough for Keanu and Luke. Also, Alonso is, keep in mind, holding on to a pretty low score. So if he can get a higher second score, these guys might be comboed. So still some time, though. There's just enough time. If we get a flurry of a bunch of waves here in the last 7 minutes, you can get 2 scores in like 5 minutes at Haleiwa. It's a quick paddle.
Some lines starting to present themselves. Any indicators that you can tip people off to, Ross, as far as knowing when a set's coming?
Yeah, there's almost every single time there's waves breaking outside avalanche, and that's to the left of your screen. It's just out of sight right now, but it'll break out there first. You'll also see that ominous buoy right there, that red buoy out there and outside disappear. So there's clear indicators, which is rad. As a surfer, you got all the info you need to get ready for a set.
And you've said it before, it can be a haunted house. That red buoy that's right underneath our scoring block there, when that thing disappears, your heart goes into your throat. Yeah. You know a 10-foot set's coming.
Absolutely. Yeah, and just the anticipation. It's almost like when you're, at a wave pool, and you hear the noise start cranking up at the machine. You're like, uh-oh, here we go. It's my turn. So when these sets are coming towards you at Haleiwa.
Well, our attention turns towards Alonso Correa fading the takeoff, arcing a bottom turn. Nice carve off the top for the Peruvian. Staying tight in the pocket. And again, Beautiful snap off the top, well timed. Comes around this section and make it 3 for Alonso Correa. Can he hang on to it? And the answer is yes. Cole Hausman right behind him. Wow, big power. Powerful goofy foot out of San Clemente. And it looks like he's enjoying his surf at Haleiwa right now.
This is getting kind of brutal. You know, Cole and Alonso are just lions eating their young right now. They are taking this heat apart.
Kamiyama smooth off the top for our Japanese competitor. One more hook, and that's all he's going to get. Not going to be that 8.23 that he's looking for, however.
That was an amazing ride. Alonso needed to get rid of a 4.3. I'm guessing he's going to get an excellent score. That was really well surfed. Power moves, tons of spray, speed, timing, it was all there. Just a well-surfed wave by Alonso.
So we'll be waiting for scores for Alonso and Cole, but we'll take another look at this wave for Alonso Correa.
Kind of a dream, too. It was a smaller wave, so he didn't have like excess power to deal with. Really sharp off the bottom, 2 snaps, lots of spray. Third one was by far the money turn there. Just kicked the fins and the tail block out the back. That feels really good. So 3 nice moves and a good wave.
Keanu
trying to claw his way back in the heat, but you can see just kind of snaps here, a little more light on the feet, and just a quick wave. So it's not going to be a keeper for him. And he's also running out of daylight. So, you know, this is a bit of a smash fest here by Cole and Alonso.
So waiting for those numbers to populate. Luke Tima in the green jersey, the teenager here from the North Shore of Oahu. Holding priority, needs an excellent number, 8.66. And he's got 4 minutes for that wave to present itself to him.
And I'm guessing he's going to be comboed when Alonso's score drops.
Then that would spell certain doom and right you are, that's why you're the coach. 8.07, Alonso Correa, he goes to first. Cole Hausman, still waiting for a score for him. However, just as importantly, Luke Tima and Keanu Kamiyama are both in a 2-wave requirement of 14.4. So time's not going to allow them to do that.
No, just a great score, well-deserved too from Alonso. I'm guessing he garnered at least 4 points just from that last finishing move. That was a critical turn in a critical section, and the judges eat that up every single day.
Yeah, Alonso Correa has always had that talent, and we've seen it here on the North Shore. Back in 2019, over at the Sunset at the World Cup, he had to leave competition when he was blazing through the field to meet some requirements to represent his company, Peru, in the Pan American Games. So, guys, he's been on the scene, just needs to put it together for a season, and we may be seeing Alonso Correa, the Peruvian, on the championship tour. It's not going to happen this year, however, coming into Haleiwa, number 74 on the Challenger Series rankings.
Right. Well, he can, if he can string together some heats here, he can pull a good result and get his ranking up high.
Queen of Haleiwa decided to come check everything out. Belu Sakura Johnson.
Yeah, what time is it? It is 1:39. Still a lot of time before they can go free surf, but 100% Sakura is frothing right now. She loves it out here. Just lives across the street, and she puts in a lot of time at Haleiwa.
Yeah, lives right across the street. There's just an intimate knowledge of this break. Put on a show last year at this very event where she took down 5-time world champ Carissa Moore in that final.
Yeah, and I was so proud of Sakura too, because she's got tons of talent. She's a bit of a highlight reel. She's not afraid to throw down big turns, but she competed really well last year. She had a lot of grindy heats where she made the right decisions and got through some tough conditions. Remember last year the waves were pretty tricky. So that felt really good for her to compete well, because we know that she can throw down some really big moves.
She was a rookie on the 2022 championship tour, was a victim of that mid-season cut. Now she's been clawing her way back out through this Challenger Series and is very, very close to being confirmed on the championship tour for 2023. Mathematically, there's a super outside chance that she's not going to make it, but she's like, I'm saying she's like 95% in
Right. I think Teresa and Alyssa Spencer would have to finish second or higher to pass her, and that's if Sakura doesn't get better than semis.
Yeah, and Sakura and both Teresa and Alyssa would have to both make the final.
Right.
So
yeah, that's what I mean, second place in the whole event. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but she can't count her chickens.
No.
And that's part of my job to tell her that, like, hey, we just need to keep your head down. This is also a celebration for her. She had a really good year. She had a lot of speed bumps that she, you know, some tough losses, but to make the top 5 in a CS Tour after you have that kind of gut-wrenching cut, you know, on a CT, that shows you that she's she persevered through a lot of emotion and a lot of learning. So, you know, I'm really, really proud of her, and I just want her to have fun in this event and let it flow.
Well, Alonso Correa and Nicole Hauschman looked like they were having fun out there. Dominant performance by the two Goofy Foots. We're down to just 10 seconds. Keanu, this is going to be a ride in, and he's going to just do this for some fun surfing, unfortunately. Just goes down there. So it's going to be the end of the road for Keanu Kamiyama and Luke Tima up before the horn. However, mathematically impossible for him to get his score. So both Tima and Kamiyama out of competition. Cole Hauschman and Alonso Correa moving on into the next round, the round of 64. More action from the Haleiwa Challenger right after this. Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands, and Heat 4, round of 80, out in the water. The Australian, Mikey Madonna against Slade Prestwick out of South Africa. Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica, and Wiggly Dantes, the veteran of the Heat, out there representing Brazil. And here we go with Dantes on the replay.
Wow, Wiggly is the spray man. That is what he is known for. He throws buckets better than anyone. And you might remember this name too. Wiggly was on tour for many years on CT, and you know, he is just a powerhouse. He's rides typically pretty small boards, and Kaipo, the reason he does that is he lives in the pocket. That guy will just swing and never miss. He's just got great timing, and he is the spray man. That's why he throws so much spray. He's got beautiful technique. Behind him, Slade Prestwick from South Africa. And a different type of surfer, regular foot, swooping carbs here. Kind of a small wave for him, soupy. So just going through the motions, maybe repositioning there, Kaipo.
Yeah, and Slade, you know, it's going to be hard for Slade to make a wave look big in that he's 6'3" in height. So
wow,
big frame for Slade Prestwick, but great surfing. His highlight this year was a 17th over in Bolito on the Challenger Series. Here we go with Mikey Madonna, the Australian. Mikey hooking a turn, but catching a rail, goes down.
I really like that. If he would have pulled out of that last turn, that was beautiful.
Slade on wave number 2. Fades the bottom turn, and nothing in front of him.
Yeah, it must be that milk over there in South Africa. Got long bones.
flying by here. And an interesting story in this particular heat, Ross, is that Mikey McDonough, he's had a taste of the Championship Tour 2018. He was a wild card at Bell's. Slade Prestwick, he's had a chance at this Championship Tour 2015. Slade was a wild card at Bell's. Carlos Munoz, he had a couple of heats in the Championship Tour. Unfortunately, got hurt early on in the year, this year, and so fell off tour. He just wants to get back on. And Wiggly Dantes, 3 full years on the Championship Tour. So everyone's had a taste of it. They all want to get back on that. And the guy who's already takes another step down the path of getting on the Championship Tour, advancing into the next round, Alonso Correa. Let's hear from Alonso.
So Alonso, you just told me you're tired. That was a heat that took a lot out of you, but you managed to put down some really big scores. What did you see in those waves that made it possible?
Thank you. Yeah, it's hard out there. I was watching the previous heats, and those guys were going crazy, doing some crazy turns, and I was like, fuck, I'm gonna have to do something like good to get some scores. So I just wanted to get the wave and just hit it as hard as possible. That was the whole strategy of the heat, just get the wave and try to surf it as much as I can. And yeah, I'm glad it worked. I fell on the first one. I was pretty bummed about it. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go like little slower on the second one, but yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy to get some waves here. It's firing. It's so crazy to be able to surf a contest in Hawaii. Usually there would be like 50 people out, so surfing it with 4 people, catching plenty of waves is just a dream come true.
How did you recover from that first fall to get back on the board and put such a good heat together?
Yeah, we're surfing 30 minutes heats, so it's a pretty long time. So just start all over again, like nothing had happened. You know, there were a lot of waves coming, so I wasn't that preoccupied on the opportunities. But yeah, Cole was going crazy.
You guys were going back and forth.
Yeah, I got the first wave of the set that I did 2 turns, and then I saw that his whole wave just doing like 50 turns. I was like, whoa! but yeah, I'm happy to made it. Yeah, have another opportunity to surf tomorrow.
Congratulations! You want to say anything to your friends and family back home?
Yeah. Nada, gracias a todos por mirar, por mandar las buenas vibras, apoyar y nada, vamos a seguir representando, ¿no? Gracias a todos.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
All right. Well, during that interview, we saw quite a few waves getting ridden right there. So we're going to get catching up on some scores. Carlos Munoz, a little short ride for Carlos. Wiggly Dantes found another one and connected a number of times to the lip. Mikey McDonough here. Smooth carve off the top, but that's all he's going to get.
I was curious if he was going to go for number 2. That was a big closeout section. Just couldn't get there in time for Mikey. Big set right there, Kaipo. So again, this swell still filling in just a little bit more. A lot of energy. And you know, I was talking earlier about the timing of Wiggly. I mean, it's just mint. Look at this spray every single time. And again, he loves to sit in the pocket. Little fin throw right here for Wiggly. So a mushier section. So he delivered a different type of move for him. But he is building himself a couple nice scores to start this heat off.
Yeah, Dantes opened up with a 5.83. We're waiting for the score here for Wiggly on wave number 2, but he's looking very connected to Haleiwa.
Yeah,
as we check out this replay from the water.
He pushes on his tail block so nicely to get that spray.
Mikey McDonough. Oh, nice connection to the lip for the finish for the Australian. So we'll be waiting for that score. And during that big set that you were talking about, Ross, an interesting scenario happened. And Slade Prestwick got pushed to shore, got caught inside, and Slade now has what we call suspended priority. So Slade, you know, if you get a big set on the head, you didn't lose priority by paddling for a wave, but if you get washed through, they suspend your priority, and then once Slade gets back out there, he's going to regain that priority.
And that kind of protects the field, right? So if you're not in the lineup and you want to catch a wave, you're not looking over your shoulder like, well, where's Blue? Like, he has priority. But so once he paddles back into the lineup, then that gets reinstated.
Yeah, so that's all the job of our priority judge up in the judge's tower, to recognize those situations and maintain basically everyone taking turns in surfing.
Yeah.
And it makes for the fairest contest and the best surfing ever.
It's unique, right? You don't see that on the schedule much, but in Hawaii, there's so much juice and power. The waves are big. It happens. You get pushed in. You got to take your lickings and get back out there.
Yep, so there's Slade. Looks like he's slowly making his way back up there. What Slade's going to hear is Wiggly Dantes just scored a 6.43. So 5.83 and a 6.43. 6.43 for this effort, Ross.
Watch the spray. Bang. It's just perfect timing. Pushes really hard on a tail block. Watch his back right there. Boom. Just so good timing applied with power. And just the right equipment for Wiggly equals spray. And he's just relentless with it. He's been doing it for years and years and years.
Who's Wiggly Dantes? Well, there's no better person to ask him. Well, welcome to the broadcast crew. Makuakai Rothman, tell us a little bit about your friend.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, Wiggly Dantes. He's basically my Brazilian brother. Stayed with us for many, many years. Competitive. All of his competitive career, pretty much, he was staying with us during the winters. And Wiggly Dantes is the man who throws the tallest backside spray, I would have to say.
And Makua, I know you surfed with Wiggly many, many times. Where's his favorite spot in Hawaii?
Wiggly's favorite spot got to be Pipeline. I mean, he puts so much time and effort out there, but I mean, you know, his backside surfing and his competitive ferocity, the way that he attacks the lip, is unlike any other on tour right now.
Well, thank you for the reporting. Makuakai Rothman, glad to have you part of our commentary team here. Someone that knows, born and raised on the North Shore, Makua knows an intimate story of every single one of these breaks on the 7 Mile Miracle, Ross.
Yeah, Makua's a legend, big wave champ, winner at Sunset Beach, so good to have his insights here at Haleiwa. And also very cool, you know, Wiggly like a brother to him. And yeah, Wiggly's, he's been on the North Shore many, many times. So Haleiwa's a funny wave. It really does require kind of local knowledge for the lineup, when to catch the best waves, and he's shown it.
There's no shortcut to becoming a good North Shore surfer, is there, Ross?
No, yeah, it just takes hours. Now, even if you're from here, if you specialize in one wave, it'll show at the other wave. You know, each wave is difficult in its own right. Pipe is so different from Haleiwa. Sunset is so different from Haleiwa. So, like, if you want to master all 3 spots, you got to put your time in.
Josh Moniz, he's put his time in out here. He's a second-generation professional surfer. Sustained a horrible injury just a year ago. Has recovered completely from that neck fracture, and Josh is back in action now. Good to see Josh Moniz back on the scene.
Yeah, I've been seeing him in the water, and he's definitely looking in form. And he has the type of surfing that really matches Haleiwa. He's strong, he's consistent, he's got good wave knowledge. So I'd look to see Josh put together a good heat out here.
All right, we got some sets coming. What do you see, Strider?
I see those lumps coming out there by Avalanche, so you know we've kind of timed it out 30 to 45 seconds, and they're arriving over here. So we saw them just a bit ago, probably like 20 seconds ago. So we're gonna have some sets arriving here really quickly, and I love the way that you can kind of gauge your time and look way out the back, and you like get that feeling of, okay, it's my turn. Well, it's Wiggly's turn right now. Let's see what he's got on the backhand as he throws it straight up into the bowl. Beautiful surfing, drops out of the sky. He's gonna go for the inside corner, takes him out.
Wiggly Dantes, likely not to improve upon his 2-wave score right now, but he is in the lead. Mikey McDonough streaking down the line. Quick snap off the top, throwing a ton of spray. Round carve through the whitewater section here. Oncoming section meets it with a big snap.
Yeah, Mikey trying to separate himself from Slade, who's sitting in 3rd place there. So Wiggly's got a couple good scores, but no huge scores have been dropped yet. So this heat's still pretty open here at the halfway mark.
And you can see right now, having to duck dive that wave, Carlos Munoz caught a little too deep, and Haleiwa will do that to you.
Yeah, and Carlos has surfed Haleiwa for many years, so he knows this lineup, he knows its trickery. But it gets the best of everyone out here. You just have, you have to be on your toes at Haleiwa, and you have to be able to reset. I liked what Alonso Carrera said in the last heat, where he had a funny start to his heat and he just pressed the reset button. And you have to have that sort of ability to let it roll off your shoulders at Haleiwa because it's easy to be out of sync.
Dantes here. This was a 3.97 on the replay. Not one of his top two.
I like Mikey's style. Yeah, he's really smooth. He's pretty slick off the top right there. Really crisp timing, a lot of spray. He's got super good technique. He's a tall dude, a lot of leverage, so he can throw some power, but he's pretty agile for how tall he is. And look at that technique. It doesn't get a whole lot better than that. But just sort of a setup snap, so that's going to keep the score in check. But very smooth surfer.
4.33 for that effort. Mikey McDonough in second. Wiggly Dantes in first. Slade Presserick with priority, still hanging on to that priority. Slade needing a 7.53. Carlos Munoz, Cali, needing a 7.93. As we take a gander at Slade on his way back out. Carlos Munoz is an interesting story. Finally, after a decade on the qualifying series, made it to the championship tour just this year and injured his shoulder on the first event of the year. Surfed to a 9th place finish at Pipe, but then that just took him out for the rest of the year. So bittersweet his first year on the championship tour after working so long, Ross, to get there.
Yeah, and he had back-to-back injuries too. He had 2 major injuries in a row, so really tough luck for Carlos Munoz. Again, representing Costa Rica, which is special in its own right, you know, to be representing there. So let's see if he can just keep himself in check, not get too frustrated. It looks like he's surfing pretty well, but right now this heat hasn't unfolded the way he would like it, but there's still enough time on the clock to get 2 scores. Again, the paddle back out at Haleiwa is quick, so you can fire away a couple scores.
Here goes Slade, deep on this one. Got some ground to cover and does it via a lip glide, but gets caught on the toes, bucked off his board. And that will not be the result of a ride that Slade Presserick wanted. Now he's back in the line at priority. Carlos Munoz glides it there, and again, deep, was looking to make up some ground, unable to do so.
He was so deep too. He was really far back there, so surprised to see Carlos not adjust and get a little wider. And this was a sketchy section. It was really fast. It had a pretty solid lip line there. And whenever you connect your board with the lip at Haleiwa, there's so much power, you have no choice but to be projected out to the flats. And you could see he was just hanging on by his toenails there. Kind of a sketchy move from Carlos.
Well, Carlos needs a 7.93. Slade needs a 7.53. Can they come back? You will find out right after this break for the conclusion of heat number 4.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. you have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Back at Haleiwa here, Malki Dana screaming down the line, currently in second place. The Australian, we had a good rail gouge there, back on his toes, projecting, throwing the tail, not quite the finish he needed. Ross Williams looking back here. Wiggly Dantes, our heat leader.
Yeah, Wiggly, just relentless from the bottom to the top. Good, perfect timing. And Wiggly's starting to pull away. He's trying to get rid of a 5.83, and he's looking pretty pleased with himself right there, Kaipo, as he should be.
Yeah, great surfing, great timing, great technique by Wiggly Dantes. 32 years old, out of Ubatuba, Brazil. The veteran of this heat, but he's got some spring in his step right now at Haleiwa, just the way he likes it. Big and powerful.
He's still a young man. You know, he's been off tour, which is almost kind of a shock because Wiggly is he's the kind of guy that could make the top 10 on the CT, and he's been there. He's had some big results on the big tour, so it's a little odd to see him not on a championship tour. So see if he can put together a big year next year.
Press switch. Our South African surfer, unfortunately, catching a rail there and going down, just having a difficult time so far in this heat. Slade Prestwick, finding a wave he can connect from start to finish. Carlos Munoz, long bottom turn, floats that lip. Long bottom turn again, lip glide, rail grab for Kali. Looking for more, and unable to get back up to the lip as he punches through in that toilet bowl section.
Yeah, fast wave there, but now Carlos is on the board officially. 2 major moves on a big wave there. I think the judges are going to like that. No giant scores have dropped yet, so he's going to be right then in the heat now, and the business end of the heat, 9 minutes left. And Wiggly, actually, that score didn't help him. 5.47, so the judges want to see a little more size, I'm guessing. This wave was just medium. So you don't get those big, gnarly, critical sections when the wave's sort of back there at peaks and it hits that deep spot. But again, Wiggly is just kind of cruising through these little spray turns. So if he wants to get into those 7s and 8s, I think he has to get involved with a pretty gnarly section.
And what happened here with Carlos?
It was just a beautiful wave. It was outside, way overhead, so it's a set wave. Nice opening turn. Another sort of controlled turn where he's just holding on to his board. They're like lip line hits. So, you know, they're not apex maneuvers, but they're definitely well placed in a critical section.
I'm going to go behind the scenes up on the VIP headset with Makua Kai Rothman. Makua, any words with Wiggly Dantes as he entered his heat?
Yeah, we're standing there. Thank you, Kaipo, for that question. We're standing there before his heat, and we're going over some heat strategy. And one of the main things he was touching on is a first big move. And right now, like I hear you folks talking about, I haven't seen that first really big critical move that we know he can do. And also really touching on the finishing part of Haleiwa. A lot of the scores I've seen today that weren't in the excellent range were due to unfinished waves. So Wiggly really needs to get out there, get that one big critical first turn and finish it off, and I think he'll be in the excellent range.
Hey, Makua, right behind you, you got Kaoli Voss, the Tahitian, ready to go out there. What would you think? What would you give Kaoli as advice right now?
I just told him to have fun and finish his waves. He's the boy has all the talent in the world to make it happen. And like I said right here, go get him, buddy. He's ready to go, and he knows that that first big critical turn is really going to put his scores up there in the excellent range.
Hey, he got the good luck handshake from Uncle Makua Kai, so that's going to help him in his account. Thank you, Makua. All right, yeah, Kaoli Voss coming in the next heat. I mean, talk about sensational surfer. Surfed his way to a runner-up finish in Tahiti, took down surfers left and right, was a mastery at forehand tube riding.
Yeah, that was a big heat. The heat with Kelly was insane because he pulled a Kelly on Kelly where he shifted to the inside. Like the local knowledge was just through the ceiling there. That was really fun to watch him. Crafty competitor. Also, not to be underestimated in the air, Kaoli Voss has progression in his repertoire as well.
And he's bringing some innovation. Switch stance tube riding as well. All in the repertoire of the Tahitian. We'll see him in the next heat. Kaoli Voss will be out in the lineup with Jackson Bunch, Billy Stairdman, and Chris Zafis. Heat number 5 of the round of 80. And there is Billy Stairdman. representing New Zealand, Aotearoa, getting into the zone before the paddle out. Press switch, up, out, still searching for a wave, a meaningful wave.
Yeah, he's had a tough one. He's had some big waves, but he keeps falling. And in his defense, the waves are tricky. They're fast and they're confronting. There's all these crazy sections that come at you. A lot of times, Haleiwa feels like it's attacking you, so you really have to be on the offense. So a pretty kind of a sloppy heat for Slade, but it is tough out there. Carlos got himself in the mix. I kind of was thinking the 4.5 was going to go to a little higher, just because the wave was so nice. But you know, he just had those tags, and the judges really kind of recognized that. He didn't get to lay down like any big spray turns or carves. But he does have himself in an advanced position where a 6.54 could get him there.
Yeah, so he put himself right with some opportunity. Carlos Munoz in these final 5 minutes. And, whoa, it's ringing right now, and I'm going to pick up a call right now. It's coming from out in the water with Strider Wazalewski. What do you got, Strider?
We're just checking in on the conditions today. They've been super smooth. I mean, almost variable winds. We got light east winds coming across right now. Quick question for Ross. You know, when it's the traditional trade winds really strong, you know, northeast, northeast, is that better, or is it better when it's light like this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, well, ideally, if you could just order up wind, you would order south wind. South wind at Haleiwa, it actually turns this wave into a barrel. It instantly looks like Indonesia. On a day like today, you know, obviously we have slack wind, so that is good for off the lips and like progression. But the trick, Strider, is it's getting pretty big, you know, with this incoming swell, so it's not easy to just tag a big old section with this sort of crumble. So ideally, when the waves get bigger, you want a little bit of offshore wind, which is basically easterly trade winds. But for performance, when the waves are like head high or smaller, we don't mind a little bit of variables.
Nice, nice. Well, I mean, you know, watching this heat, seeing the waves that Wiggly is catching, and, you know, he seems to just be finding that paced wave that, you know, has got the ability to go straight up and down, and all the other surfers kind of finding longer, stretched out waves. I mean, Slade Prestwich has been underwater more than he's been above water in this heat, just to wave selection, I feel like, and getting caught inside out of position. So I feel like that local knowledge of, you know, Makua maybe playing through Wiggly at the moment.
Yeah, thank you, Strider, and I agree. We do agree with you. Wiggly Dantas looking very comfortable out there. Slade Prestwick right now on the screen has to regather himself. He can still do it with a 7.53. Carlos Munoz has less of a requirement. You can see him in the white jersey. Munoz with a 6.54 requirement for the surfer representing Costa Rica. But the challenge, both Munoz and Prestwich behind in the line of priority, both 3 and 4 in that line, respectively.
Yeah, and, you know, picking up to your guys' point with local knowledge and where to line up, I will say today is a little different from normal Haleiwa. In general, I think everyone's sitting super deep. They are sitting so far out the back. And Haleiwa, as we know, is fast. So when you play that game of maximizing the lineup as far as sitting deep, you really are, you know, toying with those odds of making it to the end of the wave by the toilet bowl. So in general, everyone's sitting a little deeper than I would like if I was out there today. But they're being sucked up the point just by the vision of it. Like, they keep looking up there and just see perfect waves peeling down the reef, and they're heading there like a fly to a light.
Sometimes it's a mirage, right? Like, always paddling up the reef isn't the best thing to do when a set comes, especially if you do have priority, because you can place yourself anywhere you want in this lineup.
That's right. Exactly right. And keep in mind, they're not free surfing. They don't have the ability to just chill for 45 minutes and wait for the perfect wave. You're in a heat. You got to manufacture scores. You got to get going. You got to, you know, either get second or first. That is the priority. And so the name of the game is getting those scores and getting them any way you can.
Well, it's a 2-minute drill at this moment for Carlos Munoz and Slade Prestwick. Can they escape the priority hold of Wiggly Dantas and Mikey McDonough? Interesting to me as we fly over McDonough's position in the red jersey. His first priority, and he's not playing super defense at this time. Maybe placing himself between those two surfers.
Yeah, he might even be playing a little bit of a decoy. Like, yeah, we should totally sit way back here.
I like it.
Because for him, it's like, yeah, let's be out of position. That's fine with me. I'm happy to let the clock run out being in second place.
You know what, Coach? I like that one.
Little decoy.
Yeah, I like that strategy.
You guys, we're totally in the spot right now. We should chill here. But meanwhile, who's sitting closer and paddling towards the channel? They have the right idea.
Yeah, it looks like Slade Presswick is the widest right now. He has the lowest priority. But you know what? I feel Slade and Carlos, they're just going to be victims of the clock at this moment.
Yeah, I'm trying to look over my shoulder to see if there is a medium-size, maybe a small to medium-sized set coming in. But you're right, Kaipo. Look at that clock. It's not your friend if you're Carlos.
Yeah, and you know, I just love the spirit of Carlos Munoz and the vibe of Pura Vida. I'd love for him to at least get a chance to answer back right now, but it's now down to just 20 seconds. And Mikey's not going to budge at this point.
Yeah, Mikey's happy at this moment, but is he going to give him a shot? No, he's protecting. That's well done.
Mikey McDonough utilizing priority and closing out this heat. This wave is just going to be a joyride into the beach because Mikey is going to advance out of this heat along with Wiggly Dantes into the next round. We're going to be back with more action. We're going to bring in Rosie and Joe and a special guest right after this break.
The Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands continues here in the round of 80. Heat number 5 just getting started. The waves have been firing all day long on day 4 of the waiting period. What an exciting part of our afternoon. Joe Chappelle, Rosie Hodge, big wave champ, local hero, Makua Kai Rothman. Makua, always good to see you, and thanks for joining us.
I mean, look at my smile. I'm so happy to be back. It's been too long.
Oh, so good to be sitting in a wave that has given you so much in your lifetime, from competing at the Menehune division and through the Triple Crown era. Where does Haleiwa, this wave, really stand out for you in your life as a professional surfer?
Well, this wave really built a lot of us. You know, like you said, the Haleiwa Menehune was so crucial for all of us children. And still to this day, my children are surfing it. I mean, it is the spot that builds the North Shore surfers. And from that event, Haleiwa Challenger, you know, this has been a huge part of the Triple Crown as well. The first opener, you get your feet wet, right back in Hawaii to compete, and the boys are loving it right now.
Let's set the heat here. 4 surfers out, top 2 move on to the next round. As we have Chris Zappis in the red jersey representing Australia. Billy Stearman, longtime competitor at this venue representing New Zealand. Kaoli Vost from Tahiti. And Jackson Bunch from the island of Maui. Got a rider in motion. Stearman bringing some friends with him from home at Raglan that are giving him some support here. Had a lot of speed, went over that bump on the face and jams it right off the lip. Billy pulls in and kicks out. on the end section, right into a carve from Chris. Zaffis hits the oncoming section with beautiful flow and rhythm. Great timing for Zaffis, and also Billy Stearman getting involved. Rosie, what a heat we have from surfers from different parts of the globe. Great to see Zaffis finish off with a big end section turn on his feet.
Yeah, this heat has an international flavor, but a bunch of powerhouses in the water. Looking at the names on our screen as we see right up, Jackson Bunch.
Jackson Bunch, solid off the bottom, frames it vertically, and will ride away the best he can, but the whitewater will catch up to him. Tough one there, it looked like he had it. Now Kaoli Vost going up and out and trying to avoid going over the falls. It's interesting, Makua, with a wave with so much power, with currents moving. It's not the easiest thing to do to pull off major moves when sometimes a big mountain of whitewater is trying to take you down.
Yeah, well, Haleiwa, it's all about positioning and wave selection, especially that inside bowl like you seen Kaoli come off the bottom. Jackson Bunch came off the bottom, got hung up at the top, and once all that water comes together, it's like an avalanche and it just takes you out, Joe.
Crazy to see all the wipeouts on that final section throughout the day today, as we see Kaoli Vost just get his warm-up out of the way. 0.5 took a look at a wave. A total hero back home in Tehupo'o, as we saw him go all the way to a final against Miguel Pupo in the main event earlier this year.
He was unbelievable, Joe. And just thinking about this guy, I mean, we watched him out at his local break from when he was, you know, just knee-high, and to the man that he is today, absolutely charging and really dominating and making a name for himself. This is Jackson Bunch's wave, and like you said, McCoy, he got kind of hung up.
Yeah, right there off the bottom, you see that halfway through his bottom turn, he got stuck. And like I said, once that water comes together, it's very difficult to pull that maneuver off.
And then comparing it to Chris Zaffis, Rosie, what'd you see here?
Yeah, great opening wave from Chris. Just love the smooth approach of keeping that hand low and touching the water on that bottom turn. You know, keeping spring loaded and just able to really negotiate through the tricky sections.
What a cool part of Australia. He comes from Angary, all those amazing waves down there. Great surfers like Laurie Towner, Dan Ross, so much talent. Bryce Young, there's an incredible community of great surfers that have made it to the top stage. Last heat, we saw a familiar backhand attack. Wiggly Dantas throwing some water, hanging out with AJ.
So Makua, you talked about during his heat that you wanted him to focus on the critical first turn and then emphasizing the finishing section. How did you use that advice to get you the heat win?
Yeah, it's a good advice. Makua know this wave for sure is the best one here, and you make like big powers, maneuver and stuff. And I see him before my heat, he just tell me like focus on the big turn, the first one, and make the last turn. And I do what he tell me to do, and I just like make my heat is super good. And I know him for a long time. I used to surf with him some heats together, and it's good to be here in Hawaii.
And you're riding a board that's pretty new to you. The first wave of the heat, only your second wave on that board. How did it feel?
Feels super good. I used these boards like this morning, and I used yesterday, and brand new board, and then trying the heat pretty much. And the board's looking good, I think, and it's a 6.2. I have like a bigger board too, but this one's magic board.
The magic board already. What'd you learn from the heat today you want to take forward?
Just keep focused, just get like the bigger ones and try to make the big turns, same as Makua say.
What do you want to say, or do you want to say anything to your friends and family back home?
Okay, okay, speaking português. Fala galera, passei minha bateria aqui, tô muito feliz, focado na missão e vamos com todos os próximos rounds.
Parabéns.
Okay, obrigado.
So cool to see Wiggly's big happy smile, a dangerous weapon on the championship tour, and now throwing some spray to the sky in that last heat, doing a great job to get a heat win. And the backhand story continues here. Jackson Bunch looking loose on those turns, throwing the fins out on the second, and that'll go with his 2.5. I know, well, we've got more action. Chris Zaffis, smooth, lanky Australian. Got such a cool style. There he goes, throwing the fins out. Two different types of turns, and we'll throw it up vertically to climb the final section. Trying to better a 3.83. Gosh, you love Haleiwa when it's pumping nonstop. Billy Stearman floats the first section and attacks it off the lip, and will step off. Judges always keep an eye on the horizon. Non-stop action today. Swell meant to be peaking midday, but still plenty of leftovers for the afternoon, and even tomorrow will be well overhead. It's absolutely scoring this west-northwest today with the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. 21.5 to go, digesting a few waves in a row. Judges are good at this, of remembering their comparisons, that wow factor, so they can make their separations into a scale all the way up to 10. Everyone's got their own unique style, starting with Jackson Bunch, the goofy footer. What's really popping in your eyes there, Makua, of his performance?
Just really squaring it off the bottom, timing in the lip, releasing the fins, the boy's looking loose, and I think that'll definitely be his best score of the season.
Well, you always get this wave on your forehand on that when the right-hander's firing. I know you got some good friends that have their back to the wall here. Some of the good locals that are goofy footers out here at Haleiwa.
Oh, Freddie P, Sean Moody, those two guys right there stand out, you know.
Can you pick one? Who's better? No, you don't have to.
Who's better? I would have to.
They're going to be
honestly,
texting you soon.
That's all right. I would say Fred's a little more technical than Sean, but I think Sean smashes the lip a little bit harder. And,
oh, look at that.
We'll see what kind of texts I get later. But they're both some of my best friends and best surfers at Haleiwa for sure.
Such a cool backhand wave, and we've seen a lot of great performances heading that direction. Jackson Bunch, 2.5 start, but his best wave about to factor in. And then also this last wave for Billy Sterman, Rosie.
A lot of flow from this guy. I love that kind of free fall flow that he had through that maneuver. Carries a lot of speed into the second option there. So two-turn combo. This guy, I'm enjoying kind of my first really good look at his surfing. I love his approach and his technique. His whip through on that last one. Unfortunately getting a little bit tangled up and held up with the lip, but still just a solid vertical approach.
It's interesting when you think about the last couple of years of our life, you know, with the world changing quite a bit. And Chris, where he comes from, and Gary's just a pretty rootsy country town. And then he has, you know, a girlfriend on the Queensland side of the country. And when they were closing borders, he had to figure out where he was going to be based. And then so for a kid from Ngari, he's like, oh, do I have to move to Surfer's Paradise? Big city, buildings. And he's like, well, I guess so, because I probably won't be able to cross the border to see his girlfriend. He made the move up there and then realized there was a lot of waves up there, a lot of resources for training, and it all of a sudden became this blessing in disguise where he kind of stepped out of his comfort zone, and it brought a lot to his career because he's stronger now, he has more resources with training, and sometimes you never know what life's going to give you.
Yeah, that is such an interesting move and such a different world. I think in Gary, like you mentioned, it's really just a gem of a place. The Gold Coast has a lot more attention and focus on it. It's raised a lot of world champions. I know that, you know, Jack Robinson has now made the move over to the Gold Coast too, splitting his time, you know, Margaret River and on the Gold Coast. So there is a lot of positive things that can come out of a move like that in life.
Definitely strategic moves as a pro surfer. I think San Clemente kind of became this place where people started moving to internationally. That's also happened here on the North Shore. When you know your career is going to be based at certain locations, sometimes you're like, hey, talk to the family and make the move.
Well, anytime that you put yourself into an uncomfortable situation in life and you make a move that challenges you, it really brings the best out of you. You have to reinvent yourself. You have to figure out what it is you need to do to become better and adapt to the new situations. And I really think surfers nowadays, that's a much needed thing, is for them to put themselves in those uncomfortable situations, maybe move to somewhere else and really figure out their surfing and just themselves altogether.
You're not afraid of that, Makua, especially recently. It's been so fun following you, and congratulations as well. Legislative aid for District 23. That's going to be so huge for the entire North Shore. Congratulations.
Thank you, Joe. I mean, talk about uncomfortable situation, but you know, nonetheless, up and riding. Let's see how comfortable he can get on this wave.
Billy Sterman, first turn in the pocket. You can see him springing with all that momentum, beating all those sections. Where is he going to put it? Billy on the forehand hook. Beautiful slicing turn. And he'll head out of there. I mean, I guess you famously think of Raglan, you think of lefts, but he's been competing for so many years. Huge section for the backhand of Kaoli Vast. Hard off the bottom again and hammers it. The Tahitians just feeling the flow now. Straight up vertical again for a goofy foot special. Unreal timing. And it continues with Jackson Bunch till he over rotates off the bottom with a Goofy Foot blowing up like Kaoli Voss. Let's hear from Goofy Foot Strider Wazalewski. How about that wave?
Woo-hoo-hoo, he waited, and he knew he had priority. He found his position in that lineup, and he waited for the right wave, and he had that one with that great tempo and that open line on it, and it just reminded me of like what Wiggly was doing, and man, he just put the pedal to the metal up into that lip, straight vertical, throwing spray everywhere, pivoting in the pocket, right in the critical section. It's exactly what the judges are looking for. Kaole doesn't look like he's got any missing pieces to the pie to me, man. That kid does it in all different kinds of waves, above the lip, backhand, big barrels. I love his surfing.
We're right there with you, Waz, just watching the angle of him heading your direction in the channel, squaring up so vertically, and unbelievable speed management off the bottom. It'd be pretty easy to race that thing, but he wanted to go straight up vertical and commit to the heavy sections. Numbers are drifting in. Voss turns in a 9-point ride. Insane score, one of the best of the day. 5 judges on the panel. 1 judge went as high as a 9.5. Unbelievable performance, Makua.
That's what he needed to do right there. Off the bottom, off the top, all 3 moves in the critical section of the wave, finishing strong with a beautiful, I mean, fins-free airdrop. And right here you go, Rosie. I mean, take us through this replay.
I think to me too, it's the power. I mean, the fact that he's not just meeting the lip and kind of coasting his way through it. He's really getting to the apex of the wave and then pushing even harder on that back foot and flowing through with a lot of speed. So highest wave of the day so far, and just so well surfed. The guy, like Strider said, he's got every element that creates someone that's going to be very dangerous in a competitive situation.
Oh, so many things have changed in such a short period of time, Makua. You love going to Tahiti and going to the end of the road and putting yourself in crazy situations in one of the most amazing waves in the world. And now guys like Kaoli Voss, are they actually living there full time, where it kind of used to be the whole thing of even local guys like Michelle, they're driving, you know, to the end of the road and they live maybe on a different part of the island. But now Vahine, Kaoli, his brothers and sisters are out there each and every day. Matahi, it's just such an amazing place in the world that has a lot of attention now, especially when you talk about the Olympic Games. Backside hammer on the backhand of Jackson Bunch. He'll step off. But Makua, it must be fun for you to watch the evolution of Te Ahupo'o on the end of the road.
Oh, I mean, watching Laird catch that wave in 2000 to up and riding right here, Joe, the man who's taking it to town at the end of the road.
The young prince off the bottom and off the top. Beautiful backhand work, fresh off a 9. Throws it up vertically and will now step off. Had a 0.5 to improve on. Didn't need much to get a 2.97 to take the lead off Chris Zaffis. Rosie, as a longtime competitor, what is Kaoli feeling right now when you know you just got a 9 and the waves are firing and everything's going your way? What does that feel like?
Start to feel so loose. I feel like that's when you can really afford to kind of let your guard down. You know the judges are really appreciating your surfing, so you can just let it all flow. And he's flowing so well, just paying special attention to that bottom turn, really setting him up to slingshot into that critical section. Just you know, take note, get your notepads out, and look at what this kid's doing, because he's performing to near perfection out here.
Oh, it's brilliant to see a surfer in motion living up to their potential. I asked this to Rosie earlier this morning, Makua. You've won big events like Sunset Beach where everything's just coming together. You know, do you identify one thing that you've been focusing on when you feel that rhythm is there and you're surfing at your best? How does that all come into play?
I mean, when I won Sunset, it was, it didn't matter who was in my heat. When I got to the beach, it was like, this is my waves, this is my time. And people would ask me, you know, who you got next? I was, you know, some very unlucky people. And no, I'm serious. Like the mindset you need to have to be dominant in a sport and be able to win something that's not, you know, Sunset's one of the hardest waves in the world to win. I mean, anywhere, any competition at the highest level there is. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Dan Ross qualified for the World Tour that year. Mick Fanning had just become world champion. Leo Neves was in that heat, another crazy competitor, and then there's me from Sunset Beach, right? So if I didn't have that type of mentality going to that event, there was no chance I was winning. I mean, Dane Reynolds, you name it, was in that event. And, you know, the mentality of any champion, they're going to tell you, right now it looks like Kaoli has that mentality. He's flowing, and, you know, it just shows in your surfing, Joe, the commitment, the level of commitment in maneuvers and wave selection as well.
Love the breakdown, Makua, as we step into action with Chris Zappis. Cool redirect on the cornering open face, right into a hack off the lip. Good timing on the finish as well, and he puts that one away. Jackson Bunch, the fourth, ripping in a backhand hook. Hard off the bottom, going upside down. Well-read wave for Jackson. And he gets out of there. Low score of 393 on non-stop action. We love it. Billy Stearman's got a turn. High performance sections are unbelievable today at Haleiwa. To have a wave that size, all that speed, these guys are absolutely scoring here in heat number 5 of the round of 80. We'll start the series of replays. Open this one up with Chris Zappis, Rosie.
Yeah, just really enjoying the look at his technique. I think he really wanted to lay into that first turn. It almost set his rhythm back just a touch, but I think a well-completed wave from him. I think he's going to show us even more on his next opportunity. But that was just back-to-back-to-back action. Everyone having opportunity out here. The wind staying super light, and it's just really turning on going into these afternoon heats.
Chris Zappis is an amazing ability to keep his rail line coming off the top. He doesn't need to set gears again. He just has that flow in between turns with variety. He's chasing down an 8.04 to catch up to Kauli Vast. Kauli got a 5.73 on the backup. So really moving forward with that lead with now 10:15 on the clock. As you know, Makua is a longtime competitor. You never know what the waves are looking like. We're completely scoring today here on the opening day of competition, day 4 of the waiting period here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. We'll be right back. Just a few months ago, we were on the beautiful island of Tahiti, and Kauli Vast turned in the best performance of his career and was runner-up in the championship tour event. As a local wild card, he put on quite a show, even comboing Kelly Slater in the semifinals. Went switch stance, front side, didn't matter, and had an absolute tube shootout to finish runner-up in the outer-known Tahiti Pro. We're going to be watching that tape for many years to come, Makua.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, the mindset, once you're locked and loaded, especially at home, this is his home. This is where he was born and raised. I mean, front side, back side, combos, it doesn't matter. You know, it didn't matter who was in his heat. He was there to show up, blow up. And look at that, right there. This goes to show.
All Goofy Foot final. That will never forget. Kauli Vast, the man to beat when it comes to surfing at the end of the road, and so much in his future, especially with talk about the Olympics heading to that venue at Tehupo'o. So comfortable, knows the reef inside and out. But hats off to Miguel as well, because Kauli was very warmed up and ready to win that day.
Yeah, that was a really fun event to watch. I mean, both wildcards, Nathan Hedge also just dominating that event. Kahuli was so fun to watch. I mean, he's really good friends with Vahine Herrera, who was also in that event as a wild card. So, you know, the changing of the guard as we see this younger generation from Tahiti start to take over the world. I mean, it's not going to take long before we see both of those surfers on the championship tour.
Oh, it's so cool. Just counting the days as we're still enjoying this gigantic lead out front for Vost. Zaf is still second. Bunch has a 7.07, but still in third. And Stearman now needs a 7.4 to move on into the next round. Billy Stearman's been so fun to watch for so many years. You think about these journeymen that have been just traveling nonstop to different venues. They've gone through changes. Before it was called a Challenger Series, and trying to make up points to make the Dream Tour. Back when there was 45 guys on tour, then down to 34. And just every year they show up and try to rebrand themselves to compete. I remember there was an event at Margaret River years ago. Billy got past Kelly, and that was sort of his headliner at the time. Everyone's trying to learn about who this guy was, and they're like, well, hey, he beat Kelly the other day. And then his profile kept building beyond that one moment. And you saw how well-rounded that he really is, Rosie.
Yeah, it's super fun to watch this guy in a contest. It's just, he's got that fresh approach where he just goes into every maneuver with a lot of speed. It's really unpredictable when he's going at a big section of what he's going to do. Yeah, he knows his strengths, and he knows how to lean on them.
Coming up soon, right here on the North Shore of Oahu, the Vans Pipe Masters, December 8th through the 20th, and it's a reimagined Vans Pipe Masters, marking a new chapter for the iconic wave in the contest. And Makua, it's been really fun to listen to who's preparing for this event, who are posting that they got invited to surf starting December 8th through the 20th. It's not going to be your usual look at that event. Some people surfing it for the first time.
Yeah, it was definitely fun to be part of the whole pre-production and watching all it go down and learn about how the heats are going to be structured. And I just can't wait to see the boys get it on. It's going to be something different. The big air coming into play. I want to see somebody hit that closeout where, back in the day, once upon a time, Liam used to do that famous flyaway out the back. Somebody's going to hit that and do a big air, and it's going to change the way we look at surfing pipeline. It's going to change the way surfing is done, period, I think, going forward.
Can you tell us a little bit about that process and how the selection was going down?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know how they selected the athletes, but I know that it's a backdoor shootout style format. Nobody loses until the final. The top 4 get to surf a final, regular rules, elimination style rules like we have here. And it's one for the ages, Joe. It's definitely something I'm looking forward to. I can't wait to be a part of it, and I think it's going to be fireworks.
That's going to be a lot of fun starting December 8th through the 20th, the waiting period for the Vans Pipe Masters. As we look at now, 3:55 to go. Things calming down a bit, but we saw fireworks in this heat from Kauli Vasta, 9 on just an incredible freight training right that he drilled. Zaf is still second. Jackson Bunch in the 3rd spot. And Billy Stearman fighting for a 7.4 to move into the top 2. Saw Billy the other day. He was playing footy over by Sunset Elementary School and got to meet a couple of his friends that made the trip with him to give him support. And he just looked so happy and relaxed at this point of his career and wanted everyone to meet his buddies and just gave everyone a handshake and a smile. He's been in so many heats in his life. It almost made me just realize he probably just is ready to enjoy this. He just wants the waves to be pumping and to put on a great show. So for him, with 3:10 to go, he's going to give it everything he's got to try to come back here.
Yeah, he's got to tap into that mindset that he had at Sunset one year. I mean, he had a performance out at Sunset that was stellar. I mean, he came off of results in Haleiwa, and I've seen Billy put on a major show. And right now he has 2 minutes and 51 seconds to really get out there, show the world what he's got. And, regardless, like you said, he's here with his friends, he's enjoying. And when you have an opportunity to bring your friends around and enjoy the world with you, I mean, there's nothing better.
Pretty special, Makua, as we got 2:30 on the clock, a little bit of a lull. But people are pretty happy to travel here to the North Shore of Oahu. Being in Haleiwa, places to eat, you have recommendations for people where they should go get some good food, good local food around here?
Oh, local food, you have to go in the back by Wailua. Wailua General Store. You want to get some real local food, that's the spot. I would say for sure there. And anybody who likes some Mexican food out there at Jorge's, that's a pretty good spot as well.
And it's fun when you have to go through Haleiwa town to just see the old construction. It is the countryside, so things do shut down nice and early. But it's classic to see everyone walking, getting their shave ice, coming, checking out the action here at Ali'i Beach Park. A lot of local families just love coming down here every single day. Big thanks to Thomas and the crew at Kainui Kitchen, keeping us nice and full throughout the day. They are non-stop from big breakfast to big lunches, making sure we're well fed. As we're down to a minute 25, things calming down a bit. Cowley's pretty happy. Big scores and priority. Rosie, doesn't get much better than that.
That just shows the control that he's had over this heat. He really has had it in a stranglehold. I mean, he started out pretty slow with that closeout that you're like, oh, how's this heat going to go for him? Then just kind of just hammers home on that 9-point ride, backs it up with a 5.73. Now he's going to close this thing out with priority. So well-served heat from him. I'm sure his coach is going to be pretty thrilled with the way that he activated in this one, and tell him to keep that momentum rolling through this event.
Yeah, we'll see how he uses that priority if a decision comes, because he really doesn't need to do too much. Maybe just keep an eye on Zaffis. Jackson Bunch needs the score of 6-0 to move on, and Stearman a 7.4 down to 40 on the clock. You already see how quickly you lose big names in these events. Carlos Munoz out in the previous heat. He was a rookie to kick off the season and unfortunately dislocated his shoulder at Pipeline in competition. Slade Prestowich went down in the previous heat as well. And looks like things are just going to be nice and calm into the countdown.
What is Coley's chances? Because he's looking really solid. How far can he go if he makes the finals here?
Well, we've got some interesting situations with just qualifying for the Challenger Series next year, but there are about 45 people in contention for those last 7 spots on the men's side. So actually now with him gaining points, we're going to get an update on our live rankings to see what he needs to do in this event at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Heat number 5 comes to a close and the Tahitian takes top honors. Back for more action right after this. You're watching the final stop of the Challenger Series. We got to see the Challenger Series for the first time last season in a very condensed format. This year, 7 events, starting off at Snapper Rocks, and every championship tour athlete was signing up for that one. It was absolutely firing in the beginning, got really challenging towards the end, but even Kelly couldn't help himself, had to get into that event to kick things off and maybe take some points off these guys coming up from the Challenger Series. We've got Heat 6 in the lineup now. We've got Te Kehu Butler from New Zealand, Robert Grillo III, Joshua Moniz, both from the island of Oahu, and Luan Nogues just stepping in as a last-minute replacement about 30 minutes ago, representing France, and now will be able to surf in his first Challenger Series event this season. You never know. Sometimes just showing up can completely pay off, and you can get on a roll from there. I like that. Create your own opportunities, right, Makua?
Oh, yes. I mean, showing up is the number one, it's the start of everything. And I got lucky one year showing up. I surfed the trials and then somehow I was on the seed list and got back into the contest at Sunset. I surfed the same contest twice. I don't know how that happened, but that was definitely a first. And if I didn't show up, that wouldn't have happened.
Love it, love it. Being in the right place at the right time completely counts. Rosie, we've just seen non-stop rights that look so insanely fun right now. Any changes for you in the conditions, or still just as rippable as it was this morning?
It looks super rippable. I'm loving the way that this wind has stayed slack, and it's also giving opportunity to really attack that lip line. It's looking like the swell's really settled in, which makes it super fun.
Kehu Butler getting started. Beautiful wrapping turn. Getting out in front. Nice, quick, powerful wrap off the top as well. Times that section well. So showing nice speed control. That board looks nice and flowy under his feet. And he said he just really feels blessed. Enjoying his time on the North Shore, but it looks like we could have an equipment malfunction. Leash off, board's going in all alone. Right there, after what probably felt like a great start, now he's got to catch up to that sharp eye surfboard.
Like he forgot to put his leash string on or something.
Yeah, it just didn't even tug that hard.
Yeah.
It's going all the way in.
There comes some sets. He better get his equipment dialed and get back out there.
There it is, floating on that inside corner, that 77 number. That's from Felipe Toledo doing all the work with the sharp eye equipment.
Oh.
And a quick ejection to get that board. We saw this early this morning with Eve Wong, and she still went out and won her heat. So after that, digesting that opening ride, putting the leash back on. So yeah, maybe just didn't even put on the cuff. We'll find out what happens at the end of this heat. Let's break down the maneuvers here, Rosie. What'd you see?
Yeah, beautiful flow. I mean, just so cool to see some representation from New Zealand on the Challenger Series, and to watch this guy start to decimate this wall here at Haleiwa. Lots of fast approach from him. That's a cool way to start your heat, though, to kind of link together all those maneuvers, but, you know, not so cool end is just that leash malfunction for him.
More waves on the way here. Luan getting into this heat last minute, trying to make it count. Big attacking hack off that section. Probably already going into this heat with nothing to lose. Jams it, nice tight snap there. And now Luan beating that section. The lip's gonna fall down right on his toes, but never giving up. Snap, open face cutty. And now hopping out of there. So Luan getting on the board. Kehu's on the board. And now Joshua Moniz getting started. Nice steady bottom turn. Nice arc to start. Josh pushing incredibly hard, goes down, so a tough one there for Moniz. Big comeback story after just a scary injury on the road in Portugal for Josh, and worked hard, stayed incredibly positive. To one, just surf again. I remember seeing a clip of his first surf back, and you're like, oh, nothing even happened. He just looked so comfortable, and he had that cool style and rhythm, but there was a bit of time there where everyone was pretty worried about him. So happy to see him back in a position like this.
Oh my goodness, I mean, you know, blessed. You know, there's so many things that could have went wrong there, and so stoked to see Brada pull through. And like you said, his positive attitude, you know, the mana from his family behind him and all of his friends, just really a big positive support crew behind him, and here he is competing again.
I guess, you know, if you ask his mom Tammy about what is he like compared to his siblings, she's like, well, he might be the quiet one, you know, and he just lets his surfing blow up and do the talking. He's got a great sense of humor. And we can't forget what he did at Pipe that one year, taking out the top prize at the Vulcan Pipe Pro.
Yeah, he's such an amazing talent. Like you said, just so stoked to see Josh healthy and in the Challenger Series. And, you know, he hasn't skipped a beat, so excited to see him in a jersey here at this event.
Well, we just had a gigantic heat total, courtesy of a big 9 on the back end of the Tahitian. Kaoli Vost is with AJ.
Yeah, the guys in the booth just so excited about that 9-point ride that you had. What did you see on the wave? How did you talk yourself through it?
I was just waiting for a good one. I had the prior the beginning of the heat, and yeah, and when I saw that one, it was a big one, and I was like, okay, this is what I like, this is what I need, and then I just surfed like normal, calm, and I put 3 big turns, and I was stoked. I didn't know it was a 9, and I heard 9, I was like, okay, perfect. So I need to back up, and I got another small wave straight away, got a 5, and yeah, I made the heat stoked.
One of the things Rosie was saying is when you have such a big score like that, it really impacts your confidence throughout the rest of the heat. You can surf loose and free. How did it impact you?
Yeah, you're right, but it also can like stress you because you have a big score, and you have to find another backup straight, because if not, you only have one wave, so that's stressing. But like at the same time, it's good because yeah, it's like you're more confident during the heat. You have time, you have a 9 already, and you just need to surf, like enjoy the heat, and that's what I did, and I'm stoked.
You and Vahine, some of the Tahitians who are really bursting onto this scene and defining this generation, this next generation of Tahitian surfers. How do you guys want to define this generation?
I don't know. Yeah, we are. Yeah, there's Michel always. Like the Michel is our boss. So like he's our boss, like Tahitian Spartan. And yeah, there's like Vahine on girls. There's my sister coming, Vahine's sister also, and yeah, there's Mihimana also, and me. So we're all trying to do the QoS and stuff, and make our dream to qualify. And yeah, there's like a cool crew, like Tahitian crew. So it's nice. And but yeah, we're coming.
Is there anything you want to say to your friends and family back in Tahiti?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone watching. I enjoy here, good waves, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We love it. He's got such a cool boss. Michel Perez winning this event 2 times, 2008, 2013. They call him the Spartan. He's unbelievable. Such a powerful surfer. And great that Kaoli and the whole crew are still looking up to Michel. With now 20 minutes on the clock, AJ, we noticed at the start of this heat, Kehu lost his board. Any insight on what happened there?
Yeah, I did a quick sprint down to check, and it was a broken leash, so similar to earlier in the day with the ladies, what happened. So just a quick board change. He's already back in the water. It was a pretty minimal disruption for Kehu.
Thank you very much, AJ. Yeah, second time we've seen that happen today. Eve Wong had her leash break, went back out there, got an 8+ ride, and won her heat. We'll see if that continues the flow for Kehu now. Leash breaks, pretty common, especially in the winter months here on the North Shore of Oahu. You got to pack a lot of boards, pack a lot of equipment, especially this season, McCool, huh? There's been so many great waves already. Feels like we're still just getting started.
Yeah, there's definitely been waves, but this is kind of I would say a little lackluster. If you'd ask me, I mean, haven't been too many pipe swells. There's been mostly northeasterly swells. You know, we need a few big northwest, proper swells to come clean up the beaches, clean up the reefs, put the sand where it's supposed to go. And looking forward to, the rest of the winter, the rest of the events. And, but as of now, right now, it's pumping for Haleiwa, Joe.
Oh, completely pumping, west-northwest direction. Exactly what we were hoping for. With now 19 on the clock. Luan getting the call up about an hour ago to surf in this event, drops a 5.83. Kehu got the 5.33 before the leash break. Josh Moniz throwing down a 3.0 as we'll catch up with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, we're just checking in out here. Things do seem to be slowing down a little bit, so I'm not sure if the buoys had peaked or not, but it feels like there is a decline in the swell as we sit out here in the water. It's kind of just basically come down to heat IQ, I think, for the rest of the day. As you got to really have, use your priority wisely, and also, maybe moving in and finding those waves so you don't, spend too much time sitting out the back waiting. You can wait a long time. Get that one big score like Kaoli did, but you got to back it up. And it was super smart IQ for him to get in there and catch that next wave to back it up. So heat IQ coming into a big play this afternoon as the conditions and the tempo slows down.
Strider, are you having fun?
Always.
Always. Around perfect waves, you feel the energy out there, don't you?
Yeah, you know what? It's great when all the athletes come by and you can see how, the different tempos and moods and vibes off of each guy and the way that they've been preparing. I get to see a lot of these guys surfing up by Pupukea, and getting their warm-ups in for this wave. And it's been pretty fun to see, these guys getting their game together, and then they get in the water. You can see where they're at mentally. And then once they catch a wave, you can see the rest of it.
Strider, from your angle, is it pretty intense? I mean, this is the last challenger of the season.
Well, I think it's just, you know, a game day. So they've done all the preparation before now. You know, the coaches have got their headspace where they should be. Their boards are ready to go. I mean, game day, you basically aren't thinking about anything except for just going out and surfing and enjoying yourself and trying to find those 2 good waves that are going to get you through a heat. It just comes down to a game plan at that point, and hopefully they've all got that on lock.
Well, it's interesting, Strider. I mean, when you think about some of these guys in this round, maybe they're a little outside of contention, but once we get into the next round, you're going to start seeing people showing maybe some nerves, knowing what's at stake for their career. Waz, is this a wave coming?
Can't see over my shoulder, but definitely a wave. They're a little deep, though. The guys, you know, every time during the lull, you get a guy getting a little too deep and sucked into that corner. And having a good marker and having the heat IQ where you got to sit out and have those positions is very key today, positioning.
Heat intelligence, strategy. Thank you, Strider. Knowing when to take the waves, wait, be selective, knowing how to use your priority to your advantage, recovering from mistakes. And we even had a little bit of sports psych there, you know, having the breakdown from Kaoli about what it feels like to get a 9. You first like, oh, total confidence. Then you're like, oh, but then you get nervous. You know, what is it going to make you feel like after you throw down a big score? Robert Grillo just throwing down a big frontside wrap. See him training up and down the North Shore all the time. Stellar amateur career. As we see Joshua Moniz. Beautiful bottom turn, classic snap. Hits it hard in the whitewater, and he'll step off. So a little bit of downtime. Just the beauty of Josh's placement on that first turn was fun to watch, Ro.
Yeah, just hanging on that bottom turn and really engaging that rail. Super fun look at that first turn option.
Good timing off that bottom. Beautiful snap to start things off using all that power. Back to the replay, Makua, what'd you see?
I seen him setting up, waiting, being patient right there, really getting up and letting the fins drift. He didn't try and overcommit to that move. As he was up there in the lip, his board started sliding. If he would have tried to push a little too hard, right here as he comes up, you can see him get to the lip. Boom, the fins releases. He stays over his board, controlled, right into the next move, and a beautiful wave nonetheless.
Love the timing from Josh. Snap, then comboed it up. That'll be his second scoring wave. And a bit of a quiet heat wave-wise. All surfers with there's 4 waves on the board. Second scoring ride for Josh Moniz coming up. 14:30 here, the round of 80, heat number 6. We look at a lot of situations on our rankings. The big talk has been about Ramsey. If he's going to qualify this year, about a 10-year vet to traveling around the world competing, comes into this stop number 4 in the world. Right behind him, Maui's Ian Gentile. 2 names we've been talking about for many years, Rosie. Your thoughts on those 2 guys and their role in qualifying this year?
Yeah, I'm stoked to see those guys, you know, right on the cusp of qualification. I think about Ian Gentile, watching him at Hokipa years ago, just this Grom with so much potential. And then seeing the way that he's really fought through the Challenger Series and fought through a bit of adversity too, with some injuries and whatnot and losing major sponsorships. So cool to see him in a position to qualify this year. Ramsey, I mean, he's been at it for over a decade now. So it's really just such a great fairy tale story to see him on the championship tour. Seen him free surfing. He is absolutely ripping, so he's going to be deadly.
A lot of great stories in this event. Kehu Butler, one of them. Nice, powerful surfer. Throws some water on the second effort. He's got some drive off the bottom. Attacks the oncoming section. Good rhythm for Kehu. Remember, already made a board change. That'll be enough to move into the top 2, Makua.
Yeah, it's a beautiful wave. I just think that for those bigger scores, you've got to get more vertical up in the lip. And, you know, Kehu is just getting his feet in the wax after that first, you know, board switch in the middle of the heat. And he rips. This kid is powerful. I really think he has the potential to get excellent scores all heat long, all event long. Putting it a little more up there in the lip, I think will get him to the next tier of scoring.
So cool, and you see him paddle, and you see the tattoos on his arms. That's his family. All about his family, all over his body to represent himself, his family all around the world. We're going to take a quick break. Round of 80 continues. The Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. If you'd like to join us one year here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands, or even maybe this week, we've got some great days ahead of us. You can just check out Alaska Airlines. Has the most flights from the west coast to Hawaii, more than any other airline. With routes to all the best surf hideouts, Alaska is your go-to airline for chasing waves. Get in the water even faster when you sign up for their award-winning loyalty program. Mileage plan to get $50 off your first flight. alaskaair.com/WSL. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, or the next day, or next year. What an event to watch. It's one of those events that you come to and you'll never forget. The energy on the beach, the people that you get to meet. I remember an event, came down with my family, and Poncho Sullivan won that year. Mick Fanning was in the final. Brett Simpson, Rayoni Montero. The energy was electric. It was all about a power-based showdown at this venue. It's something that I'll never forget. Rosie, for you, it must have been coming here to compete for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, just such insane memories. You say that and I still kind of get that butterfly feeling of coming to this event, competing in this event, once as a trialist for the Championship Tour events, and then this event was really crucial in my qualification campaign. So a lot of good memories at Haleiwa.
As you see a racetrack going down the line, well overhead section. Robert Grillo knifing that lip, but goes down quickly, then gets sent over the falls. A tough one there, because it looked like there was a ton of scoring potential on the way. Now a bomb behind it, Josh Moniz controlling a big first turn, and then slips off. So interesting, couple of falls on that last exchange.
Yeah, I mean, Robert just waited too long, and Josh, I don't like that board. That board looks really, uncontrollable, but here you go. Kehu up and riding.
Kehu, nice snap, jams it hard in the pocket, still has his lead at the moment. Onto the lip hook, almost pulls it off. He's got a little off balance on the landing. And that's probably a tough feeling as a competitor. Maybe have a chance to free surf in the morning, potentially, but it can be pretty crowded. Now on your first wave, if you know you're not on the right board, what decision are you going to make? Are you going to take the time away to grab a backup, or do you try to surf through?
Out here at Haleiwa, you can surf through. I mean, you want to take us through this replay right here, Rosie?
Yeah, this is just so impressive. That first kind of hook under the lip. Look at this way this wave is kind of lurching on the reef. There's a lot of opportunity to get vertical and control that last maneuver, but the velocity of this wave is what you really have to harness, and I think he got a little bit overpowered. Take us through this one, Makua.
You see that board, like even on his first wave, if you go back later and watch the replay, guys, that board looks like it's not holding very well, and here you have Robert just late to the lip, catching the nose there, Joe, and all three competitors really making big mistakes on big waves and scoring potential.
So much scoring potential when you're on sets. When you have a wave with size, it's so tough to get a big score when judges know that there's bigger waves on offer. So for Kehu Butler, he's happy. Everyone went down. He got the one behind it. Didn't factor in, though, because he fell as well, 2.93. But situation remains the same. Moniz second. Luan now with priority needs a 3.2. And Robert Grillo chasing down a 5.44. We're talking about those early moments coming here to Haleiwa. What about for you, Makua? Maybe let's start with big events when you're a kid watching the main event. Any big finals or big turns that stood out when you were a little kid that you remember from this contest?
From this contest? Oh, yeah, I remember Kelly surfing. When they said, Kelly's got to prove himself in Hawaii and that whole deal before, Kelly Slater, this and that. And out here on his kind of skinny, 7'6", real rocker nose, and just going to town with Curran and, Kaipo and Sonny, Johnny Boy Gomes. It was just electric back then. It was a little different. It was when I think it was the Wyland. And watching that go down with Michael and Derek Ho, I always remember seeing that World Cup on Michael Ho's porch when I'd wake up. My mom lived under his house for a little while. And wake up in the morning and see that cup, and I'm like, one of these days I want to have one of those. And, like you said, it started here at Haleiwa, Joe.
So cool. So many great battles. Gosh, Sonny, Kaipo Hakias, oh my gosh. Going blow for blow, just powerhouses on this amazing wave. So many great stories coming out of this venue. 6:10 on the clock. Priorities with Luan, but it's going to be Josh Moniz. Joshua, straight up vert, incomplete. Tough one there because he just had the fall. What do you think it was, Rosie? Maybe trying to go too big on the first turn?
Yeah, just just off kilter at the moment. He is in second place though, but he's got to kind of solidify that spot. It's a 3.43 that's factoring into his scoreline. Let's see if Robert can clean up his scoreline with this wave.
Robert now dealing with some foam on the face, building up some speed and energy, and just a little tag there towards the tail end. A tough wave to really work out towards the end section. And chasing down a 5.44. Next heat, taking it all in. Rio Naba coming up next. Eli Hanneman, Levi Slauson, and Shion Crawford. Another WSL wild card, and young Shion had a performance of a lifetime last year. That's going to be a fun one to follow coming up next, Ro.
Yeah, I remember that dream run. He also got a call up as the wild card again, didn't he? And last year, that was insane. He massive upsets along his run through this event, so he'll be calling on those favored memories for this one.
So cool to see all his friends getting behind him heat by heat, and he kept just advancing through on his home break. Such a special moment in pro surfing. Everywhere we travel to, there's sometimes this local story that pops up that everyone can get behind. You know, you have these decorated athletes that travel, that have trainers, people even putting their boards away for them in their house, and then some kid who's still in high school all of a sudden steals the headlines. It's really special.
Oh yeah, it's you know, they always call it an upset, and I don't believe it's an upset. I really think it's the story of the day, you know, and giving these kids an opportunity to showcase what they can do at a young age. A lot of them, you know, there's a few out there that have the mindset to be able to compete with the world's best at a young age. And right now, Shion Crawford is showing us that he has what it takes. Like you said last year, amazing performance. And right now, the waves are right up his alley. I can't wait to see what he does in this next heat. Nobody should go anywhere because it's going to be fireworks coming.
That's going to be so fun to watch. The wild card story is a tough one for Kemper this morning, and also Jackson Bunch, a WSL wild card in the previous heat, just went down in third place. So we'll see how Shion goes coming up in 3.5. Kehu Butler, though, 5.87, 5.33. Yeah, it's really cool when you see his arms. He's got these beautiful tattoos in his culture. And it's all about his family. So he can point to where his dad is on his shoulder. He said that's the strongest part of him. That's where his dad goes. And the way they talk about it, it's such a beautiful tradition that he gets to carry with him on tour when he competes, Rosie.
Yeah, that's super special. And I think, you know, coming here and representing his family and putting his best foot forward. And yeah, you can tell that he's got a pretty special connection with Hawaii already. It really suits his surfing, his power. Yeah, just stoked to see this guy in the mix and doing the surfing, the brand of surfing that he's doing now.
Yeah, it's definitely keeping things interesting, isn't it? He got his scores on a couple of great decisions, but on the bigger waves, everyone fell. So everyone's kind of stuck in that 5 range at the moment, which really means the door is wide open. One more set. Any excellent range scores would just completely flip this heat upside down.
I think the last New Zealand surf on tour, Ricardo Christie.
What a legend.
Such a legend.
Guy, so talented. Ricardo, if you're watching, hi, we miss you. I know you're doing some great things in the water. Yeah, amazing, powerful surfer. It felt like the better the waves got in Ricardo's heats, the bigger his numbers were as well. He would just get better and better when you kept adding feet to the conditions.
We have some sets out the back, Joe. This heat is going to end on a good note.
I love that, Makua. That's what you want. All these surfers to get a shot at the end, as you saw Nat Young watching closely. Minute 55. Speeding down the line, Luan up and out. Tough one there, using priority and ending up with nothing. Now it's up to Kehu Butler. Heat leader and priority for this big wall at Haleiwa. Speed turn just to get down the line. He's just playing catch up now. And another wave where he's just got to step off. Minute 25. Let's see what Josh can do here. Stretches out the bottom turn, layback hammer. One move, but a solid one from Muniz. So far, the only one getting anything out of this set. And now RG3 stepping into a wave and kicking out quickly. So a bit of anticipation on that set. Josh has to be happy. He was the only one that got a turnoff, and it was a big one.
Yeah, and he was in the hot seat too to be relegated in this heat, as we see Josh looking to get rid of that 3.43. So can that one-turn option on a bigger wave readjust the scores? And then Kehu here, bigger wave. You can tell that he's just adjusting those feet to really push down the line and accelerate and find some open space on this wave. Going down the line with a lot of speed. You see the frustration from him.
Yeah, taking off on a wave that size, you know, Kehu had big plans for that one. He just kind of did that speed turn and ended up chasing it the rest of the wave.
Yeah, it was just the wave just didn't have the good direction. It was a little bit bumpy, and I think you see Josh Moniz on your screen. This is a blessing for him in this heat that he gets through this one. I really think he should get rid of that board 100% because that was not Josh Moniz surfing right there. He's so capable of, you know, nines all day long, and I really think he's going to show that in his next showing.
And they'll close out this heat. Kehu Butler takes the win. Moniz improves on his low score, 4.57 for one big move to move on into the next round. Heat number 7 coming up next here in the round of 80 with Rio Inaba in the lineup. We're bringing Kaipo and Ross for the call.
It's the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. And wow, it's been a big day of action here. Day number 1 at Haleiwa Elite Beach Park. I'm Kaipo. This is former Championship Tour surfer, member of the Momentum generation, Ross Williams. Your assessment so far of today?
It's been really fun. You know, that swell's been filling in. There's a lot of action. It's fast Haleiwa. It produces some, as heavy as a section you want, Haleiwa will give it to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a glorious opening day, but our work is not done yet. We're in heat number 7 of a total of 8 heats in this opening round for the men. And out in the water, we got some up-and-coming names. We have some international names, a pretty young heat overall here with Rio Inaba from Japan, Eli Hanneman representing Hawaii, Levi Slauson from Encinitas, California, and Shion Crawford, the local boy from right here in Haleiwa. So we're going to see how all these surfers perform. Conditions looking good, Ross.
Looks great, and you can see beginning of the heat, no priority, so the boys are jockeying for position. Little scramble fest out there, and you'd have to say this is the heat of the day so far on paper. There are some action-packed surfers in this heat. Eli has just been a highlight reel. Shion, kind of the guy right now at Haleiwa. He's young, but he is just a hammer out here. As you mentioned, is a wild card. Levi Slauson, also a powerhouse of a surfer, and we talked about Rio a little earlier today, also a star from Japan.
Yeah, up-and-coming goofy foot Rio Inaba. Shion Crawford, in our qualifying series for the region, just came off a finals appearance where he finished behind Baron Mamiya and Billy Kemper at Sunset, third place finish. So I'm coming in here with some momentum. Shion Crawford, he did make it to the quarterfinals here last year as a wild card, so we can see if he can replicate that performance or even get a little further out in the draw.
Yeah, Shion, you know, he's really young. Shion, 17 years old, I believe. So, and he's a pretty tall kid. He is over 6 feet tall, and he's a powerhouse. If you look up Xian's Instagram, it's really fun to look at. You know, his highlights, a lot of them are right here at this surf spot. He lives right down the road, and he's a tall, regular footer. He is such a powerful surfer, and this wave suits him perfect.
How about the friend conversation between Eli Hanneman and Xian Crawford? Eli from the island of Maui, but when Eli comes over to the North Shore, he stays at the Crawford's house. So these two surfers have grown up surfing with each other, and Eli actually got more global attention at a younger age. Xian a little bit more of a late bloomer, but talk to us about surfing against your good friend.
Yeah, that's a good call, Kaipo. It's a really interesting dynamic playing out right before our eyes right now, and it can be confusing because this is a friend who you share moments with every day. That's like sort of like teamwork. You're like, hey, how can we help each other today? Let's surf together. You cheer each other on. You know, you're there as a support crew. Once you hit the water with the jersey on, it's kind of all of a sudden you're supposed to be, you know, pull the reverse button. You know, it's not like the Tahitians go out there and be cutthroat with each other, but you're definitely not chumming it up in the water. You're trying to beat each other.
Looking at surf history, you surfed a number of heats against your good friend Shane Dorian, and those were some of the most brutal, really competitive heats at the time.
Absolutely. Like, all our friends would tune into that heat, or they'd come down to the beach to watch because they knew that we were just going to be clawing each other like a cat fight. It's just a fun thing for me. Shane and I looked at it like, hey, this is going to be a really fun, it's like a game, you know, it's not personal. But we had some brutal heats where we went down together because we were too busy trying to beat each other up. And back then there was no priority, so there was a lot of hassling. Yeah, it was pretty funny. But you're right, there is that interesting dynamic.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. It went really well for the surfer from Aotearoa. Kia ora. Congratulations to Te Kehu Butler.
Now, Kaipo, I don't think it's part of the strategy for these surfers to have a leash break, but so far it's a winning one. 2 leashes coming off the boards today, 2 of them ending up on the glass. What happened at the beginning of this heat, Kehu?
Yeah, I started the heat, my leash come undone. You know, I finished the wave, I was like, all right, warm into this heat, and then ended up being quite turbo at the start, so I had to get the jet ski in, get a new board, and then back out there.
How did you get comfortable on the new board so quickly that you were able to pull off the scores you did?
That board actually felt uncomfortable. It was like 2 inches shorter, so I was riding a 6.3 and that one was a 6.1, and it felt a little bit small, but I just knew that I had to try and finish the waves and get another backup, and I'll give myself a chance to make the heat.
How did you push past the physical discomfort of the board to mentally get through it and know, hey, I gotta ride what I have out here?
Just simplify things, you know, just finish your waves, don't overdo it. Everyone else is falling off, and just make sure you're not the one falling off, even though I did a couple times. But yeah, that was just pretty much it, and you know, be smart at the end, 5 minutes go, use priority, block them on a wave, yeah.
It's not how many times you fall, it's how many times you get back up. And I know you're far from home here in Hawaii, from New Zealand, but you carry your family with you everywhere you go. Is there anything you want to share about that?
Yeah, no, obviously us Polynesians, I feel like I've gotten a few more waves around here. All the Kazis over here, the Kanaka Māori over here think I'm a local, so I've been harvesting, that's what I've been saying, I've been harvesting. So, no, it's been awesome, you know, carrying my family everywhere with me, have all the markings on me, and, you know, they help me out in the end, keep me composed.
Congratulations, you're moving on to the next one.
Cheers, thank you.
As we cut to live action with Xian Crawford streaking down the line, and the local knowledge paying off, Ross, right at the get-go.
Insane. Just a beautiful set came in and out the back.
Eli Hanneman, good friend right behind Xian, and he's got a gem of a slice of ocean here at Haleiwa with a couple of beautiful carves for Eli Hanneman. Double pumping off the bottom, aggressive turn over there, gets the board back under his feet, and looking at the judges' tower like giving me a number.
I like sassy Eli. That was cool. You know, Eli's a pretty understated, mellow dude, but that was, he could tell he was looking at the judges like, mark that one down, pal. That was a big score.
We talked about it before this heat. I think this heat means more to Xian and Eli because the good friends are competing against each other right now.
Absolutely, and local knowledge came into play right there. They definitely had their way in the lineup. Keep in mind, there was no priority. That's really tough, to be in the right place during a set wave without jockeying each other out of position. So that is a huge leg up for both Xian and Eli.
Yeah, Xian, you can see him on the paddle back out. I mean, we've seen Xian just go through this huge growth spurt in the last 3 years, from a pretty scrawny Grom to a big 6'2" muscle-built man. We're going to the replay here, starting with Eli Hanneman.
Oh, this is a tempered Eli. Eli's known for big tricks, huge airs, big tail slides, but look at him. He's good on the rail as well. And that's a nice, clean tag. There's the critical section. The judges love that. If you can get involved with big, tall sections, they're going to mark you down a big score. Opening carve, though, is beautiful. Watch the rail work right there. Extended it. Nice little swoop for Eli. And this is a gnarly section, but he just hits it clean, gets airborne, stays connected, and that's going to feel really good for Eli.
Xian.
As you mentioned, Kaipo, he's 6'2", still a teenager, but he is so strong. I mean, he's one of the strongest surfers in the lineup, and that's not a easy thing to say. There's a lot of powerhouses out here in Hawaii, but Xian throws down hammers. And you can tell he feels like maybe a little off time in this wave. So he put together several maneuvers, but no real classic Xian snaps. I mean, this kid is so powerful. There's a lot to be left over in this heat here. Watch out for Xian. Once he puts his board on rail, he is one of the most powerful surfers right now in the world.
And it's just amazing to see the youth grow up and really assert themselves as young men. And Xian's one of those kids that, really, really has improved both in his physical fitness as well as his surfing technique in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and he doesn't fall. He's so consistent. He's got a little bit of a wider stance, so he's just real sturdy on his feet. He's a crazy competitor. Tons of energy. The guy catches a million waves when he's free surfing or in a heat. He's a bit of a magnet, so he reads the water well. Xian's going to be a really good competitor. If he can get on that CS Tour, look out.
Well, Xian opens up with a 7.33, so nice opener for the Haleiwa local. Smile on his face right now as he hears the number, but now he's going to hear the number of his good friend Eli Hanneman. Hanneman opening up with an 8.6. Eli up in the excellent range.
Yeah, I think the judges nailed that. The quality of Eli's turns, even though he had less than Xian, those were two beautiful moves. The carve and then the big gnarly snap in the pocket. Again, Xian was just a little out of sync on that wave. It was such a good wave. It was long, but if he would have connected on one of those moves just a little stronger, he could have broke into that excellent range. So I think the judges nailed it.
Both the surfers giving a little grin out there in the lineup, which is kind of danger signs for surfers Levi Slauson and Reo Inaba.
But it only takes two. And Levi is a strong surfer, so I'm excited to see him catch a good wave too. But it's not the ideal start, is it, Kaipo? To hear those big scores and you're sitting out there in the lineup, it's just like, oh my gosh, the two arguably favorites in the heat started with bangers.
Well, priority now open between Reo Inaba and Levi Slauson. And the Groms from Haleiwa Surf Shop, they've come out. They got a shop right across the street here at Ali'i, and they're coming down here to cheer on their heroes. And some of these kids, they want to be in the jersey one day right out here as well.
I like the one kid in the back with his hands in his pocket. He's like, I don't know, we're acting kind of crazy right now. I'm not sure we're supposed to be doing this. Kids were psyched. Xian's really talkative. He's talking, it looks like he's talking to Eli. There they are. So they're being chummy. We were interested to see how that dynamic would play out, but it looks like they're just trying to sort of be partners together and take this heat out.
Yeah, smiles on the face of both of them, little small talk. They both actually, in a weird way, have an advantage because Reo Inaba and Levi Slauson, with that open priority, still have to be very aware of each other when a set comes through. Under priority, guys like Eli and Xian are able to roam a little freer.
That's true. And honestly, people all day really haven't been taking advantage of the wide peak. Because it's so west, everyone's been kind of lured up to the top of the lineup. But there is scoring potential a little bit wide. So if you're in third or fourth priority, there's something to look at down there.
Yeah, that's true. 16 minutes, 35 seconds. A quiet Haleiwa right now as we near the end of the day, second to the last heat of the day. And we will have completed both the men's and women's opening round. When we resume competition, the top seeds are going to be coming into the draw, and that includes, on the men's side, John Florence, and on the women's side, Carissa Moore.
Yeah, I mean, and John, is just frothing. And he loves Haleiwa, and he knows that the waves are really fun today. There's another swell Friday that looks amazing. So this contest is lined up really well for the forecast. So all our top seeds got to be excited.
You got a scouting report for us, Ross? I know you keep in touch with John.
Yeah, we've been surfing a bunch, and he's been surfing for hours and hours every day, and he looks 100% super healthy. He's been throwing down crazy carves and big airs. So any injury that, you know, if people are worried, like if John is still feeling a little tender, you know, it's been long gone. He's been feeling good. He went to Fiji for a couple months on his boat and surfed his brains out. So he's looking pretty sharp.
All right. Well, as we wait for the next set, we're going to take a break. Enjoy these messages, but we'll be right back after them here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. It's holiday shopping season, and the WSL store is open. Go to WSLstore.com with great discounts on official jerseys, event merchandise, posters, and more. Free shipping from WSLstore.com through December 31st. And you buy a jersey, you get a free hydro flask while supplies last. And Uncle Kaipo is also giving all the kids a discount, 50% off all kids merchandise at WSLstore.com. Check it out. Do your shopping. 'Tis the season.
Some good looking stuff there. I like that Haleiwa Challenger shirt. Looking out in the lineup, Kaipo, it's been really quiet. So Levi and Rayo have had to wait more than half the heat for the first wave.
Yeah, if you're just coming back, you didn't miss anything during that commercial break. No waves ridden, same situation out on the water. Two locals opening up with some big numbers and putting a challenge on the two visiting surfers. Here we go with Reo now, but he wants to change that. Goofy foot out of Japan. Nice hook on the backhand, crumbly wave in front of him. Another carve on the backhand. Nice paced approach for Reo. Little late there, but completes the final maneuver. So a nice start. Levi Slauson, beautiful carve, committing to the rail. Levi again up in the lip. And a nice finish for Slauson. He likes the feeling of that airdrop and completion. Shion Crawford takes a look at this one. Here we go with Crawford. Swooping carve, throwing a bunch of spray. Back up in the lip, layback hack. Throwing the fins, showing some power. Shion.
That's the Shion we were waiting for. I mean, a 7.3, he didn't even touch that, that torque right there. And that's the Shion that we know.
The local Groms are so proud of Shion as a local surfer. Let's take a look at this replay, Ross.
Take a look at his body language. He really just sort of freaks out when he goes through a carve. He gets so much torque, and that tail side was really gnarly too. That was a big section. Not an easy layback section, but Shion, again, he just overpowers Haleiwa. Again, really whippy carve there. A lot of spray, a lot of power, and that was critical. I mean, that's the kind of lip line that you normally float and project, but Xian going for a bit of a layback tail slide. So he's going to get heavily rewarded there. And I was interested to see Levi because he is also super aggressive. He's a strong kid. And those are two really nice maneuvers. So he's opening up his account.
And Rail also has action. This is a 5.5, Ross.
Kind of connecting the dots here. First wave of the set, it was interesting. Levi was pretty wise to let this first wave go because you can see all the bumps on it. So Rayo is really working hard to get his maneuvers done, but he tagged it 3 times. So it should be a bit of a keeper.
Yeah. Well, 5.5 opener. Gets a number on the board. Levi Slauson, we're waiting for his opener. A 7.07 for Slauson. And we still need a score for second wave of Xian Crawford. Interesting story with Xian Crawford as I relate back to John Florence. Xian, his equipment provided by Carl Schopper. Schopper, a guy that's been shaping Xian's board since he was just a little menahuni. Same thing with John Peisel and John Florence. I'm always impressed by the loyalty of surfers when they're still with the same shaper even after success.
I mean, the only pushback on that would be like, hey, if it's not working, it's time to change. But for Xian, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, the kid is throwing down premiums turns. He seems like he's surfing unbelievable on those shoppers. So that's a great relationship. And again, he's so familiar with his equipment because he's been riding shoppers board since he was a little baby. So yeah, that's similar to Peisel. You know, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I'm going to get spiritual on you. I think John Peisel adds a little bit of love and mana energy into John's board, same way that Carl Schopper adds love and mana into Xian's board when they make those boards. There's a special connection with the craftsmen. There's a score. 8.53 for Xian Crawford.
Yeah, insane. And Xian's got more to give, too. Again, I feel like he was probably a little frustrated with the 7.3 because he didn't quite connect the way he wanted to. And he does this, Kaipo, you've seen him. Xian does this every day at Haleiwa. He just goes out there and tears it apart. Yeah. So that 8.5 for him was nothing.
It is
normal stuff for him.
But I think now I'm going to ask you a coach question. Is it important for Xian to pace himself?
I don't think that's his program. You know, that's not his demeanor. That's not his character. If you told Xian, hey, just go out there and really chill now or go sit on people, he might burst through his seams. You know, he's got a lot of energy. He likes to keep the pace up. That being said, he is a wily competitor, so he knows how to close the heat out with priority.
Inaba on the backhand, the goofy foot in this heat, is able to go vertical on that first turn. Some downtime, getting caught on his heels, and that's all he's going to get. Eli Hanneman on the paddle. Hanneman drops into this one, a little bit of a double up section for Eli. Eases through a first roundhouse cut back into the whitewater. Double pump off the bottom for Eli. Hacks a turn there. Once more on the end section. Lip glide floats through that section. And Eli fist pump to finish.
Wow. The local boys are taking this heat apart. So that's going to be a good backup score for Eli Hanneman. And, well, you know, it's a big score, though, for Levi Slauson, 7.07, so he is definitely still in his heat. And, you know, we're all thinking this is the heat of the day, and it's not disappointing. Only 7 minutes left. I kind of wish this heat was an hour.
Yeah, it was a little slow at the beginning, but we're expecting a big score now for Eli Hanneman. Second wave for Rayo Inaba, 4.23, and we'll get to the replays. Here's Eli's wave.
Smaller wave, way up the top of the reef here. Trying to find his rhythm, setting the pace with a cutback. And there he goes for a stylish layback. Pretty nice, well judged there from Eli. And a tough, fast section, and he went for that little climb there. Kind of a horizontal surfing, but that's what the wave called for. So Eli, kind of a veteran move there, really just saying, okay, I'm not going to force the issue. I'm going to put it together. And it got rewarded with a 5, which doesn't seem like much, but when you have an 8.6, you got to take care of business and get that backup score.
Well, 5-point ride for Eli Hanneman. A nice backup for Hanneman, surfer out of Maui, who has been recognized from a very young age for his talent. Progressive surfer. You can see video clips of him all the time put up on the internet since he was just a young man. So a lot was expected from Eli Hanneman. Has put out incredible surfing parts, but actually in the scope of things, limited success in a jersey. His best result so far has been a 17th at Bolito, but let's take a look at some of Xian's surfing.
Okay, Kaipo, we're going to attempt to telestrate here and what makes Xian so powerful. So as we go through here, you can go through a little bit, and then I'll tell you when to stop. Pay attention to his upper body, and let's go ahead and freeze it right about there. Okay, so you can see right here, Xian is looking this way. He's got his front arm facing that way, and his lower body is sort of torqued against his upper body. So he's got all this wound up torque here. I'm going to take it away. Now watch him unwind. Go ahead and roll it through. That's that torque right there. Now it's just a quick snap, but look at all the spray out the back. That was like diamonds out the back. This is the turn I'm really excited for. Let's go ahead and freeze it right here. Oh my gosh. Okay, so look at his back foot right there. He's got so much pressure on that back foot. This forearm is right here counterbalancing him, so he's ready to do a classic layback snap. And let's go ahead and roll through. Watch the tail release right there. So again, that's the kind of section where typically you'll see guys do floaters or projection turns, but Xian refuses. He's just such a hammer, he goes for the layback snap.
Inaba back on live action, the goofy foot out of Japan, and just falls apart on that second turn. Nice opening turn, but Rail needing an 8.11 to get into the top 2 at this moment. Under 5 minutes remaining, 4 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock counting down.
And what's refreshing, just to touch on Xian again, is his aggression. And he refuses just to play it safe at Haleiwa and go for the safe maneuver and bank scores. He has one speed, and that's just to tear a wave apart. That's the only way he knows how to surf, and it's really refreshing.
Yeah, well, with these opening numbers for Crawford, I'm sure a lot of the other competitors, even though even the top seeds are paying attention right now, it's going to get really interesting once we seed into this next round and beyond that on who these, I would say, spoilers are going to come up against in this competition.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And the variety can come into play. Some surfers like to mix it up, combo it up with airs on the inside. We haven't seen many airs today. Waves are a touch big for airs, but it could happen with certain surfers. The next heat's exciting too. We got Michel Perez, past champ out here. He's no slouch in the old power department either.
Yeah, Michel Perez coming up with Shane Sykes. Shiloh Tenberg's got in as a wild card, and Andy Crier out of France. That's going to be the final heat of the day, so stick around. We got more action after this heat 7.
Well, you can look at the bottom of the screen right there as far as the names. Levi, that's not that big of a score. 6.54, and he's got second priority. So there's enough time for him to go for the classic buzzer beater. So Eli is not safe yet.
Yeah, Eli replicates that 7.07. He's in there. Here we go. Reo Inaba needs a little bit more work. Hooks off the top. Inaba a little hung up. Needs to get around this section. Caught on the heels again. And just staying busy, Reo Inaba, he'll still be seeking that 8.11.
Yeah, Reo just never really got it cooking so far in this heat. He's got the 5.5, but even that wave seemed a little disjointed. So far, all the magic has been sucked out of the air by Xian and Eli.
Yeah, and it's a momentum thing, isn't it, Ross, in that sometimes when a surfer is able to start a heat strong, they take away the momentum of their fellow competitors.
Absolutely. It's that mental thing where confidence is just bursting through your skin. We'll see if we can get a camera to pan out, too. There's a huge set coming in at Avalanche, so that's a great indicator. We're going to end these last 2 minutes with a ton of waves here. So Levi is not out of this heat yet. There's the indicator. It's going to hit there first, and this is a long set, too. I see a lot of lines coming in.
So there's going to be a lot of opportunity inside the 2-minute mark. You can see the surfers positioning themselves, and the next heat trying to stay out of the way with Hawaiian Water Patrol and not get sucked into the lineup. Priority right now with Xian Crawford and the lead. Here we go. Important wave for Levi Slauson. 6.54 is the requirement. Here he goes. Nice carve. Kind of a down carve. Comes off the bottom again. Lip glide and goes down. So not going to be his number. Clock continues to tick. Crawford utilizes his priority. Our heat leader knows the dance at Haleiwa. And no problem for Xian.
I love that first maneuver. The local grounds are psyched.
So those are the kids from Haleiwa Surf Shop. They're right across the street. It's a surf shop. It's entertainment. And it's where we kind of are building the next generation of rippers right here in Hawaii.
That was a big moment for Levi Slauson. You know, had he made that maneuver, he probably, you know, he would have got the score. He only needed a 6.54. It was a big wave. Started with the carve. So that was a huge moment there for Eli, sort of a bullet dodge there.
So Eli right now with 45 seconds, does he play offense? Does he catch another wave? Does he play defense? What does he do?
It's just a tiny bit of time left. So for him, he can just catch a wave here and hold off Rio if he's in position.
He heard you. Here he goes. Hanneman. Harking turn. Bearing the rail on that first turn. Skips out on the second one, but goes complete. Talk about commitment and talk about cat-like reflexes. Eli Hanneman, one more try for Reo Inaba. He's got to surf his heart out in this one. Needs an 8.11. Inaba goes down. And that is going to be it for the surfer representing Japan.
Wow. Well, that was a good backup score there for Eli. You know, he was hanging on to that mediocre score of 5, and I think he just bettered that. And that's the kind of surfing we know and are familiar with Eli, that fin release. That was a pretty cool turn.
I was impressed that he was able to go complete on that. It looks like he skipped out for a moment, but had no problem. But Shion Crawford already with danger signs right there for the rest of the competitors. So it's Crawford, Hanneman on to the next round. We'll be on to a break. When we return, final heat of the day. Stick around for more action from Haleiwa. This is what it looks like when you're the top kid on the block, local kid. Shion Crawford just taking out a big win with an excellent 2-wave total to move on into the next round, 16.3. And Shion is handing out autographs to kids that he pretty much sees every day. So a star is born, Ross.
That is awesome. And Shion's psyched. And he's looking pretty comfortable, isn't he, Kaipo? He's looked like, I'm meant to be here. He can get comfortable with this.
Yeah, I like it. I like the support of the up-and-coming kids. And we got another heat on our hands here with really a distinct variety of surfers in this final heat of the day. Heat number 8 of the round of 80. And here we go. We're going to start off with our wild card given a chance. This is Shiloh Tenberg, North Shore kid. And he got the call. He's been waiting around on the beach all day to see if he can get in. Kei Kobayashi not able to make it here. So Shiloh with his chance. Medium-sized wave, and a nice paced approach for the opener for Shiloh Tenberg. And a nice finish. So a momentum builder for the youngster.
Yeah, Shiloh kind of showed the most energy and assertion there at the start of the heat, kind of held the peak there. You know, no priority, so he scrambled up to the top. and he won himself, you know, an opening wave there. Sort of feels like a backup score. It's a small wave. And he got a lot of turns in. Nothing too critical, but well surfed here by Shiloh. Nice swooping cutback. And this wave just reeled on down the reef forever. Nice little layback snap there for Shiloh, another one. So trying to show the judges some power, stuffing that back heel into the tail block, throwing some spray. But I do like this last turn. It's almost kind of surprised him. He got a little more release than he anticipated, but he responded well, just sort of held on, very nonchalant.
Yeah. Shiloh Tenberg, American dad, Hawaiian mom, resident here. Big wave here for Shane Sykes. Shane with a big float and pays for it there. Aggressive approach for Shane.
A ragdoll wipe out there. That was nuts. Hopefully he's okay.
Michel Borez, the Spartan's back. Let's see what he's got for us. Trademark torque in his surfing. Michel Borez and his opener. And Andy Crier, our French competitor, just with a paddle there. Unable to catch that wave, but he'll maintain his priority since all of the three other surfers are paddling out on the inside.
That's what's tough about Haleiwa. That last section for Michel, it was big. You know, if he would have just tagged the lip, it would have been a big ask. You know, he would have got projected out to the flat. So he went to undercut it and did the carve down. First up, we're going to see this wipe out here by Shane. Watch the ragdoll once he comes down. Just can't handle that free fall. I mean, he's falling literally 10 or 12 feet there. And you're asking your body for a lot there to recover from this free fall. Right here, he's going to start free falling now. And that's just so much pressure. It looks like he's even wearing something on his ankle there, so I'm not sure if he's nursing an injury. Sort of a brutal wipe out there for Shane. But he looks good. He's all right.
Yeah, I mean, you already have an injured ankle, and put that on top of that. Big ass, we'll see. We'll see as the scores come in. Just low scores so far, 3.67 opener for Shiloh Tenberg. Michel Borez opened up with a 3.5, 1 point for that wipeout of Shane Sykes.
So the judges being very clear, sending a message to the lineup. Shiloh got that long wave, did what, 5 or 6 turns? Judges threw a 3.67 at him, so kind of brutal, but they're saying, hey, we want to see some heavy maneuvers and heavy waves. We know what's out there. There's waves that are double overhead. You know, you can't get through a heat grinding out smaller waves, and you know, so that's a tough little lesson there for Shiloh. Michel Borez fell in a second turn. He only had 1 turn and got almost the same score. So message delivered there to Shiloh.
Michel Borez, the senior out here, 36 years of age, veteran championship tour competitor, coming back from an injury and some rehab. Michel Borez, a 2-time champ here at this event, 2008 and 2013. So a guy who's really in his comfort zone. I would say Michel Borez, actually, Ross, Hawaii is his comfort zone. He's one of that rare list who has won an event at Haleiwa, Sunset, and Pipeline. He's fulfilled the trifecta. Andy. Couple of snaps on the backhand. Needs to hang on through that warbly inside section. Unable to do so.
Yeah, Michel Borez is an interesting story. You would say, you'd think he'd still be on tour. It's actually, you know, he's so good. You'd think, this guy's got enough talent to be hanging around, but that's what happens. You know, if you have one bad year, you can miss the cut. Next thing you know, you're relegated down to these lower tours. But Michel is relatively a young man. He's still got a lot to give.
Yeah, fell off tour and then injured his knee and had to rehab out of that knee injury. So that took a while. Took him out of the mix. At the same time, you know, surfers evolve, raising a young family, and your priorities start to shift as well. So a great story with Michel Borez. I mean, he's won championship tour events, you know, at Western Australia, here in Hawaii. Right. He's a pipe master. He's, I mean, the career's not over, but he's had an exceptional professional surfing career.
Yeah, good call. He has nothing to prove. If he wins this heat, it'd be good to get AJ to ask him what his intentions are. If he wants to try and requalify to get back to the CT.
I like that, yeah.
Or is he chilling? Is he ready to, you know, sort of ride into the sunset?
Hey, at 36, you got years ahead of you because we got 50-year-olds winning contests these days on the championship tour.
That's true.
Talking about Kelly Slater opening up this year at Pipeline with a big win and just redefining what it is to be a professional surfer. Andy looking down the line. Some downtime here, aims for the lip and fires. That's all he's going to get is one turn. Open up with 3.1, so still a really tight heat between our 4 surfers on the water.
Interesting, isn't it? It's just polar opposite of the last heat. We had Xian and Eli open up with just huge scores, and everyone's starting with little shaky boots here in this heat. No big scores yet.
What's happening, Xian Crawford? I want to hear how it feels to win your first heat. AJ, take it away.
Standing by with Haleiwa's own, and what was it? You have so much local knowledge about this wave. How did that play into the heat today?
Yeah, it helped me a lot. You know, this is like my home break, the home zone, so it's like just, I know kind of like a lot about this wave, and I surfed it my whole life, so it's pretty sick.
And you told me after the heat that this is like all-time Haleiwa conditions. So sitting there all day watching the girls surf and then the first men's heats, what did you see that you knew you wanted to take advantage of when you got in the water?
It was pretty good out there. Like I was watching it all day, like, oh, I want to surf so badly, like just like thinking like, oh, I want to get out there, and then like now I finally got out there and like just wanted to do like huge turns and like just get 2.8s. But, yeah.
You executed and came in with the win, and then you come in from the water with all these Grands hanging out, wanting to talk to you, get your autograph. How does that sort of cap off your first day of competition?
Yeah, I always see them around at Haleiwa. They're super like supportive. They're like, yeah, shoot. I'm like, it's like super sick. So it's always nice to see them and like, push them to like, oh, let's go surf and stuff. And like, oh, get out there, and it's super sick.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you. North Shore boys, Haleiwa boys. Yes, sir.
Well, that was sick. Xian Crawford.
Haleiwa boys, let's go.
I'm just, oh man, I'm looking forward to more interviews, and I hope he earns them. You know, you win your heat, you get to be against the glass, and you get your your minute to use that platform.
Well, we said, right, that's why we love watching Xian surf. He has one speed. It is go-go. And he was basically telling AJ, hey, I barely held it together there. I was just so ready to go. It looks like the kid drank like 4 cups of coffee. He is just buzzing with energy. And again, he's really fun to watch at Haleiwa. That is a powerhouse.
Yeah. As we fly by this beautiful afternoon in Hawaii, just a dream place, you know? You know what the brochures tell you? It's all true. The water's warm. You can see turtles. They're just swimming around next to you. The waves are good. We got tons of them. The food's great. The people are friendly, unless you take my parking spot. And actually, like, it is great, man. Every year I feel so accomplished that we finished the year for this Challenger Series right here at home. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's the best way to finish this tour. Again, you know, there's a variety of waves on the schedule. Obviously, starting at Snapper Rocks in Australia is a beautiful event. Got the U.S. Open, all these events, South Africa, but you know, Hawaii with all the power, it's the best way to finish.
Andy throws the tail on that first turn, but that's all he's going to get. Hey, he's got 3.1 and 2.17, Ross, and that's enough for him to be in the lead right now. So pretty slow heat in the context of everything.
Yeah, and you know what that means, you look at all those numbers, do the math, it means nothing. All 4 of these surfers know exactly where they're at, and they're starting from ground zero. Yeah. You know, it's not like they're looking at these scores like, okay, cool, I got a good score, now I just got to back it up. Like, they're all thinking, man, I'm starting from scratch.
Yeah, in contrast to the last heat, we saw Eli and Xian open up with a 7 and 8, respectively. This one's wide open. First big number wins.
Absolutely. And that's unnerving. It doesn't feel good to have half the heat gone and not have a keeper yet. But we've been seeing it all day. These waves are coming in bunches. So it's not like you need 30 minutes to get 2 waves. You can get 2 good scores here in 5-10 minutes. So not really time to push the panic button just yet, but definitely everyone's feeling a little nervy.
Yeah, and just being prepared to be centered and ready to switch on when that set hits the reef.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we talked about the Challenger Series ending here in Hawaii. Big announcement. Well, you already know. If you're watching, maybe you don't. But we start off the championship tour right here in Hawaii. That will be the Billabong Pro Pipeline kicking off January 29th. And that is how we're going to kick off that championship tour. We're going to have some new names on the championship tour. We're probably going to add some new ones at the end of this event too, with some new qualifiers for the championship tour. We're going to take a month off, and we're going to be back at Pipeline.
It's going to be insane. It's the best event. Then you back it up with Sunset Beach. So we got power and power, big gnarly barrels at Pipe, hopefully, and then Sunset Beach. So, man, some of these rookies that make it on tour, what an opening event.
Right.
There you
I
go.
mean,
go to Pipe.
When I look at this year's schedule and how it played out, I like it. I like the fact that, you know, at Pipeline, you're coming out as a rookie, you need to send it. And everyone needs to send it. In the past, when we finished at Pipeline, people may disagree with me, but when we finished at Pipeline, guys that were qualified, but they knew they weren't going to win a world title, but they were qualified, you can ease back there because your work was done for the year. You're guaranteed another space.
Absolutely.
But now, you got to go.
That, and also there's only 5 events before you're asked to be in the top, top half, so you don't get cut. So there's nowhere to hide. You gotta come in hot.
And historically, February Pipeline is usually better than December Pipeline. Here we go, the Spartan, Michel Borez. Nice big float over that section, but that's all he's going to get. So waves running pretty fast right now, Ross.
Yeah, smaller waves today with this angle, this swell angle. They've been doing that. They've been running really quick, and they're starting so far up the reef. So, yeah, those small waves have been doing that. But you look at the clock, the scores. Michel's just trying to be a veteran right now. He's like, I need to get some scores on the board. But that wave was a little bit frustrating for him.
Yeah, 2.67 checks in for Michel Borez. He's in second place. We're over the halfway mark, 14 and a half minutes on the countdown. As we fly by, see a little action out there at Avalanche, maybe giving us an indicator of a set coming. Priority right now to the South African Shane Sykes, who just has a 1-point ride. Brutal wipeout. He has to shake that off and get a meaningful score, but he does have priority as this clock ticks down.
Yeah, him and Shiloh sitting at 1 and 2, so their stomach right now, they'll have some butterflies looking at that horizon. They know in about 20 seconds there's going to be a couple of waves coming in, and it's their turn, and they have to produce. There's not that much time left, so now's the time. Yeah, they got their eyes on it.
Here we go. This is the time to activate and decision time for Shane Sykes. He's got the run of the lineup. And he's going to get this one. Our heat leader, way deep. Coming around the corner. Loading up on a bottom turn. Hooks it off the top. He's going to get a little bit more. Lines up. One more hook. Nice and patient and gets the completion.
Yeah. Gives the old hand jive at the end there, like I wrote out. I am good to go, and got a meaningful score there. He's got the 2 threes, but he's going to better that. And I didn't mind that by Shane Sykes. He let this wave go. Wave number 1's been a little bumpy, but the unfortunate thing for Shane is this wave stayed open. And for Andy, he said, "Cool, I will take it and collect some points." And did 1 turn, comes around his long section, finally gets some open face and tags it clean. Shows the judges, I'm out, I'm in front of the whitewash. So it's going to be a keeper.
Well, 12 minutes, 30 seconds. Counting down as we follow Andy on the paddle back out. Still waiting for that next score for Andy Herrera, our heat leader. This is Shane Sykes up and riding. Couple of big turns for the South African, even pushes the fins. Free there, and the finish, a dynamic finish. So probably the most committed wave so far. Shiloh Tenberg right behind him, gliding through a big opening carve. Nice rail execution for the 18-year-old out of the North Shore of Oahu. Layback, hack there, A little bit more on stage. No, that's going to do it for Shiloh. So nice exchange between Shane and Shiloh.
Yeah, that was pretty nice there from Shiloh. You know, he realized, okay, I got a low score for that smaller wave, so he waited a long time for that set wave, and it's going to pay off for him.
Michelle Perez. And just up and out, maybe a little bit of repositioning for the Tahitian.
Yeah, he knows that wave's too small, so now he's going to have to wait for Mother Nature to cooperate for him. Got to get those set waves. Shiloh first up here in this replay, swooping cut back. I think he gets a little more rail in the water right here, and he does there. Nice arc there, and a big layback snap right here from Shiloh, and that's going to be a good score for him. So 3 moves, but definitely that last one was well placed behind him. We saw Shane Sykes give away a couple waves. He waited for this one, and I want to say it was the right choice. This wave peeled across the reef. He did a lot of maneuvers, kind of skipped out there, but he hit it well, kind of recovered, and then got another layback snap of his own. So a bunch of maneuvers there. Again, a low scoring affair, so these scores mean a lot. Even if they come in the mid-range, it's going to give them a huge advantage in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, we got some scores waiting from the judges for Michelle Perez, Shiloh Tenberg, and Shane Sykes that we just finished up. As we wait for those scores, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with those scores and more here at the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. It's the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Heat 8 of the round of 80. This is the opening round for the men's. I'm Kuiper along with Ross Williams. And gosh, a little seesaw battle in this final heat of the day.
Yeah, some interesting scores just dropped. You know, everyone had a shaky start, a couple of wipeouts there, but Shiloh and Shane Sykes kind of drawing first blood there, so they got themselves a little bit of a lead in first and second.
Yeah, Shiloh Tenberg, when we went to break, we were waiting for his score, 6.33. Same with Shane Sykes, a 5.83. Andy Crier with a 4.57, currently in second place, but Shane Sykes right in contention, just needs a 1.84 to take that away from Andy. Michelle Perez utilizing his priority, good size wave for the Tahitian. And a Spartan size carve there. Double pump off the bottom, layback hack. Showing the technical power of Michelle Perez, and he's got a little bit more, able to generate some speed, gets on the roof, and finishes in the toilet bowl with a flush.
He did too. That was the danger man in this heat always was Michelle Perez, and he got his wave finally.
Andy taking time off the bottom and goes upside down, but in a bad way there.
That was a crazy wipeout between Shane Sykes and Andy. He may have just took the lead for wipeout.
Here we go with Shane Sykes. The South African just needing a small score of 1.84. He's already done enough to do that and change the situation in this heat. Big hack to finish, and he's going to move into second place maybe even first. We'll see what the judges award him.
Yeah, that's that section that's so hard to deal with that comes at you. It's like top to bottom, really tough to hit it and do an off the lip. So he sort of manufactured that carve down with a little bit of a layback style to it. It's going to be a good backup score for Shane. Going to be a big score though for Michel Perez, and you know, obviously he is the veteran. He's the guy to beat in this heat. Sort of hiding in that white jersey, but you know, really he is a clear favorite in this heat. And he finally hooked up with a good wave, Kaipo. And right here, being very patient. That's that veteran move. Just a carve. Now he's going to push hard. He's got that smooth face, and he sinks the rail. Nice little, I think he read that section well. That was an easy section to mess up, and Michel let off the gas just a little bit. A little bit of a tribute to Kaipo Hakias right there. A nice little old school float on the toilet bowl from Michel. So again, I'm guessing it's going to be the biggest score so far in this heat. And there's this weird section right here. It's hard to deal with. It's hard to make the right choice. He went for the carve down because doing an off the lip right there is so hard. I think it was the right choice. He needs a backup score.
Back to live action with Andy off the bottom, hooking off the top. And the paced rhythmatic approach so far, make it 3 carves. Smaller wave, however, needs something dynamic and explosive for the finish. Really pushes it on that last turn, so we'll be waiting for the last score for Green, Andy Crier, and we're still waiting for last of Shane Sykes and Michel Perez to set the situation, which could change drastically once those numbers drop.
There it does, Kaipo. So a 7 for Michel. That slingshots him to first. So if you're Michel Perez, you're desperately trying to get rid of that 3.5. He's got third priority. He's got just enough time on the clock. And for Andy, I'm not sure he's going to back up that score with that small wave. Shots were kind of fired from the judges with Shiloh earlier on in the heat with the 3.67. They don't want to see these small, grindy waves. They want to see you commit yourself to a big section.
Yeah, score for Shane Sykes, a 4.67, enough for Sykes to go into second. We're speculating that Andy will not get the score to go into second. He needs a 5.93. We're still waiting for the official score for Andy. And Shiloh Tenberg, the 18-year-old wild card from the North Shore, out there in the red jersey with priority, needs a 4.17. So Shiloh, teenager, can turn this heat. He's just got to keep his wits about him in these final 4 minutes.
That's exactly right. He needs to contain himself. There is a small set right here. Maybe one more wave out the back. I'll be interested to see if he positions himself for it. Right there, you can see it popping up. Where's Shiloh? No, he lets it go. So he's thinking that's a little too small.
And Shane Sykes says, I'll take it, mate. Drew, here we go. Couple of lip glides. Hacking turns, and the pace on this wave is actually favorable. Looking like it's slowed down a little bit, and it's allowing Sykes to just belt off multiple maneuvers. Hangs on for the finish, and he feels it. Maybe improving upon his low of 4.67. What do you think, Ross?
I think he is so relieved. He is probably a little bit surprised that Shiloh let that wave go. I think Shiloh was a little gun shy, being that he got the 3.67 on that first small wave, so he was really looking for a set wave. He's going to pay for it. That was a great wave. It was really clean, wasn't it?
And the pace of the wave also seemed easy to serve.
The pace, and because he had that clean face and it had some nice curve on the wall, he was able to do some quality turns. Look at that wave. It's standing pretty tall, so this is not a mushy wave. Judges hate that when it's a slopey wave. That thing had some cup to it. And that was a real turn. Another nice little slice right there, cutting that rail through the water. And he's going to finish it off here in that weird section in the middle of the beach. But he does pretty well there to hang on for a score. So he's trying to get rid of a 4.67. I think he's going to do it.
Waiting for scores for Shane Sykes and see if he's able to maintain that second place position. Remember, 4 surfers in this heat, 50% advancement. Top 2 surfers will move on into the next round for the men.
Yeah, this is interesting. So Shiloh opting to wait. He wants a set wave. Looking out to the horizon right now, it looks really quiet.
Yeah, Michel Perez waving to our on-site commentators and saying he wants an update. He wants time, he wants priority, and he wants his scores.
It's possible he moves down to second place here. Judge is still deliberating for Shane Sykes.
Yeah, and that's what he wants to know too, because Michel Perez wants to know how to play this final 90 seconds.
Last score to drop, there it is.
5.67, Shane Sykes goes to the lead. Michel Perez does drop into a vulnerable second place position, and that's exactly what the Tahitian wanted to know. Now Michel Perez wants to protect that second place position and advance into the next round.
Really interesting score here required by Shiloh. He only needs a 4.18. Thinking back to that 3.67, he had a lot of moves on that wave. That easily felt like a 4.17 or 4.18. So ironically, that is what is required right now. 1 minute, 7 seconds, just looking out to the horizon. I do see a little bit of action there. So he might have a shot.
Well, it is a potential buzzer beater for young Shiloh Tenberg, and he's going to have to make sure he picks the right wave, and then he performs.
Look at him, Kaifo. He just took the biggest breath. He's like, okay, come on, I got this. Michel Perez, such a wily veteran. He's just gritting his teeth. And he only needs to get rid of a 3.5, so this is an interesting way to end the heat.
Well, let's see. Michel Perez can also do a little trickery and sell Shiloh on a bad one if he makes his intent for one. We'll see if the youngster falls for it. Or the clock could just be the ultimate enemy because we're down to 20 seconds. Shane Sykes, here's our heat leader. This is just going to be a ride in. Smashes the lip. Make it 2 times for the South African. Here we go. Tenberg, 4.18 is what he needs. Throws the air, throws it away, not going to get it. And that's the heat.
Just a little too patient for Shiloh. He let the wave go prior with Shane. A couple different waves he let go and let Shane have it. Probably the score he needed was there, so just a little too gun shy there in the last 5 minutes.
2-time champ Michel Perez is moving on into the next round along with Shane Sykes. Stick around, today's action is not done yet. After this commercial break, we're gonna have the 8:05 post-show. Stick around to wrap up all of today's action.
nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome, everybody, to the 8:05 Post Show. Here to wrap up all the big highlights from the first day of competition on day 4 of the waiting period for the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. It's going to be a big 8:05 Post Show, talking about all the big heats that set up the next round of competition for the men and the women with qualification on the line. Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, and Strider Wazalewski, who was in the water, who was in the athletic area, who I asked a million questions to, who was frothing out today. How you feeling? You saw a lot of good surfing today, Waz.
I'm feeling really inspired, actually. I'm just psyched. I don't know. I had such a great day. You know, been away from the competition a little bit for myself, and to get back in and watch everybody, you know, stepping up, going through the roof. My favorite heat was that first one of the morning. And Wong all the way, you know, losing her board, coming back around, and then just blowing up and killing it. Youngster just killing it from Hawaii.
Rosie, big highlight for you today?
Wow, that's a huge question. We had, 16 heats on deck. Kahuli Voss getting that 9-point ride. That was super impressive to me. Some of the young women were absolutely shredding. So, yeah, no shortage of action today.
So cool. We just had a great heat come to a close, and standing by downstairs is AJ with Shane Sykes.
Shane, just getting out of the water, the final heat of the day. You had to overcome a little bit of adversity there at the beginning of the heat after that fall. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, the waves have been pumping all day, and I was really excited to get out there, but yeah, the wave came to me, and I wasn't the deepest, but the guys were caught a bit too deep, so I managed to sneak it on the outside. And the first turn I went for, it just like threw me into the flats, and then I kind of had to just like reset from there, and then managed to get a couple fun ones.
How do you reset after a wave that starts the heat not the way you want it to?
You kind of just have to believe in yourself. Also, when it's like early in the heat, it's kind of easier to reset rather than like later in the heat. And when you know there's good waves coming, you can be like, oh, I can still get 2 more good waves and get it done.
Later in the heat, though, you also pulled out a really great wave that gave you the lead with just about a minute left to go. What did you see in that wave that you really liked?
Well, I think I like moved to second or first in the last like 3 minutes, and then I knew I didn't have priority, so I was like, oh, well, if there's not a set coming, I might as well just take a little one and have fun on it, and I think it bettered my score, so
yeah.
Stoked.
What do you like about the way Haleiwa is pumping today and as you look into the forecast?
I mean, yeah, the whole week looks insane, so there's going to be some really good surfing going down, and yeah, hopefully make a few more heats and get to surf out there with 3 more guys.
There you go. Shane, congratulations, and we'll see some more good surf tomorrow with these guys.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, AJ and Shane Sykes. What a little weapon this guy is. I met him last year on the North Shore, actually, and saw him surf a few days. He's a contender, real powerful, and anytime the South Africans are doing well, Rosie, you got to be pretty proud of that.
Oh, I love it. I think, we have seen some really big performances from the South Africans here in Hawaii, so it's interesting to watch them in waves of consequence and something with a bit more juice. I think they really step up.
Really cool to see that, especially when you get to say you're in a heat with Michelle Perez and you got the win at Haleiwa. Not many people can say that. One of the big highlighted heats of the day actually just happened a couple of moments ago. Heat number 7 featured the local wild card once again, Shion Crawford, back where he left off last year when he made the quarterfinals. This was a stacked heat with Eli Hanneman, Rio Naba, and also Levi Slossenstrider.
Yeah, the way that the surfing excels once you get a local guy in the event, Shion, watching Henneman step up to the plate was awesome, but Shion's turns, just like the velocity that he's putting into, just like he's going faster, ripping through these turns so hard. I mean, there's a clear difference to me, the way that he surfs out here, and it's really impressive. I think it's a pure confidence thing.
Well, it's so true. You just get to prove that it was no fluke. Last year, the role that he was on, he is, born and bred on this wave. His local lineup, he's very proud of that. He got to beat some of the biggest names in surfing last year, and It's right back to business. I mean, we had Hawaii wild cards in this event that went down earlier today, but it's about Shion Crawford, 8.53, 7.73. He threw away a 7.33 today on his home break.
Yeah, and he just, looked so easy doing it too. So I think just stepping right back into those comfy slippers, surfing at home with the waves that are on offer, you're kind of laughing. I mean, someone like him is going to pull into the parking lot, get into his parking spot, pull out his boards and be like, 3 other people in the lineup. This is like a joyride.
How about this matchup potentially tomorrow? Round of 64, heat number 13. He's got Griffin Colapinto, who finished just outside the final 5 last year. Mateus Herrera's got a long shot chance, along with Nolan Raposa, to qualify for the tour. And Shion looks like he's still going to be one of the favorites to win with how comfortable he is under the spotlight, Strider.
Yeah, watching him surf, I feel like he's got a good recipe out here. He obviously being local, but if you watch his body language and the way that he torques, he's really loading up really fast, and I think that's the difference that I've seen out of all the other surfers today. Like, he was one of the quickest in release of turns that I saw all day, and it was because of that body torque that he's throwing around, following the shoulders and the hands. It was so fun to watch, and I feel like he's got he could win that heat, no problem.
So great to see Shion's form. Strider, we always think of goofy foots when we look at our friend the Waz. You want some goofy highlights, don't you?
Of course, yes. And there were some.
There were definitely some great goofy foot highlights when we think about the backhand attack at Haleiwa. The amount of power and spray these guys can throw off the top is absolutely impressive. Guys like Cole Hausman winding up big time. Alonso Herrera as well. Threw down some big scores with a lot of power, Rosie.
Yeah, it was super impressive to see these goofy footers tee off on these long walls and just carry that speed. I mean, Cole Hausman has been someone that's been a standout for me down at lowers. I saw him today here at the contest site super early, keeping eyes on lineup. So his preparation really paying off. This guy, super impressive though, from Peru, and just laying down hammers.
Alonso Herrera very prepared for a wave like this. He's had some tough heats over the years. But anytime the waves are firing, he loves a powerful section to work with. Timing off the lip was perfect, Strider.
You nailed it, Joe. He was technically really, just positioned and poised every time he went to hit the lip. And that was what the key to his success was. He was winded, though. He paddled by me a few times. He's like, I'm worked. And I'm like, keep going, you're killing it. And he's like, yeah, it's so funny to see their mindsets.
Gotta love that. 8.07, 7.83. Big win for Alonso Herrera. Hausman right behind him representing San Clemente, but it's all about Alonso with that heat win, going to heat number 5 of the round of 64 to take on last year's Rookie of the Year, Sammy Pupo, Sheldon Simkis, who's been on a roll, and also a local to Haleiwa, Keanoa Singh. That's going to be a stacked matchup with a great-looking forecast. Can't wait to see how that one's going to play out and see if Alonso can kind of keep that momentum going from day one. That's always the hard part of competing, is repeating that same success and not celebrating too early.
Yeah, definitely. Start that freewheel and really feel that momentum and carry it through the event. And I think as we get into that next round, we think of that qualification picture. These guys, their careers, this all comes down to this last event of the season, the hard work that they've done. So I think we're going to see blood, sweat, tears, and just triumph over these next couple of days with a perfect forecast. But yeah, I think there's going to be some drama going down.
Tried to put you on the spot earlier, Rosie. Highlight of the day. You're like, yeah, we had 1 million heats. Well, now I'm thinking about how long ago this feels. This was this morning. How good was it to see Coco back in the kind of form that we just loved on the Dream Tour for like a decade? And Coco had a longtime sparring partner with her, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, this was a great heat to watch. I mean, we had Coco Ho just starting to open up and light up this bowl. And Coco's coming in with this fresh attitude and just this fun perspective and really reflective on her career and what she wants to do in this event and how much fun she wants to have in this last event of the season.
Had some younger names in there. Pua de Soto as a wild card. Summer Macedo, who's looking to qualify. But it was a total veteran takeover in heat number 5 of the round of 48 was.
Yeah, and, Sally did it her way, and Coco just finally looked like she was herself. It's cringing to watch sometimes her in heats, and she just doesn't look like she's opening up. Today, she looked amazing.
Looked really comfortable. Sally looked great too, but yeah, I was speaking of opening up and changing things up. Coco's like, well, I'm actually doing the opposite of what I want to do, and I'm going to see how that plays out. I think she was having a little bit of fun with herself, just saying, okay, I didn't have the best results trying to come back to the tour. I'll try to switch gears. And she's like, it actually worked. She stayed and waited for the best waves of the heat.
I think with us, like Coco, we know the potential. Like, we're huge fans, and we just want to see her just win heats and open up and do the surfing that she's capable of. So I have a good feeling for Coco in this event that she's going to tap into that feeling.
Let's follow Coco into the round of 32. Well, she's going to have her neighbor in that one, Zoe McDougall. Also, Gabby Bryan, Rookie of the Year this year, last season on the championship tour. Just won the Sunset Pro, and Minami Nonaka was really fun to watch today. It was very aggressive in her attack, but last thing they need is to have a confident Coco Ho just mix up all those scenarios in the final stop of the Challenger Series, Boss.
Yeah, there's a lot of just, locals in that heat, and to watch and see that would be fun to see where everybody positions themselves and actually, finds themselves in the lineup, because today that was key. It was all about positioning. When it comes into these heats with all these Hawaiians in it, you're just going to be going, oh, okay. And you'll be able to see the true playing field and where everybody needs to sit and stay out in the lineup. Because today I was just so hard to watch some of the heats because you want to just be right there and tell them, but you can't say anything.
You got to keep it zipped.
You got to keep it clean.
Right, exactly. Good opportunity right now for us to get caught up with the We Are One Ocean campaign.
Being a native Hawaiian really inspires me to do anything that requires caring for the land or the ocean. Guys like Uncle Dwayne, they're my kupuna, they're my elders, and any knowledge that they pass down to me is, my responsibility to pass down to the next generation.
We Are One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire the surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean to preserve the future of our sport. Today we are joining forces with Nakama Kai and Quiliana Coral on a coral restoration initiative to restore the reef and to inspire ocean protection and stewardship. Getting involved in protecting and conserving the ocean is critical for us today and for future generations.
We have two stations. One is where we're actually going to cut up the coral. So today what we're doing is we're with the WSL athletes and the Waianae community is we're rebuilding coral reefs by microfragmentation onto modules that'll be planted to bring more fish and wildlife to our reefs in Hawaii. So this species right here is lobata or lobe coral.
We know that the ocean here needs help. The coral, a lot of it's gone compared to where it had been, previously. And we brought our partner here, Quiliana Coral, to help us plant new coral for the fish and the ocean environment. WSL Pure this year was gracious enough to give us a grant. All that support just helps us to get stronger, expand our programming, impact more children.
Nakama Kai means children of the sea. Our mission is to empower youth by connecting them to the kai and aina. Basically, Nakama Kai is the uncles and aunties to all of the keiki we mentor, and we expose them to the ocean, and then when that exposure to the ocean grows, then so does the keiki grow in the ocean. So basically, we're creating protectors of our environment.
The elders supporting this and running the organizations, they all gave to us when we were younger, so now it's our turn now that we're older and give back a little bit to the community.
No matter where you are in the world, the ocean is what connects all of us. It's a special connection that we're allowed to create with other people.
Sometimes it can feel like a bit overwhelming to do our part, but if we all work together, we can take care of it.
Tell us what you're doing on social media with the hashtag WeAreOneOcean and tagging WSL and WSL Pure on your post.
We are one ocean.
Really cool to follow the We Are One Ocean campaign all around the world, and especially right here on the island of Oahu. Nakama Kai and Dwayne DeSoto. It's always great to catch up with the founder and see how he's giving back to the community and the younger generations to educate them, to protect their resources, and also Quiliana Coral. Showing up to some of these, you realize that you can actually make a difference. You show up and you get educated on how simple it is to actually give back to what you love the most. I know you guys have both been on that journey together and always reminded how special our ocean is, Strider. I know you get a real kick out of just meeting these people and knowing how you can give back.
It's just such a great thing. I mean, just the littlest part can help everything, you know. And like, you know, we heard them say, it's like, you know, you get kind of overwhelmed. Chris has said it, but it's really doesn't, you know, every little bit counts. And that's the thing that we all have to remember is that people go into these things thinking, am I going to really make a difference? But you are. And just by being there, you're making a difference. And then when you get involved, you're making an even bigger difference. And then that ripple effect out to somebody seeing you make a difference makes them want to do it. And it's just, I get chicken skin thinking about it. It's really cool.
It's really cool. Our favorite place in the whole world, no matter if the waves are big or small, the thing we scored today was great surf. Rosie, expecting more of that over the next couple of days, as Surfline, our official forecaster, saying next few days are looking incredible.
Yeah, we are stoked with what's lining up in the forecast for us, Joe. We've got a lot of purple blob action right there, and it's a very favorable direction for Haleiwa, which is getting us very excited about what the potential has for the next few days. You know, Thursday, Friday, everything's kind of lining up, Strata. It's looking really, really good, even going into excellent.
Ooh, when it goes, it's orange is great, but when it goes red, like, that is just as good as it gets. I love that. You know, they know how to get us going. They know how to turn us on, and they did it right there. And we're ready for that swell to come in west, northwest. It's going to be pretty solid, well overhead. You know, this swell was actually forecasted to be a little bit smaller, and it came in bigger, which gives me hope that we could even see bigger waves than we were forecasted for the next couple of days, at least on Thursday and Friday. And those are hopefully going to be our finish days here, because to see the swell at 10 feet and just ripping through the lineup, and I'll be out there by the buoy. But in the line. I know you guys can't wait to see that too.
I've been waiting for that. That's going to be fun to watch. So tomorrow looks like incredibly fun. Still plenty of size from this swell, but then that bigger swell Thursday, Friday. Lot to look forward to as we get to the part of our show where it's the daily top 5 here on the 805 Post Show. And featuring number 5 on the list, it goes to a wild card named Eve Wong. Eve lost her board at the start of this heat and then put herself in position to get an 8+ ride and took down the victory row.
This was so fun to watch. I mean, she's 17 years old, having a crack. This is her first ever Challenger Series heat, and she does it in such great fashion. You know, she had that bobble with the leash kind of breaking, but then lays it down for an 8.5. I mean, to get an excellent score, that's a feather in your cap, Strides.
Yeah, it was amazing. She's the sweetest little thing, and just took it to the lip. It was awesome.
So cool. Even with a board that looked very loose off the bottom, she just stayed in attack mode throughout the heat. Didn't look phased by the losing her board to the inside, and she makes the 805 Post Show. Coming to number 4, Shion Crawford, the hero from last year. Back to business. 853, 777 to move into the next round row.
Yeah, just so fun to watch this guy. You mentioned last year, I mean, there was scrappy conditions last year. Now this season, to see him really open up on these big walls is super fun to watch. You mentioned his confidence, Strider, and just his technique and his talk through the lip. It's on full display right there.
Yeah, really fun to watch. Definitely a highlight of the day.
And then he's just a hero to all the local kids. He's already getting used to that from a lot of heat wins at this wave. Number 3, young 16-year-old Ryan Kainalo with an incredibly clutch finish today. 653, 627 to make it through this one.
Yeah, this was such an interesting heat. I mean, Ryan was on the back foot. Cam Richards was looking great throughout this heat, but just couldn't really finish off his waves nicely. And Ryan went out there. He had a chance with priority and then went out and caught another wave, and on the buzzer gets that number. So just a fun heat to watch and watch the evolution of Ryan and get that win into the next round.
Coming into number 2 on the top 5. DJ Shimmy Disco takes out a buzzer beater to make it into the next round. Strider?
Man, Shimmy was out in the water looking over at me. What do I do? Where is it? I can't find it. I'm getting caught inside. I'm getting beat down. She ends up finding this closer right at the end and just belts it. She, you know, needed, I think, like a 2.1 or something, and she got a 4-point score out of that one turn. So showing a lot of aggression into that wave.
And winning the 805 Post Show top 5 is Kaoli Voss. The Tahitian went to Hammertown on this thing. 9-point ride.
I loved his interview with AJ afterwards, because the guy's so humble. He's like, oh, I thought it was a good ride. I hit it 3 times, and then I heard I got a 9-point ride, and I was really surprised. And I was like, he rips. He's so humble, and yeah, he's got a good head on his shoulders.
Yeah, he talked about he could be nervous after a 9 because he wants to back it up. It just brought us into that headspace. You'd think he would just be confidence through the roof after a wave like that, but he knew he just needed to make the heat. He feels the pressure of events this size, and a 9-point ride was incredible, one of the best of the day.
Well, I feel like just by watching that and the display of surfing and the technique and how he was going vertical and the score that you got that was put out, a 9-point ride, it just, the rest of the competitors better take notice, because I saw a lot of surfing today. It was a lot of like lateral and round surfing. The judges want to see you belt straight into the lip, into the power pocket, and that's exactly what he did. And he gave the judges exactly what they wanted. He had to play that game, and he was just timing, and everything was perfect. So really fun to watch that kid.
Love it, Strider. Great job today. Rosie, we're getting closer to those situations that we're really going to dive into the qualification story as early as tomorrow with great waves.
Yeah, this is going to get fun. I think the contest, this was kind of like that warm-up day, and now we're going to head into kind of that meat and potatoes, and there's a lot on the line at this event. I mean, I get butterflies just thinking about the scenarios and what's going to be going through these guys and girls' heads when they go hit the pillow tonight, and who's going to get some rest and who's going to be up with anxiety. So looking forward to another big day tomorrow, and yeah, it's going to be fun to watch this event unfold and see who qualifies.
Remember, we could start at 8 o'clock local time. Stay tuned to WorldSurfLeague.com for all the updates of the Haleiwa Challenger at home in the Hawaiian Islands. Can I have a ride home?
Of course.
These guys?
Jump in.
Sure. All right, we'll see you in the morning. Waves are firing, and it's all smiles up and down the beach.
I mean, it's every competitor's dream to finish off the year in firing waves at Haleiwa, one of the premier stops on the Challenger Series.
Mafala's got incredible timing off the bottom. 8.5 for Eve Wong.
Eve is a force to be reckoned with.
Here's Zali Kelly, and gonna attack. Free fall, and oh, Havana going big.
Big opening frontside hook. What a well-read wave for the local hero.
Open riding in blue, Sally Fitzgibbons went ripping off the top.
Medina, lip glide, explosion, and she does it, a buzzer beater. Next up, men's opening round.
Allen winding up again, drills it with a big layback.
Slicing and dicing, throwing some tail.
Well, here goes Voss straight up into the lip. Huge, powerful snaps.
Voss turns in a 9-point ride.
Eli Hanneman whacking it on the outside. Eli, give that man a hand, Hanneman. Wow, that was a radical turn right there from Shion Crawford.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.